Okay, we're going live. Yes. Hello, and welcome to day 2 of the second test between South Africa and New Zealand. South Africa finished on 238 for 2, having lost 3 wickets. They chose to bat first, which is a question that many of us had. And now you're listening to us here on One World Sports Radio, bringing you or Guerilla Cricket SA, bringing you this second test, day 1. I've got Tim Southey here to bowl the first ball of the day. It's wide outside the off stump. Timber lets her go through to the keeper for no run. I am Mpomutlani, and I'm joined by Mpendulo. Mpendulo, I don't know your surname, unfortunately, so you'll tell us a little bit about yourself as we go along.
It's easiest things. Thank you for introducing me, then, Paul. It's been a fascinating game of cricket, as you can hear. It's the first time I've ever joined the commentating team, so I look to have awesome fun, especially given how well South Africa have performed. Our energies should be up as Tim Southey sets up for the second ball.
Yes, second ball into Timber. Bavuma's got 3 slips and a gully, and this one's about straight on off stump, forcing a 4 defensive from Timber Bavuma for no run.
And we mustn't discredit the work that Tim Southey actually did yesterday. It seems like he's starting off where he left off, hitting those lines and lengths. Yesterday, he was a bit unfortunate not to get more wickets, but as you can see, his economy rates was absolutely outstanding. His lines and lengths was outstanding.
Yes, Southey into Bavuma. This one slightly wider, and Timber just letting that go through to the keeper. No run. New Zealand really struggled yesterday in Pendulo. They were saying that there was a lot of wind at the stadium, and that was affecting the way in which they were bowling, and it kind of made it a little bit easier for South Africa to bat. So here and there, it's one of those things where it feels as though New Zealand had a bad day, but I don't think they would have had a bad day because the current run rate is 2.63. So they'd be happy with the pace with which South Africa is going as the next ball goes out through to the keeper. Remember, Bavuma's on 22, Van der Dussen on 13. Sadal Avia scored his maiden test century, 108 yesterday, which is really beautiful to see, SJ Avia. And then also, obviously, and then Dean Alga scoring runs yesterday as well. So Dean scored 41, Aiden scored 42. Just the bone of this attack as Tim Southey comes into Timber Bavuma on a rising length, and Timber looking to play that on the back foot. It was likely wider, and he looked to punch that through cover on that back foot, but goes through to Tom Blundell for no run. Bendulo, tell us a little bit about yourself. You know, your cricketing life, what got you into the game, how you're falling in love with, how you got to fall in love with this game.
No, man, it's a journey from back when I was a kid, being introduced to the game by my elder brother, who happens to be a coach now. So my love for the game really came from just watching and trying to place my luck and see what I can do in the game, which, well, didn't take me too far.
Last ball of the over, Timber just lets that go through to the keeper outside the off stump. He didn't play at that one. And so New Zealand start that first over of the day with a maiden. So I've got 238 for 3 after 91 overs.
But a nice thing that I like seeing them, Paul, is some of the positive intent that is being put by Utemba Bavuma, as he saw when he missed that ball. He was really going for it because he felt like there was something missing in what Tim Southey was doing. Other than that, some wayward lines from Tim Southey, not really forcing a shot from the batsman. So it was a very first over from Tim Southey, loosening himself up, as we can see now that he's about to take a break. The next bowler comes through, ready to take on the attack.
Yeah, so that next bowler is Matt Henry. And Matt Henry took 7 wickets in the last game. He's only 1 for 65 after 22. He's bowling into Rassie, 3 slips. It's a lot straighter this time on Rassie's legs. And even if it's the first baller, Rassie manages to time that really well through to mid-wicket. Neil Wagner, the fielder there, the South Africans run a 3. So the score, first runs of the day, off the bat of Rassie van der Dussen. He moves up to 16. The score 241 for 3. He batted very slowly yesterday with a strike rate of 20 Mpendulo. A lot of people worried about Rassie, thinking that his place in the side is under threat. I tend to disagree. I think Rassie is just fine in this 11.
I'm a huge fan of Rassie van der Dussen. As you can see, that is a fantastic white ball cricketer. So it would be very nice to give him some freedom to play like that, not to be restricted. So once he gets that, he'll be a fantastic addition in the red ball game.
Yes, next ball to Temba Bavuma. He lets this one go through to the keeper. Just a nice little tight line on that fifth stump. Temba just playing inside of it. Bit of a wobble seam from Matt Henry. Go through to the keeper for no run.
Very tidy start there from Matt Henry. The New Zealanders will be wanting to see more of that, and hopefully it will yield the results for them. But for us as South Africans, we'll be hoping for different. But let's see what Temba Bavuma can cook up for the team.
Next ball from Matt Henry at on off stump, and Temba defends that on the front foot back to the bowler, no run. So and that's how I feel about this game. I don't know how to characterize where this game is, because I'm trying to figure out how South Africa win the game from here. How they're having a slow-ish day one from a run rate perspective, as the next ball from Matt Henry on the money again on that off stump. Temba defending that back to the keeper, no run. It's more reliant to Pendulo on South Africa's bowlers making a play.
In as much as that can be true, Mpo, but we mustn't also take for granted how long the batting lineup for South Africa is, ending by Keshav Maharaj, and each of those players can give us decent 20 to 30 runs. As you see the next ball.
Yes, the next ball from Matt Henry. Temba just shoulders arms to that one, goes to the keeper, Tom Blundell, no run. And so you're a believer in Keshav Maharaj with the bat, and Vian Mulder with the bat. Because I think after Verreynne, that's where our batting lineup ends.
At the end of the day,
everyone else is
we mustn't
a lottery.
discredit what the tail can do. If your batters or your bowlers have a chance with the blade, you give them the best of that.
No, I'm with you there, my man.
Because
Temba letting the next ball on the back of the six stump line go through to the keeper. So at the end of that over, 241 for 3. So how many runs would you be wanting from the tail today? As well as we see comments coming through from YouTube. So thank you very much to all our fans who are watching us.
Thank you indeed to the fans. But a very good score from the tail would be amassing around 70 to 80 runs if they just steady the ship, or if all of those batsmen at the end of the order. But we should take a look and see if that will actually happen, because the hard work has been done from the opening batters, and it seems like the middle order in van der Dussen and Bavuma, and even the addition of Aiden Markram with those 40 runs, they are doing some damage.
Next ball of the third over of the day, Tim Southey into Rassie van der Dussen. Rassie getting very nicely now with balls coming into him on middle stump this time. Plays that out to square leg for a single, for 2, I beg your pardon. And really good running there between him and Temba Bavuma. Love the interplay between the two of them, and the ability for them to be able to run through two teams.
They have a super partnership. We saw that in that one-day game between them and against India.
Next ball outside the off-stump, six-stump line. A little bit of swing there. And the ball, this is a new ball, 12 overs old, seaming away from the South African batter, that is Rassie van der Dussen.
He must just be wary there, van der Dussen, not to be drawn to those wide deliveries. Those slip fielders are working, and they are waiting, licking their lips for a ball that will carry to them. So it's going to be a fascinating game and a fascinating battle between these two.
Yes, Southey with 3 slips and a gully into Rassie van der Dussen's wide, way wide. And as you say, Rassie shouldn't be playing in that channel, but he does. It's very safe as Rassie punches that to extra cover. They will come through for 3 as the umpire is going to check whether it is 4 runs. Kyle Jamieson, the fielder, in the background.
A true game of risk and reward them, Paul. Gaining 3 runs was Rassie van der Dussen by taking that risk. So it's actually very incredible that he timed it so perfectly, just throwing his weight onto the ball so close for it being a boundary. The first one for the day as well.
Yes, so we're having a look at that right now to see whether Carl Jamieson did touch the line, and it looked like he didn't. So it'll be 3 runs there. Tim Southey resuming to Temba Bavuma this time. This ball swinging into Temba, and he defends that on that off-stump, a little bit full there. Out to extra cover, no run. Wondering, Biku says, get to see the Proteas with some fight yesterday. Looking forward to a big score today after seeing off the second new ball. Dan De Castro says, it's kind of weird, crazy how different things are using the same ground 5 days later. If NZ bat as well as SA have, this already has a vibe destined for a draw. Shrug. Avils Awesome says, hello from the US. Thank you for the commentary. So thank you very much. Tim Zadi into Bavuma. Outside the off-stump, Bavuma just playing at a ball in that 7th stump line, going through to the keeper. No
seemingly a nothing shot there, because the question is, what are he defending when the ball is not threatening those stumps? At least if you're going to go for the ball that wide, give it a whack. But he survived and lives to see another day.
Yeah, so just a quick thing, update for our fans on 1WSR.com. Welcome for joining us. Africa started in 238 for 3. We've only put up 8 runs today. As Tim Southey comes into Temba Bavuma, you can see what Tim Southey is doing now. He's getting the ball to swing into the left to the right hander, and Temba just defending that outside the off-stump, shouldering arms. Very dangerous, but it's not swinging as much as it did yesterday, especially for the ball coming into the right hander. End of that over, 246 for 3. Dan De Castro says he is from Canada. So welcome. Please let us know where in the US and where in Canada you are from. He says, fun evening here. This will take me through until the anticipated tennis match between Medvedev and Nadal. I'm seeing people play tennis. I saw that on my timeline. Where are they playing the tennis? And we do hope this will be more entertaining than Medvedev and Nadal. Are you a tennis fan?
Love myself some Daniil Medvedev. One day will be a Grand Slam multiple Grand Slam champion.
Yes, I just feel as though this next gen can't beat these oldies. As Matt Henry comes in, Rassie plays that off the back foot, slightly off his feet. It's a back of a length ball outside the off stump, and he just plays that out to extra cover, no run. And he says, "Gents, So Anis, please bring the unicorn." Matt Henry into Rassie van der Dussen. This one swinging away from the right hander for the run. And here's the other thing, and I think Dan says he's from Acapulco. The match is in Acapulco, and it's a late start in 6 hours or more. Okay, so you've got us until tea. So listen to us until tea. We're going to play some great lunchtime listening. And it's really awesome to be able to do this. As Matt Henry comes through, that's a beautiful ball on that 5th stump line. Rassie felt like he had to play it. He brought his bat down, got an edge, and as the story of yesterday with 4 balls getting edged and dropping in front of the slips, this one went and dropped in front of 3rd slip. Rassie with a bit of a lifeline. Actually, no, it was dropped. It went straight into 3rd slip's bread basket, and it was dropped by Tim Southey. This could be something great for South Africa because, next ball, he drives it on the up. It nearly went into Matt Henry's hands. It was full and straight. Rassie defending that with hard hands. And luckily for him, he comes up with 3 runs with the ball going down the ground. 249 for 3.
It's being a little bit risky there, Rassie van der Dussen. Some
it's not
testament to some good bowling there from New Zealand.
Oh, that was so close from Matt Henry. But that's the issue. That's one of the things I'm talking about. The way in which South Africa is batting. The way in which South Africa is batting. I got you, Pendulos. The way South Africa is batting is so slow. It kind of feels like even if somebody comes and takes 3 wickets or adds 2 more wickets here, you're still in a little bit of squeaky bum time, as those 3 runs brought up this partnership's 50-run partnership. So that's always cool. No, that's not always cool. That's amazing from these two. The batted very slowly, so you want them to pick it up a little bit more as they get used to being out there. And as I speak of that, short ball into Temba Bavuma, plays it off the back foot, silky, silky, silky shot. But it's not going to run away to the boundary because somehow the groundsman in New Zealand didn't want to cut the grass today.
Feels
And so the
pretty
South
lucky.
Africans are going to run for another set of 3 runs. I think it's the third set of 3 runs this morning. Score goes up to 252 for 3. Temba, 24 of 69, and 22 of 73, and Rassie van der Dussen, 24 of 69. Still a little bit slow between these two. You'd want them to push it up a little bit more. And if they can push it up a little bit more, they bring themselves into the game. They've been given a great foundation, Pendulo, with Markham and Sarl and Dean batting as well as they have been.
And I'm sure they'll be looking to survive for the rest of the session, but at the same time, just keep that scoreboard ticking. It is 4 overs into the game, and we'll see how it will play out as the overs continue to play.
So
And unfold.
essentially, I think you'd want to see what is it? ODI Rassie in this moment. This is what's been, and to a certain extent, even with Temba hasn't come in to South Africa with South Africa having scored 200 runs in a long time, and he's always struggled with that type of a scenario in his cricket. Tim Southee into Bavuma. Second ball of this over. Swan just outside that off stump on the 6-stump line. Temba shouldering arm, letting it go through to the keeper. No run.
Super bowling here from Team Saudi, definitely carrying on from where he left off. South African batsmen need to be watchful and choose their shots very smartly and intellectually, as they have been since the beginning of today, with some few rash shots here and there.
So Tim Southee hasn't taken a lot of wickets in clumps. He's 1 for 46 after 23 overs. That economy rate is really lovely. It's under 2. And it shows you how great a bowler he is, even on a flat day. Next ball, way wide outside the all-stump, Temba letting that go through. Very slow ball compared to what we're used to from Tim Southee. But it's going to the keeper, Tom Blundell, no run. Anis on Dan De Castro on YouTube says he's from Toronto, his hometown. Anis Mohammed says he'll bring the unicorn. Got to pick an appropriate one. Carla Simon says, always awesome when Mpo's on air. Enjoy, guys. Thank you very much, Carla. And send regards to your husband there. He's probably going to be sleeping right now, hoping to come on later on in the morning. Southee into Temba on that full-on off-stump, defends it out to Carl Jamieson at extra cover for no run. And then, Dan De Castro says almost out, but I like the aggressive intent, and I'm sure he's talking about Rassie. And then he says, if you bowl as well as you are capable of, showed us how versus India, SA building a winning position here. Yes, there are. It's just the way these pitches work in Pendulo. They get better for batting as the days go by because they leave so much grass on at the start of the game. Southee into Temba, short and pulled past the square leg. They're 2 fielders on the leg side. He's dissected them both like a surgeon cutting through a patient on the table. There was a fielder shortish at square leg. There was a fielder at fine leg, and Temba with the precision that we know he can bring, pull shot through to the boundary for 4.
Superb batting from Temba Bavuma, continuously showing his great intent to score when the chance presents itself. Fantastic and classy cricket from the short
Bati Umalume taking South Africa home as Southee into Umalume himself, a little bit closer on that off stump. Temba letting that go through by shouldering arms. End of the 95th over, 256 for 3. To all the people who are listening, maybe you guys are stats gurus, please do help us out here, bring in some of those stats. I have a question. When was the last time South Africa made a team bowl over 100 overs. When was the last time in a South African cricket match that the opposition bowled to South Africa for over 100 overs? So if you do know the answer to that, or if you can help us out, please do bring it through. I'll try to find it as Matt Henry comes in. 3 overs, 3 slips actually, not 3 overs, 3 slips and a gully to Rassie. He's tight on that 5th stump for Rassie, and Rassie feels like he needs to play outside. I think Rassie's guard is on. He starts on middle. He moves on to off, right? And so you feel as though that ball that's in that 5th, 6th stump channel, he needs to play at that. And so I don't know. I'm just getting some vibes.
For some reason,
and he gets a Jaffa outside the off stump. He felt like he had to play it that one same way on that 6th stump line. It's ball's not deviating at all off the seam. But luckily for Rassie, it hasn't gotten an edge and gone through. Another play and a miss from Matt Henry against Rassie van der Dussen.
I feel like he feels a bit more tentative to defend. His defense doesn't look too convincing, as was shown there by some replays of how he was dismissed and almost dismissed in the first test. He was in a full defensive stride, but there's this small gap between bat and pad. Maybe some misalignment, which means that he can't really.
His head position is worrying me. Oh, exactly. This ball now, Matt Henry getting it to come in, and it's very dangerous. With Rassie, Matt Henry getting the ball to come in, squaring him up a little bit this time. And so you got a ball that's outside off stump holding its line. Now Matt Henry coming inside, trying to test that to see if Rassie doesn't have a gap between bad and bad. This time he doesn't. But this summer we've seen Rassie with that gap and getting his off stump taken off. Henry into Rassie, this one swinging way in. And it was easy for Rassie to play that off his pads. It was on that leg stump line out to square leg for a run. Coach Dave says the last time was Sri Lanka, where South Africa batted for over 100 overs.
Finally, we have a trivia winner.
It's not a winner yet, but let's have to check this. Next ball in the back of a length outside the off stump. Rassie playing at that one. I still think he couldn't leave those ones. But his headline, it feels like his head's outside the line is way outside the line of his body. So you kind of want him to stand back. Do you get what I'm saying? To kind of like
not having a fun time against Henry here.
It's like his stance is he's like he's standing on his toes rather than necessarily transferring the weight through the body as well. Okay, that's much better as this ball swings into Rassie van der Dussen. He plays it off his hips down to fine leg for a single. End of that over, 96 without loss. Pendulo, can you see the YouTube comments coming in? Have at it, my man.
Not yet. I'm actually following us here on StreamYard. So yes. I'm so focused on what's going on in this game.
Okay, cool. No problem. Andy Mike says, hello everyone. I'm coming in to watch. Thank you, Andy. Thank you for coming through. Dan DeCrusher says, it's been a long time since I recall you scored 300 plus. Yes, I think it was that Sri Lanka series early 2021 where Faf scored 100, Timber walked on like 70, and it was a good time. It was a good day around. But in the India series, the chases, the 4th innings chases South Africa were like 250 for 3, both at the Wanderers and Newlands. As the first ball from Tim Southee to Rassie van der Dussen, a little bit of a back of a length, Rassie letting that go through on length to Blundell for no run. Because like if South Africa effectively thought those second innings were like first innings, South Africa would have scored over 300. Well, we don't know if they would have collapsed for like 7 for 20. But it looked like they were en route. It was a similar position to this in the 4th innings of both matches at Cape Town and at the Wanderers. Southee into Rassie van der Dussen. He comes way outside the off stump this time. Ball seaming in. There's a bit of an appeal, I think, just to clear their throats. And it goes through. Don't get why they were appealing, but anyway, it's like a choir. That's how I see it in Pendulo. You need to somehow clear your throat with something, and so that was the one as the Rassie was hit on his pads on the 7th stump.
Van der Dusen feels forced to do something different because he's really uncomfortable in reading the lens and also
Mm,
reading the lines. So maybe he just needs to calm down a little bit and get
yes.
himself into the game properly, see how that will turn out.
So New Zealand have done something very interesting. Third slip is out. They've put him in at catching extra cover, actually shortish extra cover. And so essentially what they're trying to tell our friend Tim Southey is keep it on that fifth stump line. Don't
Mm,
worry about getting edges to third slip. We've got Gully. We've also got backward point. We want him coming forward because he can play it on the up. He's played it on the up. So really interesting to see how Tim Southey, who can swing it both ways, is going to bowl to Rassie. Next ball in is on that fifth stump line. Rassie just defending that coming forward. This time, firm front foot coming forward, defending the ball out into the crease and back to the fielder at mid-off for no run. So you can see that now he's starting to be a little bit more comfortable after those 2 overs in Pendula where it was,
mm.
it was critical, but it was
It,
stable.
it's always about surviving those first 10 or 15 balls, making sure that you can get your eye in, get your body warm and get it to
Oh,
move.
Tim Southey, come on. Next ball, just an in swinger on that off stump. And great defense from Rassie van der Dussen, but you can see the plan from New Zealand with these 2 slips. Bowl as tight on that off stump as possible. Get one to swing away, get one to swing in. Let's see what Rassie can do. This time, Rassie was on the mark. It was a little bit too straight, hitting on that middle stump then, Pendulo.
Question is, where is Rassie van der Dussen going to get those runs? They're not coming in when the ball is wide. They're not coming in when the ball is straight. So where is he going to get the ball ticking?
Saudi floats it full outside the off stump. He gets Rassie to come forward and drive. He plays that a little bit on the up. Colin de Grandhomme, the fielder there, who defends that out at extra cover. Had he hit that with harder hands, Colin CDG, as many people call him, would have gotten that catch. CDG, a Harare boy, Zimbabwe boy. Actually, one of my former work colleagues actually went to school with Colin. So it was it's really awesome to know that got some Southern Africans here doing their things in New Zealand.
African produce. We see it happening day in and day out, but now can the African produce that represents South Africa here bring us those expected results as they've started off so well? And
Yes.
it was very awesome when you picked up that plan because it's clearly working against the South Africans there.
So Matt Henry into Temba Bavuma, that's full, and a gun underneath the bat, just trying to see what it's hit, and it's bowled him, hitting the top of the middle of off stump, the base of off stump. It was a slower ball from Matt Henry. Temba coming through it and missing that ball, sneaking underneath that bat, and New Zealand have their first breakthrough. South Africa 257 for 4. Utemba, Umalume, Bavuma having to go back to the hut. What an incredible ball from Matt Henry.
Definitely not what the South African wanted, but what Henry has been looking for, and as it creeps under the pads and clipping that off stump. Bavuma didn't know what hit him. It's not a
That's a good ball.
conventional test delivery, but fantastic bowling from the black cap quick man.
Yes, incredible bowling from Matt Henry, and it was look, he's been on the money on that off stump line, very much on the money on that off stump line. He did a bit of a change up, and that change up was the one that got South Africa got Temba Bavuma in the end. Slower ball, a little bit loopy, and managing to sneak underneath. Temba thought it was coming a lot quicker, but it did not. And so 257 for 4. This one. So I've got the stats for our trivia question. So I'm going to be reading it out while Verreynne walks to the crease. He's also one who's trying to establish himself in international cricket. So South Africa have in 33 innings, and this is the 33rd innings, since 25 February 2019. South Africa have forced teams to bowl at them over 100 overs in 6 times out of 33. So that's a big problem. The last time that has happened was 18 June 2021 in the West Indies, Gross Illay, in Antigua, South Africa, scoring 298 runs for 112 overs. They did win that match. So that was also something that, yeah. So it's not Sri Lanka, Dave, against Sri Lanka, by the way, for those who are wanting to know. 75 overs, South Africa scored 302 runs. And that was in Johannesburg. That says quite a lot about how we were dominating Sri Lanka. Matt Henry into Carl Verreynne. Carl just playing that off his hips. His bat face is already facing down the leg side. So he's not giving you a straight bat, playing it down the leg side and down to the field at square leg for no run. Bendulo, that ball from Bavuma is even better every time I see it. And it's literally just shaded that off stump, and the one bail coming off there as Matt Henry comes into. Oh, what a peach of a ball to Carl Verreynne, squaring him up. Carl coming through his stance onto off stump, and then he gets squared up. And it just went through him. I think it caught, something, probably a thigh pad as it went through. But it was a peach of a ball there, top of off stump, and Carl did not know anything about that.
Carl Verreynne, another one who just needs to find his feet in this series, having a very difficult time in the first test. Let's see what happens now.
Mm-hmm. Matt Henry, this one down the leg side, Carl Verreynne. He's got a catcher there in mid-wicket for Carl Verreynne because his bat face is down the leg side, and he's played that really with some soft hands. Bouncing in the air a little bit as it got to that field, that catching mid-wicket for no run.
Something to be very wary of. We saw it almost work against Rassie van der Dussen yesterday when he got dropped. So Matt Henry really executing his plans perfectly, and he has gotten rewards so far today.
Matt Henry into Carl Verreynne. This one's down the leg side. Great fielding from Will Young. They took a quick single, did the South Africans, and Carl Verreynne had to stretch to get home at the non-striker's end. And I think he may have injured himself in the process. As we look at that, as he dived, Mbendulo, he hit his head against the ground. And so, yeah, obviously you can get concussion substitutes, so we're going to have to try to figure out if that's the case. So the physio is now out. And
that's what scoreboard pressure does. You under pressure for 3 balls, not being able to score, and they closing down all your scoring options because there was not a single there. Maybe they was if you didn't hesitate, but still very risky single. So commends and very high regard there to the New Zealand bowlers and their clear plans, and Tom Latham executing them well.
So, but here's the thing in Bendula, right? New Zealand didn't throw their toys out the cart. They've been very economical throughout the entire innings. You know, as I spoke to you the last time South Africa played Sri Lanka, as Dave thought that was the 100 over or the game with 100 overs. South Africa scored 375 overs. Yeah, it's 250 going to 100 overs, a 2.6 run rate. That is something that if I was a New Zealand coach, I'd be like, guys, yeah, we didn't have a bad day. We didn't take wickets, but the game hasn't run away from us. You know, they can still make a play with the batters in days 2 or 3, and then you can try and cut through. Devesh Rai so right now, Carl Verreynne is getting some treatment. Devesh Rai on Andy Mike says New Zealand will beat South Africa definitely. We're probably going to disagree with that one, but that's fine. Devesh Rai says your commentary is really awesome. Thank you very much, Devesh. Andy Mike says New Zealand is weak against spin, not against pace. They got all out in 58 in Mumbai against India. Yeah, but this track is very green though, Andy. It's very, very green. That's the only thing I don't like about our selection is what's the purpose of Aiden of Keshav Maharaj? Because for South Africa to win this game, they're going to probably have to have 4 of their seamers take all their wickets. I think if Keshav starts bowling in the first innings, you effectively know that this game might end up in a draw. And even on day 5, the pitches don't deteriorate much here. So,
but let's throw something into the spanner here, Paul. If you look at the New Zealand's most effective batters, you'll find Tom Latham, who can score you a big hundred at any
Mm.
time. You have Devon Conway, who's been a blast for New Zealand ever since he come in, and Henry
Yes.
Nicholls, who is the Centurion from the previous match.
Mm.
All of those three batsmen, they are left-handed batters. And if you see the footmarks that are being created by the fast bowlers, which New Zealand only have, they are keeping on scuffing that side where the ball can turn into the left-hander. So Keshav Maharaj might be an actual awesome weapon to exploit those footmarks and maybe get one to turn in between the pad and the thigh, get them playing at the wrong one, get them playing at the one that doesn't turn, using his IQ there. So maybe he might be a trump card to stop
Mm.
the run getters for New Zealand. So we can't write them off, just like we can't write off the toss that Dean Alga won and chose to
All I
bat in.
can say in Pendula, I spent the entire summer with India while listening to
Hmm.
Dean Algott defend his decision on playing Keshav Maharaj, and Keshav only bowled like 6 overs in those 3 tests. So it's something that really did bother me a lot about that. Henry into Rassi van der Dissen were back again, 3 slips this time. And the final ball of that over, Rassi defends that way outside the off stump, actually, back into the offside for no run. No end of that over, 258 for 3. We've scored 20 runs for the loss of 1 wicket has South Africa. They started on 238 for 3, and the wicket to fall was Timber Bavuma on 29. He got bowled by Matt Henry, ball sneaking in underneath him. If you're just joining us, South Africa won the toss yesterday, chose to bat. They scored 238 in the first day. Sadal Avia scoring 118, Alga 41. Aiden Markham looked good for his 42. Then he decided to drive at a ball that he shouldn't be driving at, which is the case for our for South Africa's chosen child. And yeah, South Africa right now 258 for 4. Send through your comments on YouTube. We'll be carrying you throughout the evening. We've got 4 more minutes in Pendula. Time has flown in our stint. Dave is sitting at the backstage. He'll be joined as well. I don't know who he's joined by, but I think it might be Anissa O'Connor. This next ball just swinging outside the off stump of Kyle Verreynne. Tim Southey is the bowler. No run, way wide. And if you're New Zealand right now in Pendula, the one thing you could say is for Kyle Verreynne is to bowl as straight as possible. Don't give him width. Try and test that or his defenses, similar to what India did throughout the summer. Kyle Verreynne really did struggle against India, and even in the first test, the way he went out, you got a sense that Kyle is going to have to work on his technique a little bit more. As there's a lovely ball just outside that off stump that Kyle Verreynne plays through across the line down to mid wicket. Outfield slightly slower, but the 4th set of 3 runs for the day has occurred as the South Africans run through for 3. Score goes up to 261 for 4.
That was an excellent shot there from Kai Verreynne, waiting for the one that will just drift to his legs and then clipping it away for those 2 runs. So, and with players who are struggling with form, the best thing that you can make them do is play. Make them play
Yes.
outside of that off-stump channel and see what you can get out of it. That's what New Zealand should be looking to do as well.
But they've done that really well. They bowled like 34 maidens yesterday in those 90 overs. It wasn't a bad bowling performance. As the next ball is slightly wide outside the off stump, 6-stump line. Rassi just goes back on his back foot, letting that go through, shouldering arms to that lost ball.
Very smart cricket, knowing exactly which one to pick, which one to score out of. That's what you'd expect from a man who's been out there for that long.
25 of 83 will have Rassi's critics jumping down his throat as this next one comes in from Tim Southey. This one shaping back a touch into the right-hander. Now Rassi's leaving that on length. It did jag back in, but not as much as you would have as Bumrah in the summer. So Rassi trusting that line to go through to Blundell for no run.
So what does Tim Southey do now? Does he come in closer? Does he keep it there?
Yeah.
Does he go wider? This is the game of cat and mouse that we're watching.
And the great thing about Tim Thousie, he uses the crease, so he might just like come a little bit tighter on that umpire. A lot fuller. It's missed. It says actually on the leg. There is an LBW appeal. Umpire says not out. I also think the New Zealanders will not choose to review because that one was going down leg. But the first sign of Rassie missing the ball coming in, you can see he's prepared for the ball outside the off stump, but the one swinging in is going to become a bit of an issue. Pitched on middle, hit him on leg, would be going down the leg side.
Nothing to worry about there for Rassie van der Dussen. Ball clearly missing those stumps, and as we said, Tim Southey getting a little bit more greedy and going for those stumps to see how they can cover.
Remember, Dale Steyn used to do that. Oh, Dale would look for the hooping ball. Next ball is a lot fuller, getting that inside half of Rassie's bat out to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. That brings us to the end of the over. 99 overs gone. I'm going to add Dave in so he can do ball by ball while we wait for Chris. Bendulo, you're more than welcome to hang around. If not, if you think you might need some sleep, by all means, my man, you can take a break.
I'm enjoying this bowling performance by Tim Southey, by all the New Zealand bowlers. Why would I want to go to sleep? It's fantastic.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll leave you with Dave until Chris comes back.
Fantastic stuff.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Good morning to Mpendulu and good morning to all of our wonderful listeners. 99 overs, bowled 261 for 4. I'm a little bit more aligned to Mpendulu and his timeline, so we'll be a little bit more synchronized. Matt Henry, to begin his 27th, he's got 2 for 76. He goes to cover it. Right arm over the wicket, and it's a flash outside that off stump through to Blundell. Early concern for South Africa, do you think, Mpendulu? Do you think it's one in which they will be cautiously concerned about?
I don't believe so, Dave. It has been a very cautious start from the South Africans, continuing from where they left off yesterday. And the thing is, the test match is a marathon as we see Matt Henry prepare for the second ball, the 27th.
3 slips in place and just defended off the back foot from Verreynne.
But then to continue to that point, as they get another dot ball, it shouldn't be something to worry about, especially given that it's the first session of the day. You just want to get your rhythm in, tire the ball out because it's still relatively new and make the most out of that old ball and tired legs. So maybe the second session of the day, that's when they'll be looking to kick up a gas.
Absolutely. Verreynne, again, this one's a little bit high, hitting him on the thigh pad. There's a bit of a stifled appeal from the New Zealanders. It was a ball that came back into the right-handed South African wicketkeeper. And he, like you said, when he walked to the wicket, he's somebody who's... I don't know if under pressure is the right word, but certainly under a magnifying glass, he needs to perform, particularly for somebody who's averaging 50 in first-class cricket. This one is taken the edge, and there's gone.
And it's gone.
Just edged it to Tom Latham. We've spoken about him. He needed to perform. He didn't. He's gone for 4. New Zealand have their 5th, and South Africa 261 for 5 in the 100th over.
Now it's time. Really. Now it might be time for us to get a little bit more concerned because that was clearly a nothing shot from Kyle Verreynne. The ball was wide and he just felt like he had to defend for that. And it was neither coming in nor away. And Kyle Verreynne just gifted his wicket by hanging his bat in no man's land and cost South Africa their 5th wicket.
Like you said, it was a nothing shot and it deserved... nothing really. He just had to leave that one outside the off stump. But 5 down now for South Africa after an incredible platform set by the openers, 100 opening stand, and it's just a cause for concern for the South Africans. Verreynne Mulder, another man who's under pressure in terms of the bat, not really all that much with the ball, but. Again, we've said this quite a lot in the last 2 to 3 years. Is the name X, whoever it may be, walks to the wicket with an opportunity to change his fortunes with the bat. But these 2 Lions men batting together, and so they really, I think Verreynne Mulder would want to put in a performance that he'll be proud of. there's certainly an opportunity for him to do so. He's averaging 14 at the moment after just 8 games, but with a best of 36, you think it's below his potential.
It must be the way he was hyped up and built up as a teenager, talked about being the man with the X factor, being compared to the likes of Jack Callis, even to be the all amazing replacement. Now, as cliched as it may be, as you have said, Dave, it's important that he gets himself in, doesn't Aiden Markram look ugly, take on those balls and just try and get those runs going for himself.
First ball defended on the front foot confidently. Matt Henry's got 3 now to go with 9 in the first test. So he's, really enjoying this test series. Only 2 matches, and both of them at Hagley Oval in Christchurch in Canterbury. So he's got 12. Well, he had 9 in the first game. He's got 3 here, 12 for the series. Really not struggling at all in terms of finding wickets. This one beats the bat on the outside edge.
Superb delivery.
100 up, 261 for 5.
You're definitely not lying when you said that he's enjoying his time at the Hagley Oval against the South Africans here, Dave. You're seeing that he's bowling and he's getting those lines going, he's getting those lengths and questioning the batters on what they have to do. And now his statistics and that 3 for 76 is starting to show all of the hard work that he put in yesterday and the continuation of that hard work today as well. So the South African batsmen still need to be on their watch as they were in the first match because clearly his danger is still not gone. It's still there. So will South Africa be able to hold on from the collapse?
21 degrees Celsius in Christchurch today. So humidity is 61%. So there's certainly an opportunity for some swing on offer here for both of these two squads. Change of bowling now. Kyle Jamieson. He's bowled 20 overs, 7 maidens, and wicketless for 59. He'll be in search of that first one. He goes now to Rassie van der Dussen, right over the wicket, and van der Dussen defends that on a length in the line of the stumps.
Nice and clean start there from Kyle Jamieson, making sure that he is attacking those stumps and forcing the batsman into the shot. And South Africa able to withstand that first delivery. So now it's about to see how the rest of the over will play out as Kyle Jamieson, with that tall, lanky figure, looks to extract extra bounce and give problems to the batsman.
Van der Dussen again defending almost on the back foot, but far lower than I think he maybe would have predicted, particularly like you said with the length of Kyle Jamieson. He traditionally bowls quite a shorter length, and I think Rassie van der Dussen almost expecting a slightly shorter delivery, but it's not quite climbing as you would traditionally predict.
The biggest worry there is what Mpho was talking about as well, Dave, that when he goes on for that defensive shot, his head is not over the ball, he's not over the bat as he goes to defend on that
beaten again.
Stump.
Beaten again. Look at the proximity of bat to pad. He's far out in front of himself, and I often find that when players are reaching for a delivery, they've not read the pace of the wicket all that much. It is a lot quicker today. Good carry through to Blundell. But again, I find it as it's almost like you seeing a guy reaching. He's searching for where that ball is in terms of pace. Jamieson in again. He's halfway through his over and just left alone through to Blundell. No run. Something for concern for New Zealand, in my mind, is Tom Blundell. He's had a couple of fumbles behind the stumps, and when you've got a wicketkeeper like BJ Watling, who was so consistent for New Zealand behind the stumps for a number of years, when a new wicketkeeper comes in, any blemish is immediately highlighted. And I think that's where South Africa found themselves with Verreynne donning the gloves after the retirement of Quinton de Kock. This one is short and wide and deserved maybe a cut, but left alone by Van der Dussen through to the wicketkeeper. 1 ball remaining in the 101st. South Africa 261 for 5 now. Jameson 0 for 59 in his 20.5 overs.
Being a little bit more tentative, Rassie van der Dussen, looking to choose his strokes. He's been struggling with that defense, and if your defense is a bit weak, it's very hard for you to back your attacking shot as well, as we prepare for the last ball with Kyle Jameson going to Rassie van der Dussen.
And it's just left alone through to Blundell. So 101 gone, 261 for 5. Van der Dussen on 25 from 92. Mulder yet to get off the mark. He's just faced the 2 deliveries, and it is a day, you would think, Mpendulo, for South Africa to bat. But crucially, I think you alluded to it, that, post that luncheon interval, that's when South Africa might be able to shift the momentum of this game. Not quite moving day yet. Traditionally, it's day 3, although that is a bit of a golfing parlance. But, certainly the game can move. The game is permitted to move. Henry, 3 slips in a gully in place. First ball of the next over, and Van der Dussen, it's rather Verreynne Mulder just tucks his bat inside the line of that one.
That was a good start again there from Matt Henry. He's not letting these South Africans free themselves. He's really clutching them and locking them into a chamber of no runs scored, as we keep on getting that replay of Kyle Verreynne's wicket. Just rubbing the salts there. And back to the Verreynne situation as Matt Henry goes here.
Oh, that's left alone outside the off stump by Mulder. A good leave, he'll say, but maybe had a little bit of concern for South African fans as they watched that one. It was a delivery to Kyle Verreynne that did it really deserve a shot, or was he being cautious?
It's the thing that you saw with Dean Alga and Cyril Ervia, as I'll tell you after this ball from Matt Henry.
Henry, and again, and just defended on the back foot from Mulder, yet to get off the mark.
Bashing that bat and that pitch. Henry's really starting to catch steam here. But what we saw from the South African openers was them able to leave appropriately. They left very smartly and not forcing themselves to play strokes where they shouldn't. Kyle Verreynne just missing that ability to read and leave the ball, costing him his wicket.
Henry to Mulder. Why do I keep saying Van der Dussen? Defended on the front foot. No run yet. Like you said, Matt Henry, like a boa constrictor, slowly tightening in on these 2. Van der Dussen less than 30 on the board, and Mulder yet to get off the mark. And I think he's just cognizant of that and squeezing these 2 batters. But there's just a bit of concern for me. We just see Matt Henry again into Verreynne Mulder, who defends that on the front foot and declines a run from his partner. You just see how he commits that front foot across. I'm concerned if Matt Henry gets one to jag back here, I think Van der Dussen is going to have to say to his partner Mulder, listen, don't even review it. You're stone dead, mate, here. Because just the angle of that front foot coming across, it's a concern for me. Mulder facing up now, just defends us off the back foot. Didn't look all that confident with that one. 102 gone, it's a maiden, 261 for 5.
You raise a very solid point there, Dave, talking about and questioning Verreynne Mulder's technique and his defense. And it's very risky when you have a bowler like Matt Henry who's constantly trying to attack those stumps. You feel like one of them might miss the bat and strike that pad, and it'll be a very tough one for Mulder to come back from. So it's a hard thing to change mid-game, but is it something that his bat speed and bat-eye coordination can actually counter so that he can be able to get that ball before it misses that bat and finds himself leg before? He's faced 8 balls so far, hasn't been able to score as Kyle Jameson starts the 103rd.
Yeah, that one's just left alone outside the off stump, about a 6-7 stump line. I wonder if it's something that he's tried to shift, tried to change. He's been struggling with the bat, and maybe he's gone back to his batting coach and said, what is it that I need to do to maybe fix some things?
Perhaps maybe
he's working on?
Maybe we can judge him if he loses his wicket because of that, or if he continues not being able to score. It's okay for them to start slower as the second ball arrives from Jameson.
Yeah, it's just left alone through to Blundell. Good bit of pace and bounce there through to Blundell, taking it above shoulder height, but no real demons there for Van der Dussen to be concerned about.
You can see that height. It will eventually become a problem because that ball was slightly back of a length, and for it to pick up that much shows the dangers that could lie if Jameson decides to bend his back and give that shoulder off the bat a little hello and greeting. Big man is quite dangerous, and I'm frightened of him here a little bit, Dave.
Absolutely, some concern if you're not a fan of the big man steaming in. This another one is just left alone, no real fuss. But just to remind South African fans and New Zealand fans as well that this this ball's still fresh. There's still gold paint on it on either side. 102.3 overs gone, and so you will just to remember that the final 10 overs of the day yesterday is when South Africa were really under pressure. There was 2 drop catches in the later stages of this first test or second test, the first day of the second test. There's another one left alone outside the off stump. South Africa patient, comfortable with leaving alone outside the off stump.
And Jameson very persistent with that line as well. So definitely it's a marathon that we're watching here, Dave. Will Van der Dussen just feel like the pressure's coming to him and wants to nibble at one? Will Kyle Jameson become greedy, as I said, like Tim Southee was, and attack those stumps and give a scoring option to Van der Dussen? So far, so good from both players. Let's see what Kyle Jameson does for the 5th ball.
Good test cricket as this again is just left outside that off stump. Van der Dussen just shoulders arms through to Blundell. It's not like he's really bowling express here, is Carl Jameson. 132. You mentioned him bending his back. I would love to see a little bit of a quicker one, maybe a little bit of an effort ball, maybe even in a bouncer. Is it something that he's merited? Do you think he's done the hard work in order to warrant the variety delivery, or horses for courses?
I was reading an article as he bowled last ball.
That one's into the body of Van der Dussen, and he just tucks this away fine down the onside. And Van der Dussen really turned and was on his skates immediately. And Verreynne Mulder, guilty of ball watching, thankfully home safe in the end. Bit of a drift there from Verreynne Mulder. 103 gone. Finally, some runs on the board. Just 2 of them. 263 for 5.
Very good running there from the South Africans. And to talk about the Kyle Jameson option, I was reading an article and he was about an interview that he had, and he was talking about how he's a big man and he wants to use the most of that height. And he was talking about how he wants to work hard and move from a bowler who bowls your 130s and be the guy who bowls your 140 like pace. So if the mindset is there and if he wants to get there, he definitely has the potential. He's made of the right stuff as Kyle Jameson. But you risk the speed and losing the accuracy. That is the give and go as beautiful ball to start there.
Yeah, it's a little
from
bit
Henry.
A little bit fuller. I think a set batsman might certainly consider pushing hard at that one for a drive. But in the case of that delivery, it's just defended by Verreynne Mulder, who's still on a goose egg. 9 deliveries in. Matt Henry again, and this is into the pads and whipped away square of the wicket. The lovely shot, though, from Verreynne Mulder. And they'll probably collect 3 to get Mulder off the mark. Bit of work there for Jameson to collect, and they do get the 3. Couple of comments now on our platforms, our various platforms. If you're on YouTube, like this video, subscribe, ring the bell, because then you'll know exactly when we're going live. We've got the ICC Women's World Cup in New Zealand as well that we'll be bringing you live. Andy Mike said, brother, what's your opinion on the Test Championship and its format? I'll give that to Mpendulo rather, after this delivery from Matt Henry. He's going now to Van der Dussen, who's on 27. That one just made Van der Dussen look uncomfortable, just catching the outside half of the bat, but falling safely square of the wicket on the offside.
I'm still very uncomfortable with Van der Dussen's defense. You always get to see a fraction of the stumps between the bat and pad. It always leaves me a little bit uncomfortable. But to answer your question about the World Test Championship, I'm a huge fan of Test cricket, and it's very lovely that there's relevance into it now as Matt Henry goes forward for
Henry
all.
again into Van der Dussen. He's just defended that one, so Van der Dussen not really all looking that confident. 266 for 5.
And you can tell the best thing that you can do in situations like these, Davis, is try to find that gap and pocket yourself and get the score ticking, get those ones, get those singles. Make sure that you are constantly trying to score.
3 slips, crouching down. Van der Dussen pushes at this one, trying to maybe force the issue. 1 ball remaining in the 104th. So you're a fan of the Test Championship?
I absolutely adore the idea. Yes, it has some flaws. There's something that you can iron out in terms of the points or in terms of the match construction. But in terms of putting relevance, the teams here between South Africa and New Zealand, you can put context into the game now.
And this one is just defended off the back foot from Van der Dussen and immediately sets off for a single. So looking to shift things on. He's going to retain the strike. 104 gone. 267 for 5. Van der Dussen on 28. Mulder's on 3. And looks like there's time for a drinks break. Perfect opportunity to have a look at our comments. Jagannath Adishesha asking, don't see what the fuss is about Verreynne. All the fuss is about Verreynne. He doesn't have any confidence and simply looks like a domestic bully to me.
Harsh words, harsh words. But what has he done to actually justify the fact that I belong in the squad? Because the one thing we must also remember is that Ryan Rickleton, the most talked about player currently, is also a wicket keeper. He can also come through and take charge of those gloves. I definitely might be on the side of the commenter here in asking, man, what is this guy really bringing to the table as far as with what we've seen?
I think that's the challenge is when a guy averages, 50 in domestic cricket, I just want him to come in and do better than he already has in terms of, his test career, but it's still a burgeoning test career. Having a look at some of the other comments, Anis Mohammed is saying that the collapse is on, and Samkelo Mkhize is saying hopefully we get 350, probably referring to the South African innings. 267 for 5 after 104. 350 is certainly on, but there needs to be a solid performance here. And you would imagine, Mpendulo, that the person to do it is going to have to be Butma 1000 or Rassie van der Dussen.
It definitely needs to be one of these. And but the way Rassie van der Dussen is trying to get himself into the game, you would be hoping that he'll be able to catch a spark and be able to start scoring those runs, having been scoring at under 20 and even under 30 runs per 100 balls. So you'd want him to just up that strike rate, be able to play with a bit more freedom, not be afraid of losing his wickets because South Africa do have a good foundation. So South Africa and Rassie van der Dussen might be looking at keeping himself there, be able to attack a bit later on. As I now let you guys go. Thank you so much for the first stint. Catch you guys later.
Thank you, Mpendula, for your assistance. We brought the Unicorn Master and
I
the
was
legend
told.
himself.
I was asked to bring the biggest unicorn I have. So this was bigger than my dogs. So hopefully, she can bring us some luck and get us to get the Proteas through to 350. As soon as I saw the first 2 wickets go down, I started having flashbacks of 2004 of the Proteas losing like 7 wickets for not much in against New Zealand in Wellington.
It's PTSD. It's
Yeah.
PTSD. I think. I think when you see wickets collapsing, but it's been a trend of South African cricket of late. Just having a look at Neil Wagner there, just making sure that he's warming up. Maybe we'll see a bit of a bowling change. 267 for 5, 104 gone. Anis, What have you made of the South African batting performance today? Temba Bavuma getting out to delivery, going underneath his bat. Now, for the shortest man in the South African squad, it almost seems like a Cardinal sin.
Look, I think he was surprised. I think he was beaten in by the lack of pace. I think that Matt Henry was just as surprised about that one as well.
Jameson into Van der Dussen. First ball after drinks, and he just defends that off the back foot. No run there.
Yeah, and Verreynne didn't look comfortable at all. I thought that he might go off with a HIA test. But if that had to be an injury, that would have meant that Ryan Rickleton would have made his debut.
No. I have some suspicions that they would have said, no, let Glenton Steerman come in and bat. This one is into the pads of Van der Dussen. He just pushes this to the onside. No run. I have a feeling that no matter what happens, Ryan Rickleton is not going to get a chance in the near future.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's he doesn't play the game of Mark Boucher's ego. I don't know. Maybe I'm just salty.
Look, it's interesting because Cyril Ewe said that he spent a year in the setup, and that year within the setup prepared him for every
full
what
and
he had to
pushed
expect.
onto the onside. It's a late glance from Van der Dussen.
Good
That's going to run
shot.
away square of the wicket, and it's going to be 4. Not a bad shot at all, like you said. A lovely shot
Good
from Van der
shot.
Dussen. Good weight transferred there from him.
Yeah, Jamison just straying a bit too straight, and then Rassie just working him off his legs. I think for Rassie, he seems to be very uncomfortable on that fourth and just on off stump line, coming back into him. But anything too straight, he's willing to just whip you away.
I'll respond to your
I,
point about Cyril Ewe after this delivery, as Van der Dussen is presented an almost similar type delivery, but slightly wider on off stump, and so Van der Dussen can only push at it. No run there. So is that could you compare the two though? Because Ewe was going for an opening position, and South Africa's opening pair has been a set opening pair for a while, whereas Ryan Rickleton, I mean, there's certainly gaps in the South African, top to middle order, as Jameson into Van der Dussen, a better length this time, and he just defends off the back foot without a run.
But yeah, I think with Rickleton being as young as he is, him spending time in the setup, as Mpo said yesterday, his reward was being selected and being part of the setup.
Sure.
I don't think that, because our selectors tend to be very conservative, so we're not just going to thrust someone into a youngster into the spotlight and let them drown in the deep end. So even like Temba Bavuma
to wrap up that, just to wrap up the 105th, let that go through to the wicketkeeper, that's Van der Dussen. Not much fuss in that one. 271 for 5.
Even if you look at guys like Temba Bavuma, you look at Verreynne Mulder, you look at Steyn van Zyl when he started. Temba Bavuma, I think, and Steyn van Zyl debuted in the same test or very close to each other. They were part of the setup for a while. So I think that even if they are older than the incumbents, the incumbents usually take them under their wing, and then like Ewe said, that Dean Elgar and Markram took him under their wing and explained and showed him how things would work, so that he's not totally at sea when he finally does get his chance, if it comes.
Change of bowling, Tim Southey to replace Matt Henry. He goes right arm over the wicket with Verreynne Mulder walking well across his stumps, and Southey was aware of it and just tried to chase him down the leg side there. But
nearly clipped leg stump. Hold him around his legs. That would have been awful. Let's watch and see whether Mulder does his trigger movement, because I remember I wanted to have this chat with you during the West Indies when they were playing in the West Indies.
Next one left alone outside the off stump.
Yep.
Yeah, you were saying?
I wanted to have a chat with you about his trigger movement, which seemed to be new when he was playing in the West Indies. And then I think I tweeted you guys on commentary, and I said, just watch his trigger movement. It's something new that I've just noticed that he's doing, and he seems to be like really focused on doing it. And then the ball he didn't do it, he went out, which was the moment like after you read the message. So I just want to see if you're still making that conscious effort to have that little trigger movement.
Full and just driven out to Wagner or whatever you want to call him at mid-on. No run there. So I think we did speak about that, and it's a thing that I, as a traditionalist, am not a fan of. I think all too often cricketers try push that trigger movement to get their feet moving, as Southie's in again, and Mulder just leaves this one through to Blundell. It's one that I just felt like was unnecessary. I understand that guys are trying to get their feet moving, but I just don't think it's the way to go about it. I think you'll see that more often than not, it gets guys out. I think particularly early in the innings, it's something you got to get right consistently 150 times out of 150 times, or even 200 times out of 150 times, because the moment you're misstepping, this is a wide of the crease from Southie, just left alone by Mulder. The moment you're off by a millimeter, it means you're catching the outside edge, or you overdo it and the ball jags back, and then suddenly you're trapped to LBW. Or if we look at the case of Marnus Labuschagne, there was a particular dismissal during the Ashes series where the ball swung back in. He overcommitted with that front foot and was bowled around his legs by Stuart Broad. And that's, for me, a highlight to say the best guys in the world. I'll just give it to you after this final one from Southie. Just defended on the front foot. No run. 271 for 5 after 106. So it's one of those where the guys who have trigger movements and are good at it, and then it's one of those where you say, okay, cool, why don't more people have it? And my response is, well, it's the ability to consistently do it. That's all it simply is. And so I really find that it's itchy. It's itchy to me as a traditionalist to say, trigger movements, you've got to be able to replicate it more often than not, and more often than not, guys don't do it.
It's more of the timing of the trigger movement, because at the time of the bowler's release, you should actually be set, and your head should be still. But like you said, some guys overcommit, or it's too elaborate, so that by the time the bowler's releases, they're still on the move. So they're not stationary, they're not stable, and they overbalance, or they're not balanced at the point of contact. They on the move. And I remember the great John T. Rhodes used to have the problem where he would be walking across. So he'd play the shot on the move where his feet weren't committed.
Ball from Jameson, and there's a drop and run there from Faradis, and then South Africa nearly losing a wicket. Right. And Mulder left his glove at the non-strikers, and then there's a big smile here from Blundell. He in that over break was tying his shoelaces, and Wagner was right on top of things. Great collection, great release, and Mulder's left his glove halfway down the wicket.
Oh yeah. Mulder wasn't backing up that far. It was on his heels for
drifting.
It seemed
drifting.
For the Queens. Yeah.
Drifting, as his coaches would say. So to come back to maybe wrap up the I'll get there eventually. The trigger movement. I'll give it to you. Oh, okay. Jameson thinks about that one, but doesn't bowl it, and then eventually does get underway. He goes right on over to Mulder, and he leaves this alone outside that off stump. So to wrap up with the trigger movement, my concern is, one, guys often overdo it or
Yeah.
overcompensate early on in the innings, and then you'll see towards the latter part of their innings, more often than not, they're fatigued. The mind isn't as consistent, isn't as sharp, and so they're lackluster in how they go about it, and that's when they fall short, and that's when fatigue comes in and they underdo it in terms of their
Yeah.
trigger movement. Jameson in again to Mulder. Again, it's a little bit of a trigger movement across the stumps, and he just leaves that alone. No run. Fail Shah Gunangar is asking for the live test match, please. And we can't give it to you, my friend. We are a radio broadcasting platform, and so we only give you audio commentary. But you are certainly welcome to stick around with us. We've got plenty of thoughts on offer for you. 272 for 5. We're halfway through the 107th, and New Zealand persisting with those 3 slips. Jameson in again, defended by Mulder, no run.
Oh yeah, and also guys, don't forget to keep messaging us on Twitter. It's very lonely at 1:15 in the morning here in South Africa. We love to get hold of. We love to interact with our listeners. Yeah, I know I'm going back to it because we try to put a pin in it, but I'm not a fan of the shuffle.
This one from Jameson is well wide, and Mulder has no other option but to leave that one alone.
I'm not a fan of the shuffle. You shuffling across, so it takes a bit more time. I prefer a trigger movement if there had to be one of just committing. You just move back and across with the back foot, and then your front foot follows wherever it needs to go, either forward towards off towards leg, or you're already back. So that's my take on it. Oh,
last one just left alone through to Blundell. 107 gone, 272 for 5. You know what we do love, though, is what we do, and we want to keep doing it. So please consider supporting us on Patreon. Your contribution will help us stay on the air, get to the venues, and buy broadcast rights that help grow the game. Go to www.patreon.com/OneWorldSR. That's patreon.com/OneWorldSR. Please consider supporting us, because we are your number one radio platform in terms of cricket commentary. We bring you every single game. We're up at 1 a.m. Please consider subscribing to our Patreon.
Every little bit helps.
First ball now. There's a catching cover in place. Colin de Grandhomme under the wide brim, but that one's left alone by Van der Dussen through to Blundell. He's on 33 from 110. Mulder's on 3 from 21, and there looks to be a carrot in the stands.
I thought tomorrow was supposed to be dress up day, but yeah, I guess
sombrero as well. Well, that maybe New Zealand's always ahead in terms of time zones, so that maybe they think it's day 3 on that side.
Yeah,
so saying it's a good platform for Verreynne Mulder to show his batting ability. It seems like a cliche as Saudi overpitches this one, and Van der Dussen is able to put it away square to the wicket, but there's a man out there at deep square who does the collection work, so they just get 1 for it.
Very strong, Rassie Van der Dussen, very strong on his legs. It's a free run. Watch him fall over the next time he faces the ball.
2 for 35 from this. Yeah, 2 for 35 from this session so far. They've been going at 2 to the over, and there's about 2 minutes left in our commentary stint here. And this one from Saudi, just swinging away, left alone outside that off stump. Is it not who? I'm trying to think who is our replacements here. I have a feeling it's Mpo once again. Is it you that is going to be assisting? No, it's Akona.
Akona, yeah.
It's Akona. We've shifted it up just to confuse you. If you're traditionally used to being with myself and Akona, it's not to be, as Mpo will be joined by him. I'm sure this is a platform for Mpo to take normal wickets and many a run. This one into Mulder and just pushed away at about knee height onto the onside, but easily collected by Young there in a close-ish position on the onside. 273 for 5.
Mulder on 3 of 23 is digging in well, not looking very comfortable, but he's hanging in there. Rassie 34 of 111 should we be? I've got my foot up and.
Look, I had my feet up yesterday, and South Africa lost their first wicket at 111. So I'm not so sure about this Nelson business. This one is squeezed. He almost dropped the bat on it, did Verreynne Mulder. Squeezed between gully and third slip, and he'll get 2 for it. Just an interesting thing I saw there was the square leg umpire, almost looking like he was walking in. You know, these umpires, most of them are former players.
Yeah.
The natural inclination is to walk in, but we've not seen that at all from the square leg umpire. But
you have to fight. You have to fight. Old habits die hard.
Yeah, absolutely. So 1 ball remaining in this over, and Mulder just defends, almost squared up there. So that is the conclusion of my spell. Anis, a pleasure to be with you once again. And Paul will take us through to that lunch break. 275 for 5 after 100.
Thanks, gents. Have a good evening. It's a high 275 for 5 as I bring a corner through. Backstage is packed. Dave, you'll take yourself off. Backstage is packed. Akona, how are you going, my brother?
All good, my brother. All good. Yes. In terms of the cricket, though, South Africa have been this morning has started badly in terms of the wickets and in terms of the run rate. So far, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. Kabelo, if you'd like to come on, just let me know. Just switch on your camera and we'll put you in. Neil Wagner coming in. He's starting his spell of the day to Van der Dussen, who lets it go through to the keeper on the run. 34 of 112. Many people on Twitter are judging Rassie's strike rate. What do you make of this innings from Rassie? People are saying he's not fit for Test cricket. That's why he's batting so slowly.
It's a difficult one, Paul. It's really a difficult one because Rassie van der Dussen is trying to hold the innings now because we just lost 2 wickets in a row at the moment, so we can't really make a play. I feel we have to make a play, but we can't really be reckless.
Yes, next ball in just played out to point, no run. Let's add Kabelo in here. How are you doing, my man, Kabelo?
Very good, and you guys?
Good.
Morning.
Wagner for the third ball of the over to Rassie. This one's outside the off-stump. He defends it to point, no run. Kabelo, what have you made of the game so far? Welcome to One World Sports Radio, my man.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very happy to be here. Very excited, a little bit nervous, but good to go. Good to go.
You've got that Cares accent. It's coming through. Wagner at the top of his run-up coming through 275 for 5. To Van der Dussen, this one's way wide. Rassie lets it go through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, tell us a little bit more about yourself, Kabelo.
Yeah, what do you want to know? I'll tell you anything you want to know.
How did you get into cricket?
Well, it started grade 1. I played a bit of soccer, and I thought, soccer is not for me. Didn't enjoy it at all, so I thought cricket is the way. So I went to Baker's Mini Cricket at school in Soweto, and since then I fell in love with this game, and I did well for Gauteng, and I got a scholarship to go to Cares. And when I got there, I obviously delivered some good results, and yeah, my career's sort of kicked off in cricket and in coaching as well, and I enjoyed it.
Well, that's good. Well, welcome to our radio station. Good to have another newbie. We're just making debuts. We're like the Proteas. Debut times everywhere. From Wagner, just defended out to the leg side by Rassie, left arm over. for no run. Last ball of Wagner's over coming in to Rassie van der Dussen down that leg side. He plays that. There are catches on the leg side in the square. Square legs actually in front of square catching. And Rassie finds that fielder. Ball did go on the ground to end that over. 275 for 5. Cabello, what have you thought of the Proteas? People are calling it a fight back today in this test match so far.
No, I totally agree with them. I think it is a fight back. Looking from where they were in that first test match, I think this has been really good. They've shown. I think what was missing in that first test match was intent in their batting, and you saw how we went out. Most of the guys were caught behind, and I speak about playing in the box. When we coach kids, we speak about playing in the box, and some of those wickets were guys playing away from their body, playing outside that box, and giving the New Zealand bowlers free wickets. Whereas when you looked at the New Zealanders batting, they played within their box. If it was there for them to hit, they were positive, and they really put us on the back foot. They made sure that our bowlers got overs in their legs. And when we came into bat, their bowlers only bowled at max 20 overs. Like they didn't get a lot of overs in them. So I think this is much, much better.
Yes, so Tim Southee's first ball just went down the leg side. Verreynne Mulder letting go through. He's got 3 slips and a gully for that second ball. Short and pulled by Verreynne Mulder, but the fielder is Neil Wagner at fine leg for a single. Obviously, we're seeing Verreynne Mulder. We've seen the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning. Carl Verreynne's technique is bothering me, Akona. Really is bothering me. I don't know whether how he can be so good in a limited overs context, but in a test arena, he looks like he doesn't know how stump it. He looks tentative.
From my side, but first of all, before the next ball going now.
Yeah, Southee into Rassie just defended outside the off stump, no run.
For my side, Mpo, when you're batting, what are you defending? You're defending your stumps, isn't it? For me, he's playing 6 stumps. That shot he played, Verreynne, that shot he played was 6 stumps. It was a nothing shot. He just trod and put. What can you get from that shot? No drive, nothing. He just has a trod. For me, he's got a technicality deficiency in his technique. For me, it's not of the highest standard for Test cricket.
Tim Southee next ball in. A lot fuller on off stump, defending straight to the straight bat by Rassie van der Dussen down the ground. It's not necessarily being harsh. Obviously, we're having a discussion about technique. I've struggled with it. I really have, and I think it just opens them up. Cabello, you're a coach. I want to ask you to opine on this at the end of the over, because domestically, Carl Verreynne is so good. But if I look at the lines and lengths that they bowl domestically, they're very wide outside the off stump as Southee comes in. To Rassie, he comes across that off stump and plays it down the leg side, finds that fielder at mid-wicket catching more. Yeah, he is mid-wicket catching. In the ring, in that mid-wicket region, you've got mid-wicket and a wideish mid-on for Rassie van der Dussen. The New Zealanders are telling you directly there that he can play the ball on the up, and if he does, we've got him. And even like if you look at even on the offside, they've got a catching extra cover for the drive that Rassie likes to come a little bit too quickly through. That ends up being in the air. Tim Southee again with the ball swinging in, play down the leg side to the field at square leg for no run, or for a single. I beg your pardon. End of that over, 277 for 5. Cabello, looking at Carl, what are you seeing in Carl's game?
So, funny enough, I had the same chat with another coach the other day, and I said to him, listen, I looked at his first innings and the way he was moving at the ball at the same time the ball got to him. Literally, his front foot was on his heel when he was playing that ball right outside his box, as I said earlier on. So I think many people forget that there's a big step between domestic cricket and international cricket. Domestic in South Africa, it is much, much easier. In my view, I don't think there are a lot of bowlers who are challenging, if that makes sense. So it's easier for him to dominate those guys because he knows, okay, they're not skilled enough to move the ball.
No, I'm just saying I'm going to interrupt you there. First ball of Neil Wagner's over, goes across Rassie van der Dussen. Lets it go through for
Yes.
no run. You can continue.
Yeah, so going back, the bowlers we have here are not skilled enough to stay on one good area and challenge the off stumper at the outside edge and the inside edge for 6 balls. So when you play against guys like Tim Saudi, they'll find you out in 2 balls because they've been doing it for long periods of time. So yeah, that's my thing. Yeah, so he just needs to make sure that he understands his game first of all, and then he's comfortable with his game, because I see him betting for us in the future. But I think the coaches need to say to him, listen, this because this again, there's a big jump from white ball cricket to test cricket. White ball cricket, you want to feel bat on ball. Test cricket, maybe some balls that you play. Look how you go. Oh.
And the next ball
I just think he needs to
Rassie
work
van
on.
der Dussen plays a full one outside the off stump. He literally loops it
No,
out to
man.
second slip. Rassie van der Dussen gone with a shot that's going to make Coach Cabello cringe right now, and just disappointing from a South African perspective. This was a really
cringing.
Really, second, so there was a plan. The first ball before this one, which was an in-swinger into Rassie van der Dussen, he defended that really nicely down the leg side. And then now he got one way wide. Way wide. As Connor said, defending 6 stump, Rassie was playing that one on number 7. And he edged that one. It hit the ground and got the back of the bat. And Rassie van der Dussen was caught at second slip. He now has to go back, and South Africa 277 for 6, and that elusive 350 is looking very, very tough. As we have a look here, ultra edge. Is there something on the bat? Now, what's happening now is that he's hitting the ground, and we're trying to see if there's daylight between the bat and ball.
Hang on.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
But
No, guys, that ball deviated from.
I honestly think that's art. How can that ball get to first slip?
It's a second slip, not even first.
If it didn't touch the bat. Oh,
And he's been given out by the umpires. So all 3 of us were good. Let me just go through some. Rassie van der Dussen is out 35 for 124. Dan de Castro. Anis Mohammed. Just wait, Cabello. I've got some tweets. Anis Mohammed says, happy debut, Cabello. So he's welcoming you in. Dan de Castro says, obviously, Rassie's been good, has obviously some good restricted bowling, but well done to South Africa to prevent a collapse after 2 quick wickets and patiently hanging on. Seems evenly poised. Maybe you're South Africa slightly ahead with the runs on the board. And then Dan de Castro says, and is still threatening. He also says, oh my word, he just jinxed Rassie. Arg. Yeah, I don't know how to. I've never known how to do that one. And then Anis says, should I just leave the unicorn with you guys? I think you should, Anis. But anyway, Marco Jansen is walking in. Vian Mulder's on 6. I feel to me, Cabello, that Cabello, that this thing's changing a little bit. This game is not as evenly poised. It's falling to somebody's side.
It is, and just what we're speaking about now, just playing away from your body. I don't think that's a necessary shot. Look how far it was from him. You know, to go out like that. If you're coming out and I'm in the changing room and I'm your coach, I'm gonna give you so much stick because you can't. What shot were you playing? Were you playing a drive? Were you blocking? What were you doing? You know what I'm saying? So things like that are just very annoying, especially when you build pressure and it looks like we're building a partnership and we're getting back into a game. And this is what New Zealand does very well. You give them a gap, they'll finish you very quickly.
Hey, and they've done so far. South Africa 238 for 3 starting the day with about 30 minutes to lunch, guys. 277 for 6. We thought it'd be a nice little push again to about 350, and the breaks in this innings have been put on completely, with South Africa batting pretty slowly with a run rate of 2.51. Marco Jansen is a right-handed batter, one of the tallest men in world cricket. 3 slips, gully, facing up to Neil Wagner, left arm over. Let's have a look at what he's going to do. Neil will be hoping, he's already taking his second wicket, he'll be hoping to open up this South African batting order once more. Short ball to Marco Jansen. I love how they ball short balls to to tall men, Akona, just because you wanna test the man, see how good he does. No run there.
Definitely, mate. It's been a very disappointing morning for South Africa at the moment. The man of the dismissal, if you look at the dismissal of Temba Bavuma and you look at the dismissal of Verreynne, it's really been. New Zealand will feel like they bought those 2 wickets, and South Africa let them in.
Yes, they have a next ball from Wagner just outside that off stump, very tight, and Jansen playing inside that line of that ball, just a little bit of swing away as it went past the batter, a little bit of seam away as it went past the batter for no run. This innings is 111 overs, South Africa only 277 for 6. Let's see if this tail can wag. 3 slips, gully, backward point, and a straightish mid-off, 2 wide, and Marco Jansen letting that go through to the keeper. That was the line that got Rassie van der Dussen out. 111 overs gone, 277 for 6. Kabelo, did Rassie not create the pressure on himself to score runs because it was 34 over 118 balls? So he felt he needed to feel bat on ball, and you find yourself in situations like that because you're not rotating the strike, you're not scoring quickly enough. Could that have been the reason?
Well, maybe not, because you play in Test cricket. This is not a 50-over match. When you play in Test cricket, you're allowed to have that time to yourself where you say, cool, it might be tough now, but there will be a time where it'll be easy to score. And we've seen with the New Zealand batters, they take their time. They take their time, they bring you in. Eventually, when you're tired, they take care of you. So I think that was just a stupid shot. There's no other way to put it. Stupid shot. Play better
First
next
ball of
time.
Saudis over to Verreynne Mulder. That one was a lovely little shape into the right-hander. Held its line on off stump. Verreynne Mulder coming forward defending it. He's on.
Can I come in there after ball?
Yes. Salvi into Mulder, defended outside the off stump. A lot fuller this time. He defends it back out to point, no run. Yes.
I'll come in there and speak about last night, yesterday's Thursday. And Rassie only he was 13 of 70 balls. And you also said South Africa was on top. And you also said, can't you be taking the game forward? And then because New Zealand yesterday, they were under the pump. We put them under the pump with Sarah Evers' century. We were 200 odd. For 3.
Yeah, Salvi into Verreynne Mulder. This one down the leg side. Verreynne just shapes it across to that fielder at mid-on. No run there. I agree with you. But remember at the time, so when Rassie and Timber came in, they had just lost 2 wickets and 2 balls. So you felt as though they needed to consolidate a little bit more. But this is where my thing is. One needs to try to be a little bit more aggressive, while the other tries to back through and hold up. Yes, but obviously, as Cabello said, there's time. So I thought today would have been the day where they would have pressed on the advantage with 7 wickets in hand. Oh, beautiful drive from Verreynne Mulder over pitch by Tim Salvi, and he just leans into that straight drive. Does it meet the approval of the coach? We'll find out soon enough, but really lovely 4 runs there from Verreynne Mulder.
He's looking technically sound at the moment. He's looking like a young Temba Bavuma sound at the moment. He's playing the ball late at his body. Beautiful drive, on drive, straight down the ground, 4 runs.
Oh man, there's nothing beautiful than to watch a man bat through the V. Oh, beautiful. David Midgley sent this a couple of minutes ago. He asks, are South Africa doomed? Which is like a little joke that we have here on Guerilla Cricket SA. Whenever South Africa start a collapse, somebody will tweet into us that we are doomed. That's a beautiful ball beautiful shot from Verreynne. Next ball to close out that over. was the fifth ball of that over, I beg your pardon. Outside the off stump, Verreynne Mulder letting that go through to the keeper. Yeah, it's actually quite an interesting. Anis says, as Gabello said, these guys can't bowl forever. They will tire. Then the batters can cash in. I kind of feel like we missed out on that yesterday as a South African collective. I think at the point where they started tiring, Dean Elgar lost his wicket. And then you kind of had that whole consolidation with Sardo and Aiden Markram. And Saudi comes in for that last ball of that over, played out to the excited no run. End of that over, 281 for 6. Yeah, I kind of feel like, as Akona said, Gabello, that South Africa just failed to cash in on that period yesterday. Because I got an SMS when I woke up this morning from a friend of mine asking me what was happening this morning, why South Africa batting so slowly, and they looked at Rusty's strike rate and they cringed. But I just feel like this New Zealand outfit this bowling attack is very good. They bowled 34 maidens yesterday. It means as though they weren't getting tired or South Africa wasn't taking advantage.
No, I totally agree with you. And I've always said that even if people view you as batting slow, Test cricket is a patience game. You have to be patient. You have to take your time. And there comes a stage where you can attack as well. So I just think it is very... yes, we missed out yesterday. We did miss out.
Yes.
We were supposed to take them under the palm. When they gave us... There was a gap where they gave us time to go after them, but we didn't. But again, put it to good bowling as well. Because they kept attacking. They kept coming at us. We were supposed to give it back. But I think we also...
Neil Wagner into Marco Jansen is a little bit a fuller pitch, slightly over pitched, played out to square leg with a square drive. Well, not square leg, to point with a square drive for 2 runs. For 3 runs, actually. The South Africans running threes today. No, they're running a lot of threes today. Like, this is like
definitely
central. This outfield is very slow as Verreynne Mulder faces up to Wagner, who gets this one a little bit tighter, pretty much on that 6-stump line across the right-hander for no run. Yes, Gabello?
I just wanted to ask you this. Looking at the New Zealand bowling outfit, what have you thought about it? Who gets... If you a teacher, out of the 4 or 5 bowlers they have, how many of them get a tick, and how do you tick them, and for what as well?
Okay, I'll do it after this ball. This one down the leg side, hitting Verreynne Mulder, a little bit of a swinging into him, out to point no run. Let's see. So Tim Southee bowled really well yesterday. He gets a tick in my book. He had an economy of 1.7, even though he didn't take that many wickets. He was very economical. He was not giving South Africa anything. I found Matt Henry to be the older Matt Henry that we know, the Matt Henry that bowls himself out of the New Zealand side yesterday, as Wagner comes into Verreynne Mulder, who defends this one out to the offside line. Lovely line and shape from Wagner into the right-handed Verreynne Mulder. I like Neil Wagner for this side. I think he's their enforcer, bowls a lot of short balls. I don't think they tried that yesterday enough. And then Colin de Grandhomme is what you get. He's a batter who bowls a bit, a poor man Jacques Callis, and sometimes I think they could be better served with a spinner, but I know what New Zealand do, and New Zealand do this well. They just try to bombard teams out. And who's the last one? Oh, Kyle Jamieson. Yes, he's the X factor. He has not arrived. He is the guy who was supposed to break the game open. With the ball from his height, with the pace that he's getting. He's gotten a lot of fifers at this oval. It's just this game, it's just not working out. I feel as though everyone's like, this pitch is flat. This pitch is not flat. It might be flatter than the previous one they played on. There's something in there. I just think New Zealand weren't as accurate as they wanted to yesterday. Last ball of the over across the right-handed Marco Jansen. He doesn't play at that one. End of that, 284 for 6. So that's how I would characterize this bowling attack, Gabello. And Akona. Akona, what do you think of this bowling attack, this New Zealand bowling attack? Because South Africa decided not to go for an extra bowler. They went for an extra seamer. They went for a spinner. But New Zealand are like, no, we're going in five quicks.
To me, they've bowled okay. They've bowled safe lengths. They haven't bowled attacking length like the last test match. If you check yesterday's beehive, they've bowled a bit shorter. They didn't bowl a bit fuller. That's why Cyril Evia and Dean Elgar specifically they cashed in on yesterday's bowling. So they bowled even they left on length. They didn't even attack the stumps. For me, South Africa at the moment in the second day, they have let it slip, to be honest. We're in a strong position, they needed to cash in. And South Africa, we must understand, we're chasing the game. We're chasing the World Test Championship points to level the series.
Are you still believing that we could get to that final? As we got a bowling change, the man I called the X Factor, who I expected a lot more from yesterday. No wickets for 66 runs. 284 for 6. Carl Jamieson is coming in. He's bowled 24 overs yesterday. First spell of the day coming through. 3 slips to Marco Jansen. Tall man versus tall man. And he gets a ball on the back of a length. Slightly slower than what you expect. A bit of a loosener. But still on the money in terms of line. Length will always be a problem if he bowls it back of a length because from the height that Jamieson bowls, it always goes above the off stump.
Quickly, sorry, just to get in quickly. I think South Africa will need 350 yen. 350 yen for this wicket is not flat enough. There's something in this wicket.
Yes, Jamieson into Marco Jansen down the leg side. He shapes it quickly and he plays it with a lovely leg glance to that fine leg boundary. Ran all the way very quickly, passing Neil Wagner for 4 runs. Carl Jamieson starting with a boundary in this over. Not a good start from him. Just kind of giving you a sense that he might have, Cinderella. It's after midnight for this Cinderella who has had a great start in international cricket.
He's fallen away a bit, Kyle Jamieson, even in the Bangladesh series, he hasn't come up with the goods.
Jamieson fall outside the off stump, defended on that back foot by Marco Jansen. It's like 2 meters tall versus 2 meters tall. The battle of the 2 tall men. And so far, Marco Jansen is surviving and thriving in this battle. 288 for 6. Carl Jamieson's speeds have been slower than I expected. His average is about 130, which is surprising for a guy who actually has a very long run up like him. I was expecting for probably mid 130s as this one's defended back to the bowler. No run, lot fuller on off stump. Coach Gabello, what do you make of Carl Jamieson actually? What do you think of him as a bowler?
When this man first came into the test arena, I thought to myself, hang on guys, here is a nice fast bowler. I really enjoyed his start and I actually love the guy. I think he's very, very good. But lately what I found, and I wrote it down in my diary, when they played that series against Bangladesh, I didn't feel like he was attacking the crease. As fast bowlers, as tall as he is, you want someone this tall to attack the crease, to get in there and really attack it. But watching it now, it's just like he's cruising through and just leaving the ball there. A guy this tall, you want him to run it, steam in, and hit the keeper's glove.
Heavy balls.
So I think heavy balls. From where he was when he started to where he is now, there's a huge difference.
Okay. Jamieson's last ball was
and I think his length as well.
The off stump. This time, if we think about length, it's over pitched and driven past the fielder at mid off. Really lovely timing from Marco Jansen for 4. 292 for 6. We're getting there, closer to 300. We're marching to 300 in South Africa with 4 wickets in hand.
Oh, lovely stuff, man.
Yeah, but I get you with Carl Jamieson, Gabello.
Because if you look back,
yes, Gabello.
If you look back, look at a guy like Mona Moko. When he came in, Mona Moko ran in, attacked that crease, and he will bomb you. And you knew when he was running in, you'd see the speed go from a mid 135 to a 141. 142. And that's when he got those wickets. That's when he hit the hard lens and got the ball to do some talking. So I think Carl Jemison needs to run in, not just jog in, run in, hit that length just outside the off stump, challenge the off stump, and I'm sure he will get wicket. Not too full for a guy like him. I think a 6.5 will be fine.
Okay.
6.5, 6 happy days.
Okay. Neil Wagner resuming. There's some droplets coming from the sky at the Haggy Oval. First ball to Verreynne Mulder, defends that on off stump for no run.
No.
You can see on the camera. There's like
as you get in there, Paul, it begs the question.
Let go, no run. Yes, Akona?
It begs the question where we said earlier on, should have South Africa pushed on with the run rate a bit earlier or probably yesterday? Because if you look at now the score and the rain is coming in, South Africa is chasing the game, literally.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it looks like it's one of those little passing showers because on the one side of the ground it's clear, but on the other side it looks very ominous and dark. Wagner into Verreynne Mulder, and it's over pitched as well, and well played off the back foot underneath the eyes by Verreynne Mulder, punched through the point boundary or to the cover boundary for 4. Really, really lovely shot there. Beautiful timing. He waited for that. This could be the Verreynne Mulder we've all been waiting for.
To be honest, Paul, when I look at Verreynne Mulder bat, he has the capability of batting. When you look at him technically, he's technically sound.
Oh no! Next ball, getting an edge, leading edge up in the air, and it's caught by Tom Blundell. You can hear the nose ringing in the studio.
Commentators curse. Commentators curse. Commentators curse.
I don't believe.
Commentators curse. Come on, guys.
Verreynne Mulder, I had nothing to do with that.
I'm
that
joking.
ball and it squared him up. He got a leaning edge, and Tom Blundell was like, "This is mine. This is mine. I've got this." And 7th wicket has fallen. 9 minutes to lunch. I know Coach Dave says we mustn't be taking wickets, but we've taken quite a few. So 296 for 7. Verreynne Mulder out.
Literally a collapse.
And so it is. South Africa started the day 238 for 3. They're 296 for 7. They've lost. Yeah, so they've lost in 458. Yeah, in what is it? In 38. In 48 runs, they've lost 4 wickets. It's 48 for 4 today. That's what it is. And it's disappointing, especially after the start and the foundation that was laid yesterday. But, guys, it brings in Mzansi's finest exponent of the cover drive from a men's game perspective, because Laura Wilfart does that really well. Is the best in South Africa. But from the men's side, the Soweto Lara walks in, Kagiso Rabada, to kind of give us a few, a little bit of technical lessons here with the cover drive, batting with Mark Jansen.
Gents, looking forward at the score and the situation at the moment South Africa is looking at. What will you feel comfortable with, Mpo or Coach there? What would you feel South Africa will be comfortable with? And looking at the pitch also, it's not unplayable. It's a good pitch, but there is something for everyone.
Neil Wagner to Rabada, 3 slips and a gully down the leg side, and KG looking to play at that, but it's a ball that would have probably gotten Rassie van der Dussen out again for the second time as it went down leg side, caught by Tom Blundell for no run. I'm going to let Gabello take that now. Take that question now. What are you expecting? How many more runs can you get for these next 3 wickets and that you'd be comfortable with?
Wagner
into Kagiso, defended back to the
in coaching.
Yes, Cabello?
You always speak about your tail, and I use this especially when we're chasing and we're playing maybe a T20, and you'd say, guys, can number 6, number 7, 8, 9, 10 get me 40 runs or 80 runs in 6 overs? If they can't, then okay, cool, guys. Maybe 30 runs would be fine. But in this scenario, you got two guys who can really wag the tail, who can really bat. So I'd be if they get 40 more runs here, I'd be happy. Get 40 more runs, if anything, because you also got to be mindful that New Zealand are not just going to give you runs. You've given them a sniff, they're going to come at you, and they're going to attack that off stump and make you play at every single ball and ask you questions. So here you're thinking, okay, guys, if you can get 60 runs or 40 runs, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Because we can't go ahead of ourselves and say, okay, 80 runs will be fine. But knowing these bowlers, you always got to be mindful of what's coming.
Okay. Next one, just first ball of the Jameson over. Marco Jansen just defends it out to the back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, look, you've given us the analysis there, Coach Cabello. So I'm not gonna pine, because I'm just saying however much we can get above 300, I'd be comfortable with. Verreynne says it's 58 for 4 today. I do apologize. I said 48 for 4. Look, quite frankly, I like when it comes to the tail, give me whatever you want. This one outside the off stump a little bit fuller, defended out to a point for the run. Because I think it feels to me right now, Coach Cabello and Nakona, that it's an opportunity lost for South Africa. I think we could have blown them out the water. We're trying to get closer to 350, 400. And had we done that, it gives us enough time to try win the game naturally. But yeah,
taking them out of the game. Take them out of the game.
Back in. With the rain as well, falling down a little bit, a few droplets. Jameson outside the off stump, still 6th stump line, 5th stump line. Nothing to worry Marco Jansen about. Let's go through to the keeper, no run.
And I totally agree with you, Paul, there. It's an opportunity lost. And looking at the position and the way South Africa batted in the second day, opportunity lost. And looking at the wicket also, it's still playable. I still feel New Zealand are still in the game. We should have blown New Zealand out of the game completely when we scored 4-1 or 450 maximum.
Jameson into Marco Jansen. This time he made him play at a ball. It was spearing in an off stump. Jansen presenting a full face of the bat there down the ground for no run. If you adjust, we've got 4 minutes to lunch. Just to take you through South Africa's day, they started 238 for 3. And they started with Temba Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen. Bavuma went out bowled by Matt Henry for 29. Really disappointing there, just ball sneaking underneath his bat. As Carl Jameson comes into Marco Jansen, it induces an edge with Jansen coming forward. It bounces just in front of second slip. I don't think it was soft hands. I don't think Marco Jansen played with soft hands. Look, he really did push it that one. Yeah.
He did push it, yes.
So another ball just falling short of slip. Yeah, Bavuma out for 29 of 81 balls.
Simple there, and a corner.
Yes. Cabello?
Do you not understand the line and the length I was talking about for Jameson?
That was it.
That's him. If he bowls that 6 out of 6, he'll cause so many troubles. And that's what he did against India when he first got into the test arena.
Yeah.
They had no clue what was happening because he bowled that tight off-stump line and he asked a lot of questions. And here, you alluded to it earlier on where he was bowling six stump. No one is going to play that. That's a rubbish ball. Get tighter. The widest you can go is 4 stump. That's all I'm saying.
But he's in the last over.
4th stump.
In the last over, it was 1 out of 6.
Yeah,
it was 1 out of 6 in that last over. Now, we've got about the final over before lunch. So let me just get through what happened today. Verreynne was the next one out. Caught Latham bowled Henry for 4. Verreynne Mulder was the next. Rassie van der Dussen was the next batter out. Caught Mitchell bowled Wagner 35 of 124 balls. And Verreynne Mulder was the last wicket to fall. Caught Blundell off the bowling of Wagner. A bit of a leaning edge for 14. Neil Wagner is on 3 wickets right now for 80. For 57, Matt Henry 3 for 80, Tim Sali 1 for 62. Wagner's already bowled that first ball of his over to Kagiso, who's played that down the leg side for no run. Next ball in with 3 slips. Oh, Kagiso hanging that bat out. Ball going past that bat to Blundell for no run. A bit of a heart in the mouth moment there for our South African fans.
You can see his off-stump open there. Probably Kagiso Rabada probably doesn't know his off-stump is, because I can see his off-stump open there when he trying to lift that ball. I don't know, he trying to play it or trying to leave it. Indecisiveness.
Yeah, we're going to be playing our series preview podcast at lunchtime. Next ball, full on off stump, defended by Kagiso out to point to cover for no run. So we're going to be playing that. Our series, we did a series preview with Adam Bell, who's a journalist in New Zealand. We're going to be playing that over lunch while you wait for 40 minutes. And then the next
one.
Yeah, that was fun to do. We're building content for the Women's World Cup, so we've been busy recording with various journalists around the world. Short ball from Kagiso to, actually not from Kagiso, from Wagner to Kagiso, who ducks underneath it and goes to square leg for no run. Kagiso just put that one. Huh? Look, I feel if South Africa need to win this game, South Africa get to win this game, and you have to win this game, you're going to need one of the quicks to open the game up. Like, you need a spell of like 3 for 20 or 3 for 10 in 4 overs to kind of break this game open. And this one's full over pitch by Neil Wagner. And as you hear from Makona, beautiful cover drive. It's not going to go all the way as it goes to that extra cover boundary. Great fielding from Matt Henry to bring it up. 2 runs from these twos. They don't run threes. These quicks, you can see it's
getting closer to that magical.
2 runs away from 300. South Africa are. We're probably going to have a massive standing ovation, because the big thing about this test team has been whether they could score 300 runs. It is 1 minute after 2 a.m.
Probably after lunch.
So we'll be back at 22-3, and last ball before lunch gets the edge of Kagiso coming forward on the back of a length ball. It bounced in front of the fielder at Gali. End of the session. South Africa have put up 60 runs for 4 wickets. Started on 238 for 3. They ended up on 298 for 7. This session, 60 runs, 4 wickets, a run rate of 2.22. And New Zealand are well and truly back in this game. Any final words from you, O'Connor? Then we'll go to Kabelo about what South Africa need to do in that next session.
Totally agree with you, concur with you. South Africa will need a spell of magic when they come and bowl here. We had a disappointing morning. After that, the beautiful first day we had from Arabia and Elgar yesterday. South Africa will need to get over the 300 marks, and then every run that comes after that, it's a bonus. In terms of the game going forward, South Africa's bowlers need to stand up and front up, and the conditions are there for everyone to see. There's something for the bowlers.
And when Kabelo, what do you think South Africa needs to do in the next session to put themselves in a much better position to try and win this game?
To be honest with you, Mpo, I think if the tail can wag for the longest of time, that would be beneficial to South Africa. As you guys have said before, that 350 is what is needed on this wicket. So if they get less than that, and with New Zealand bowlers, I think they need to go out there and be positive. If it's in your arc, hit it. Don't even think about it twice. If it's in your arc, hit it, because that's what New Zealand did to us in that first test match. When we got it wrong, we got punished for it. So I think South Africa needs to do exactly the same to the New Zealand bowlers. Get at least 350, 360 on the board and get into the game.
Okay, thank you very much, gents. You've heard it here from the One World Sports Radio team. First session is done and dusted. This is time for me to go to bed. and let the other guys carry you all the way home. Thank you very
Good
much
night,
to
guys.
the guys who joined. Thanks, Gabriela. Thanks, Akona.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks
Goodbye.
for
The next, so you'll be hearing my voice next.
Thank you very
But
much.
it won't be this.
night,
It'll be the
guys.
Full Quarter podcast.
Nice.
And we'll be playing that series preview with Adam Bell to give you a sense of where we were when we started 2 weeks ago, well, a weekend, about 10 days ago, before that first test. So do enjoy that, and we'll be back in 40 minutes. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast. My name is Mpho Mutlani. I've got Tim Delace here with me, next to me. We've got an interesting conversation to happen today. Remember, the Proteas are in New Zealand right now. They're going through their quarantines. I think they're out of their quarantine right now. And so they're getting ready for the first test that starts on Thursday at about 11:30 South African time. So be ready for late nights and night shifts from our One World Sports Radio team. Well done to them for covering the India series and the West Indies Women's series. And so, Tim, we've got a guest today to discuss Test cricket, to discuss the Proteas in New Zealand. Who do we have today, Tim?
We have a cricket analyst from New Zealand. It said it was a good chance for him to come on the show. He knows his cricket well. He knows his New Zealand cricket well. He's in New Zealand at the moment, so it seemed like a good opportunity. We always get somebody on who South Africa are playing, so it seemed like a good opportunity to get Adam Bell on.
Okay, so let's bring Adam Bell on to discuss all things. Hi, Adam. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me, guys.
That's good. That's awesome. So, Adam, I think for me, obviously, we're looking forward to that to the Test series between the Proteas as well as the Black Caps of New Zealand. In New Zealand, it's been a long time, 2018. I was thinking about that Test series. I'm thinking that South Africa took Stephen Cook, opened with Stephen Cook, and he got dropped in that series. But the one thing that was interesting for me was Ross Taylor played in that series. But this time, Ross Taylor won't be there. And this is the first series without Ross Taylor. So how's the New Zealand team, or how's New Zealand feeling about life after Ross Taylor?
Quite interesting, because Ross Taylor's been having, well, before he retired, had a bit of a lean patch in the last couple of years of his career. And we all expected that Kane Williamson would come back from his elbow injury, which means that, he would come into Ross Taylor's spot. And then Will Young would stay an opener, and then Devon Conway would just slip into Ross Taylor's position in the middle order. And now Kane Williamson hasn't come back. So now we've got essentially got to replace two players now. So, look, I think when I look at the New Zealand batting order at the moment, it looks a little thin. I was reading a stat the other day. This is the first time, I think, since 2008 that New Zealand don't have either Kane Williamson or Ross Taylor in the Test team. That's crazy. 13 years with either one of those two or both of them in the Test side. So when I look at Ross Taylor absence from this New Zealand side, I think it's a huge loss. I know he hasn't been he wasn't in great form for the last few years up until his retirement, but I think just having him around the dressing room and his presence on the side will be sorely missed.
Yes, that's a really intriguing one. Tim, you've probably got a whole list of questions, so let me allow you to come through, and then we'll pepper Adam like Trent Bolt and Tim Southee.
Yeah. Okay. Just on the actual squad. So, what are your thoughts on the actual squad that was announced? And with those guys missing out, just give us a bit of a flavour of the two new guys that are there, Fletcher and Tickner. What are their roles? What are they likely to be doing? Will they both play, or will one of them play? Yeah. What is expected?
I think both guys will be in the squad. I don't think they'll be guys that will make the 11. Cam Fletcher's an interesting one. He's been around New Zealand domestic cricket for quite a while now. He averages 37 with the bats, got 6 first-class centuries. He's, I think, 27 years of age now. He's a wicket-keeper batsman. And I think with BJ Watling retiring after the World Test Championship and Tom Blundell not really seizing his chance, And Cam Fletcher's been a guy that's been really knocking on the door in domestic cricket over the last few years, more so in the white ball formats. He's been fantastic in the T20 competition over in New Zealand, and he's really made a name for himself in that competition, played some incredible knocks. So he has been someone that's been obviously knocking on the door, and I think with New Zealand going through a bit of a transition period, in particular spots, the opening position, obviously Ross Taylor now retiring, and with Blundell not quite, filling in to BJ Watling's spot, I think there's always going to be a few opportunities for new players to push their claims. And I think Cam Fletcher is one. Better see it now, obviously, as being the second best wicketkeeper in the country. Blair Tickner is also on the squad. He's been around the New Zealand setup for a little while now. He's made more of a mark in, again, white ball cricket, which again is interesting. He's played a few T20s for New Zealand. Hasn't really taken his opportunities in the shorter formats. He is around 30 years of age, a guy that's been on the domestic circuit for a long time, averages 35 with the ball, which when you, on the face of it, aren't impressive figures compared to a lot of other guys in the country. However, he's a guy that's improved a lot over the last few years. When he came on the scene in New Zealand domestic cricket, he was bowling, early 130s, but now he's able to bowl, upper 130s and into the early 140s. So he's a guy that's he's a tall guy, gets a lot of bounce, and he's really worked on upping his pace. So he's become a lot better proposition over the last few years.
So we see the return in your squad of Colin de Grandhomme as well as Hamish Rutherford, who hasn't played in like 7 years. It was a blast from the past when we saw his name come through. Obviously, de Grandhomme played in that World Test Championship final, but I didn't see him after that. And obviously, Hamish Rutherford coming in. Are they guys who are going to be fighting for spots, or are they? It's just a reward for a great season? Because I'm hearing Hamish Rutherford is just scoring 300 plus runs in 4 matches that side.
I'll mention Colin de Grandhomme because he's a real interesting one. Because before the World Test Championship, there was a period where he was out of cricket for a while due to injury, and his form completely dropped off. And even in the World Test Championship, from memory, he was one of the worst bowlers. He leaked a lot of runs, and he really didn't do his job with bat or ball. And he's got back into the squad, and I feel as if it's based on the fact that the 2 Test matches are at Hagley Oval and Christchurch, and traditionally the pitches there have been a little on the green side. I remember his Test debut against Pakistan, where he got a 5-wicket bag, and also Test against India, where he was also against Pakistan, where he was also troubling the batsman because he's so good at getting the ball to move off the pitch on green pitches. He's an interesting one because he hasn't really again been setting the world on fire in our first class scene over the last few months. He's done well in our T20 competition as well, and I guess that's another factor with New Zealand selection for a lot of the fringe players. Is New Zealand cricketers at the moment have been playing a diet of short-form cricket. Our Plunket Shield, which is our 4-day competition, only resumed a week or so ago. So a lot of these guys haven't really played a lot of 4-day cricket leading into this Test series. So I think with Colin de Grandhomme, I think it was based a little bit on the fact that he is someone that can fit in, obviously, in the all-rounder role. He knows Hagley Oval well. He's performed there in the past. And I think they see him as being someone that can slip into that all-rounder role. And I think what this suggests also is Daryl Mitchell has held the spot for a few Test matches, in particular against Pakistan last season at home. And I think this is a big indication that Daryl Mitchell could actually play as a specialist batsman in the middle order, replacing Ross Taylor, and then Colin de Grandhomme actually playing as the seeming all-rounder.
Okay. Interesting. Which gets me onto the actual pitch. What are you expecting from the pitch? South Africa have got 2 spinners in their squad.
Tim wants the other spinner to play too. So I don't know.
I do. You have got, I would argue, you've got half of a one. I wouldn't necessarily call Ravindra a spinner. I would more call him a batsman who can bowl a bit. So does that mean they don't expect it to be conducive to spin?
historically, early on in particular, Hagley Oval has been he's been a feast for medium pace to fast bowlers. It's always been green pitches. So, it's interesting that South Africa bring over 2 spinners. I'm not sure what information they've got from the spies in New Zealand. Obviously, it's a 2-test series. It's COVID. You've got to have a certain number in case anything happens. So, I think Harmer's an interesting one, bringing him back. Obviously, he's been killing it for the Essex over the last 3 or 4 seasons. So it's actually really good to see him back. But it is interesting that 2 spinners have been selected, where New Zealand, we've only selected, as you point out, a spinning all-rounder, not a specialist spinner.
Well, Adam, we actually have 3 spinners in the side. The one of them is Aiden Markham, and currently he is in the side as a spinner. We just haven't used him in Test cricket yet. Devon Conway is someone who I've gotten to know for a couple of years in my life, and I'm really happy that he's playing international cricket. I think he's one of the most exciting batters I've ever seen bat live, and that was when he was still a child. How have New Zealand taken to Devon? How has his rise up into that New Zealand side been? And how important is he to you? Because I know he scores the runs, but what's the feeling on that side about it?
I would argue with Kane Williamson now not in the New Zealand side. He's New Zealand's best batsman.
Wow.
And I understand Tom Latham is an incredible batsman, but you think about the numbers that Devon Conway has already brought up for New Zealand in only such a short career. It's absolutely incredible. I followed Devon Conway a lot before he made the New Zealand side, and I was really excited about him playing for New Zealand. He's averaging, I think it was 50 in all formats in New Zealand cricket at one point. But the way he's taken to Test cricket has been rather phenomenal. To get a double century on your Test debut is pretty much out of this world, and he just hasn't looked back. And I think the one thing I like about Devon Conway is his ability to really assess situations. He seems like a guy that's really composed, that knows his game. Obviously, being 30 years of age now, he's got a world experience. So he's not like a young person he's just making his mark in Test cricket. He's someone that's actually got a lot of experience. He knows his game really well. And I think it just shows you how much he's worked on his game, since he started domestic cricket in South Africa, through coming up through the ranks in New Zealand. He's someone that's really had to work hard to get to where he's got to. And I think it shows you that all that work that he's put on has really bear the fruits now. He's started playing international cricket, because he just doesn't seem to be someone that is overawed in any situation. Even he struggled a little bit in the T20 World Cup. However, even there were signs that he was able to kind of get himself out of some of those situations. I think in particular in the semi-final against England, where he played a really supporting innings to Daryl Mitchell. So he's just a guy that for me is just not only technically good, but just knows how to read the situation in the game. And I kind of thought about him as being someone akin to someone like Michael Hussey. And I see that kind of in the shorter form of the game as well, because he's someone that can really explode when he needs to.
Yes.
Like Michael Hussey, who was able to not only play that grafted innings when he needed to and dig in, but in shorter forms, Michael Hussey could explode out of nowhere. And he could always read a situation. And I kind of feel that Devon Conway has a lot of those attributes. And the fact that Michael Hussey also batted in the middle order, also opened the batting, similar to Devon
also
Conway.
Made his debut at 29.
Yeah, debut late as well, And I think it kind of shows you with those guys, maybe there is a case for letting guys just get experience in domestic cricket, not chucking guys in at 21 years of age and expecting them to be great right away. Because when we think about great players, there's only a handful of guys that really explode onto the scene and end up being great straight away. And they're normally prodigious talents. So I think sometimes we expect a lot from younger players, where, as I mentioned, Devon Conway, Hussey and other guys. So we're going off topic a little bit here.
No, Rassie van der Dissen's also in that ilk as well. Debuted late at 29, man for all situations for South Africa, even though Tim wants him to bat a little bit faster in Test cricket. But and I'm a fan of that, and I really enjoyed Devon's journey through. I obviously wanted him to play a little bit earlier in international cricket, but that never came out. And I'm happy that he's one of the top batters that New Zealand sees him as, like, without Kane Williamson, he's the guy. It's quite interesting because it's that whole Devon scoring runs against South Africa that I have to deal with. But I'll be okay with that. Even if he scores a century, that's okay. I'll give him one, but not 2 or 3 somehow in this Test series.
No, I was going to say
Wagner as well.
Yeah,
Wagner's gone. Like, we've let him go. It's okay. It's been years. He's played against us, so that's fine. It's just having, because coming out of high school, I thought Devon was gonna make it big. I thought he was one of the next big players who was going to be fast tracked through the system because of the way he played, and he somehow lost that rhythm, and he lost sight of what made him so good as a child. And that happens because that's what cricket is. You fail, you score runs, you question yourself whether you're good. And he went through a lot of that. And I'm just happy that he found a place in the world where it allowed him to, where nobody knew who he was, allowed him to play cricket. And you can now start to see the devastating Devon that I grew up watching now. And so that for me is great. It's just obviously now it's one of those situations where we've lost him, but I know why we've lost him, and I'm happy for that. Instead of necessarily Tim's friends there, Simon Harmer's walking away mid-season to be like, I'm going somewhere else, and then choosing to play for England, and then wanting to come back because of some political drama that happened that side. But anyway, Tim, you had a question.
See, Adam, this is why we did the podcast, to have arguments. Paul and I often have arguments. It's good. No, it's good. It's good. On that, so you said now that the pressure is on Conway to score runs because of Kane and Ross being out of the squad. Who does the pressure fall on in terms of the bowlers, with Bolt not being there? From what you say, it sounds like it's going to lean on to Southey more than the Wagner. But would that be correct?
Yes, I think those two guys now spearhead the attack. Obviously, Carl Jamieson is there waiting in the wings as well. I mean, what a start he's had to his Test career. Obviously, his averages are kind of starting to normalise somewhat, especially after that series in India. He's starting to look human again. But I think those three guys should be able to shoulder a lot of the overs for New Zealand. And I think that's where someone like Colin de Gromholm, if the pitch is a little bit green, could really come into his own. But I mean, Tim Southey in Test cricket for the last few years has been absolutely outstanding. In fact, you probably say he's been New Zealand's overall best Test bowler. And I still, for some reason, rate Trent Boult higher than him. I feel like Trent Boult is that kind of guy that can really open up a game. And not saying Tim Southey's not a fantastic bowler, but for some reason, I just always feel that Trent Boult's that kind of bowler that can get the vital wicket when New Zealand needs to. And I think Neil Wagner, I guess, is a little bit the same bolt. But I think when you think about results over the last few years in terms of consistency, I think Tim Southey has been absolutely outstanding, and he'll be wanting to get higher up on the New Zealand wicket tally as well. Like I'm not sure how many more wickets he's behind Richard Hadley, but I mean he's I think 33 now. Who knows? Maybe he could break Sir Richard Hadley's record at one point.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one because if you're Tom Latham, what part of the game gives you sleepless nights? What part of this team? Where's the weak spots in this team that Tom Latham would be worried about?
Well, interesting that you say that, because when I think about Tom Latham as a captain, he's been involved in 3 big losses. One was in Australia. And I guess in fairness to him, New Zealand were decimated by injuries. But in his first Test captaincy, New Zealand was stumped by Australia. Against India recently, New Zealand was stumped with him as captain. In that famous Test match where Ajaz Patel got a 10-wicket bag, but New Zealand in that match got absolutely outplayed in that Test match. And then more recently, which will give South African fans a lot of hope, that New Zealand got beaten by Bangladesh, which was absolutely incredible. So this New Zealand side does have some holes in it at the moment. You know, with Kane Williamson not there, with BJ Watling, who was always the rock at number 7. If New Zealand got off to a bad start, we always knew we had BJ Watling at number 7 who would grind it out, who could work with the tail, who could get New Zealand out of trouble. But without him there, without Kane Williamson there, I feel as if New Zealand lacks a lot of solidity at the moment in the batting lineup. Obviously, Ross Taylor, though he hasn't been in the run or wasn't in the runs leading up to retiring, is still a massive loss due to his experience. So I think at the moment, New Zealand still, there is a little bit of an underbelly, I think, with the New Zealand batting lineup. Henry Nicholls hasn't really been in great form over recent test matches as well. Will Young, though he's had an impressive start to his test career, he's still inexperienced. Daryl Mitchell, I think I mentioned that he'll come into the batting lineup, and he has played some good knocks over the last few seasons, but he's not Kane Williamson. And you take any great player out of the batting lineup, and it does leave a massive, massive hole. And I think not only is Kane Williamson an incredible batsman, an amazing captain, as we've seen, I think he just gives the rest of the team a lot of confidence. And we've seen that with the matches where Tom Latham as captain of New Zealand have been soundly beaten. Not only have we missed Kane Williamson's batting, but I think also his influence on the team.
Wow. That's reminding me of India. India somehow ended up like that. And it felt like in that India series, Rohit Sharma was the guy they missed. And South Africa, it kind of leveled the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. What is good, what is in your favour there, is Tom Latham's record at Hagley Oval. He's played all nine of the test matches that have been played there. New Zealand have lost one of them, one of those 9, and he averages 57. His batting in the last couple of years has really improved, particularly the last couple of years. Is there any reason why that's happened? Is he just got more mature, or what?
I think he's just got more experience. I mean, he's always been a fine player and a really talented batsman across all formats. But I think he's really just knows his game now. He's a patient batsman. I think he's been part of a winning combination. I think when you're part of a winning combination, it really helps as well. He probably doesn't have the same kind of pressure as other players do who are in weaker sides. And we talk about the New Zealand bowling up being so successful over the last few seasons. I guess that flows on into batting as well. If you're getting teams out cheaply and then you're going out to bat, you probably don't have the same pressure on you as if you're bowling lineup that's given away 500 runs and you've got to come and you've got to save the match with fielders around the bat and so much pressure on you. So I think he's just been part of a really great New Zealand unit, but I think he's just really taken his game to another level. And the series in Bangladesh where he captained the T20 side, his keeping in that was exceptional. He's not a full-time wicket keeper for the Black Caps, but it kind of just shows you his all-round cricketing ability, that he's a guy that can field in the slips, one of the best slip fieldsmen in New Zealand, a terrific wicket keeper, and with the bat can bat in all positions. So I mean, he's for me, he's one of the best test batsmen test opening batsman, not one of the best batsmen, one of the best opening batsmen in the world, along with Alga, along with Karunaratne. Of those 3 guys in particular, for me, stand out as 3 of the best at the moment.
Adam, what's the expectation from New Zealand with this series with South Africa? Is it a 2-0? Is it a 1-1? What do you want from the people around there? What do you want from this New Zealand side coming into the series?
It's a really interesting series for a lot of reasons. I mentioned to Tim off air before we started that New Zealand's never beaten South Africa in a test series. And we think about where New Zealand cricket has been recently, these World Test Championships. When you think about the New Zealand side, probably the best New Zealand side that's ever been produced. Then we look at on the other end, we look at the South African side at the moment, which I don't want to be disrespectful to the South African side at the moment, but it's not the strongest side that South Africa have ever produced. So when you put all those factors together, it really creates an interesting series, because you think that this would be the best opportunity for New Zealand to beat South Africa in a test series. I know that Kane's not there and BJ Watling's recently retired, but all things considered at home, this would be one of New Zealand's best opportunities to beat South Africa. No QDK, recently retired, one of the best wicket-keeper batsmen in Test cricket, just retired. Obviously, Keegan Peterson is not in the squad due to COVID. South Africa going through a rebuilding stage as well. So when you think about it, this would be New Zealand's best opportunity. However, the one thing for me that I really love about the series is there are a lot of unknowns that are about to be answered. I've been following South Africa over the last few months, in particular Marco Jansen, and just seeing his impact has been incredible. Another giant, isn't he? Another Kyle Jamieson giant out there. You guys have got your own 19 wickets against India, and he's a bit of an unknown quantity. And Tom Latham struggled against left arm fast bowlers as well. So that matchup will be interesting. Rabada is still one of the best Test bowlers in the world. Nokia as well, fast and furious. We know the kind of talent he possesses. I saw Sturman against India A, both kind of philanderous. He's a good bowler as well. Obviously, Dwayne Levier's come back into the fold as well. We've got Harmer. So there's enough quality in that South African bowling lineup to really trouble the New Zealand batting lineup. Obviously, Kevin Peterson was the batsman of the series for South Africa against India, and he's going to be a huge loss. But I think Dean Elgar is going to really shoulder a lot of responsibility in the series. And I think it's probably, from a South African perspective, it's probably time for Aiden Markram to really score some runs as well, because he started off incredibly in Test cricket. We remember that series against Australia, and he's kind of fallen away. But it's funny because on the flip side of it, his T20 batting has kind of risen up. He was fantastic in the T20 World Cup. So, there's still enough quality in your side that can trouble New Zealand. So in terms of expectations, it's a hard one, because I feel as if South Africa are a really unknown quantity. And you guys beat India at home as well. And that Indian side went to Australia and beat Australia. So I already answered.
I have so many comments about that India victory, because I honestly think India were very complacent when they came here. And it gives me a feeling of that Bangladesh loss, where it felt to me that New Zealand got into a complacent period or a complacent area, and they thought they always beat Bangladesh, so they thought they'd come through. Whereas with India, you kind of felt like they came to South Africa with a better batting lineup, a better bowling lineup, and somehow they just thought they'd just arrive and things would just open up for them. So that's why I kind of feel like South Africa, yes, the unknown quantity, but you can pretty much, this team hasn't scored 250, over 250 in a Test innings, and it's twice in the last 3 years, or four. I'll give them 3 in the last 3 years, because that innings at the Wanderers could have been over 300, but they don't do that. And so that's my biggest issue. South Africa's first innings has always been a problem. So I think New Zealand actually should come out and do the only thing I have is the pitches at Hadley Oval bring Kagiso in, bring Marco Jansen into the game. They bring Duan Olifere into the game. They also bring Lungingidi into the game. And so that's going to be because that's essentially what South Africa wanted to do to beat India, was let's let our fast bowlers dictate where this Test series is going to go. And they did quite well. Whereas now we're coming to New Zealand, and yes, New Zealand has a better batting lineup than South Africa, and they should bat South Africa out the game. But if this bowling attack can just get a spell, a moment, or get those 2 early wickets, get Conway out, get Latham out, get into those softish underbellies, not too soft, of New Zealand, and South Africa finds themselves into, and that's what happened with that India series. The moment Rahul went out, the moment Virat Kohli went out, it kind of started to unravel. But from a World Test Championship perspective, New Zealand have to win this to try and get themselves back up there.
They do. Obviously losing in that Test match in India and at home against Bangladesh, an opponent that you expect that you would get maximum points. It's put New Zealand now on the back foot, and I think this is a massive, massive series, as you point out. South Africa beaten a very, very good Indian side at home now, and they wouldn't have expected probably maybe the players probably, but most fans wouldn't have expected the series to go the way it did, especially after the first Test match where we were India won. So like this is massive. This is crucial. And interesting that you talk about, you know, the South African bowling lineup, and I didn't forget Ngidi. That's how many quality bowlers that you've got in your squad at the moment. If it ends up being a shootout between bowlers, and if the pitches are green, it could really even up the game. Because I think when I look at the advantages of the New Zealand side compared to the South African side at the moment, New Zealand probably pips them in the batting. I'd say, you know, based on experience, home conditions. However, if the pitches are green, it'll bring the South African bowlers into the game. And we've seen Marco Johnson and having an impact straight away. And we've pointed out the great bowlers that you guys have, and that you can utilize pitches that have seam movement. A lot of the teams from Asia, for example, when they come over here, they struggle a little bit even in green conditions. But I think South Africa in particular are expert at using the conditions well, in particular in New Zealand. I think that's why they've had so much success in New Zealand in the past, because though South African pitches tend to be quicker as a whole, I think they're more used to bowling that fuller length on pitches that are green seamers. And I think if the pitches are green, I think it really evens up the contest, and I think we can expect to see two really, really good Test matches.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, which gets us down to the nitty-gritty. Prediction. What is your prediction for the series?
Before that, Tim, can I just ask, win the toss, green top at Hagley Oval, what do you do? Because our fans are going to ask us that.
I think you bowl first.
Okay, so you don't bat first.
I think you stay away from batting. I think you don't even contemplate it.
Okay.
Interesting.
You heard that? Yeah, first. Bowl first.
All right. So score prediction and maybe a sort of a surprise package, a player that you think people have not thought of that could have a real impact on the series.
Okay, I'm going to go 1-1. I think it'll be a really hard fought series. I think the fact that New Zealand's never beaten South Africa in a Test series also adds a bit of spice to the series as well. There'll be a lot of pressure on us. The player that I'm really looking forward to watching, and I've only watched clips of him, and I've mentioned him a few times already, I think Marco Johnson. I think the Battle of the Giants. That's what I'm looking forward to. And he bowled exceptionally well against India. And the one thing that I really enjoyed from the clips I saw from him in the series against India is he was aggressive. And a lot of young guys, especially when they start at bowlers, it can be quite timid at times. And he had a bit of an off Test match, the first Test match against India, especially in the first innings, and when he went for a few runs. But
hello and welcome back to the second day of the second test between South Africa and New Zealand from the Hagley Oval in Christchurch in Canterbury in New Zealand. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me for this next stint after the luncheon interval is Mpendulo on his debut. But you might expect he was a seasoned campaigner by the way he got stuck in earlier with Mpo. Not too bad. Welcome back, Mpendulo. Welcome back.
Mr. Dave, you are too kind. You are too kind, my good sir. I'm just enjoying some fantastic cricket. Although wickets are falling, it's part of the game. This is what the game is all about. At times things go well, at times things go bad. It's about how you recover. But I'm enjoying everything. I'm enjoying the company. I'm enjoying the learning curve. So thank you so much for laying that foundation and being an awesome partner as well. So let's bring the people, and to all of you who are listening, greetings to you all. So let's bring them a show. Let's make sure that they stay up to hear what South Africa are all about. Or maybe New Zealand, because some people do favor the Black Caps.
Absolutely. South Africa 298 for 7 after winning the toss and deciding they'd have a bat, much against the advice of everybody, really. We were just listening to that podcast, the Full Quota podcast, in which the New Zealand pundit decided that he'd prefer that if you won the toss, you bowled in both games. But he did predict a 1-1 scoreline to this series, so it could be a very interesting a couple of days that we have in store. 298 for 7. Marco Jansen on 11 from 16. Kagiso Rabada 2 from 8. And Neil Wagner's ripped apart the South Africans 3 for 59 in 24. And South Africa now, after having a real rip-roaring start in terms of how they got this test underway with the 100 opening stand, I just felt that they've kind of let an opportunity to put their foot on the throat of the New Zealanders let it go. I think that they've let an opportunity go.
Definitely, Dave. I share the same sentiments with you. It's definitely hard work to do what the South African batters did yesterday by making sure that they play disciplined shots, they select them properly, they leave properly. Even though the run rate was slow yesterday, the mere fact that they ended the day with just 3 wickets in expense shows that the platform was there. Today, I was a little bit disappointed with the approach that the South Africans took, barring the fact that New Zealand bowled well, but South Africa didn't attack them enough to deter them from bowling their lines, which is why most of the wickets are just them trying to nibble at balls that they shouldn't. The shot selection is different. Something is just in the air for the New Zealanders. So South Africa have certainly let go of an opportunity here. And now to look for for the tail to wag. It's a big ask. It's a big ask considering how well everything started. But stranger things have happened. This is the game of cricket after all, Dave.
Certainly. 117 overs have been bowled in this test so far, but a lot of work ahead for the South Africans if they want to, for the final 3 wickets, really put themselves in the driving seat. Marco Jansen, like I said, 11 from 16. He's got 2 fours to his name, but he's only been at the wicket for half an hour. Kagiso Rabada is his partner. He's only faced the 8 deliveries for his 2 runs, been around for 10 minutes at the crease. And these New Zealand bowlers will want to wrap things up. Matt Henry, he's picked up 3 already in this game to go along with his 9 in the first game. He's bowled 29 overs just with those 8 maidens. He's got 3 slips and a gully. Backward point in place, mid-off, mid-on, a man at fine leg as well as mid-wicket. He begins the new session after lunch, and it's over-pitched and driven hard, but good bit of work there in the cover region. Looks like they've got a bit of a substitute on the field, doing the fielding there.
Good work. You can see the fresh legs just diving and trying to make a good impression. And Matt Henry is straight onto the mark, not missing it. The conditions seem to be a little bit overcast here, Dave.
Yeah, a bit of a change in fortune. It's an absolute peach of a delivery there from Matt Henry, squaring up the lanky fast bowler, Marco Jansen. What a peach.
That is a sensational length. It's a beautiful line. Inches from the top of off stump. That is so beautiful. Could have been the edge, it could have been the stumps, but the conditions are very much in favor to the bowlers here as Matt Henry comes for his 3rd.
He's in again, and Marco Jansen just defends that one on the back foot. Such a change of fortune, Pendulo, for Marco Jansen, because if I think back to November of last year, he was playing in Bloemfontein for the South Africa A squad, and here he is in New Zealand, thousands of kilometers from home, and having to bat for his country.
It must be an honor to do what he's doing right now. It's every young boy's dream to play for South Africa. For him to do it now as we wait for the 4th.
Yeah, this one's defended on the front foot. It would have been a back foot defensive shot for most souls, but the battle of the giants in New Zealand, it seems that they grow them big,
huge, and they don't get bigger than Marco Jansen. Probably one of the big reasons why he was selected, apart from his exquisite bowling, it's that extra height and that extra pace.
Matt Henry in again, and this one's defended again on the front foot. 298 for 7, 1 ball remaining in the 118th.
He's showing his batting caliber. being able to resist the attacks that are brought on by Matt Henry. So he's showing that maybe he does have the mettle for international cricket. Best thing we can do, as we always say, is to wait and see what happens. Can he close off this over?
He just bowls that one very tight, about fourth stump, fifth stump line outside that off stump. Mark Jansen's only too happy to leave that one alone outside the off stump. 298 for 7, 118 gone. And an interesting thing with these two at the wicket, it's always something that fascinates me, is that, Mark Jansen bowls left-handed, bats right, and Kagiso Rabada is the inverse. He bats left-handed and bowls right-handed.
That is a super observation. Apparently, it gives you an advantage if you are set up like that because your top hand controls the direction. So you should be a better batsman if you are crisscrossed. Which is why probably there was so much promise with Kakis or Rabada. People are waiting to see what he can do, which is why he also looks pretty at times. So that's a very cool observation there, Mr. Dave.
24 overs bowled, 3 wickets for 59 is the stats for the left-handed Wagner. He's going to go to the left-handed Kagiso Rabada. You are absolutely correct in terms of that top hand being, a stronger hand. It's an interesting concept, and why more bowlers aren't, or no more batters aren't set up that way is an interesting one. This one just beats the bat of Kagiso Rabada on the outside edge. Wonderful start to the over, but 128 Ks now, not express pace, but certainly not really getting up out the wicket there. Taken at ankle height for Tom Blundell.
Most definitely. It's becoming a concerning thing for the South Africans as they bat, which might be a good thing for when they bowl. The track is starting to play unevenly. Sometimes the steep bounce, and that one just keeping low. As that one
in
rises.
again to Kagiso Rabada. That one rises, and he just dots that one on the bounce to Gully.
So those are the inconsistencies that the South African batters need to be aware of now. And I'm sure behind the slipcord and Tom Latham and the crew are constantly thinking, oh my God, this might be bad for us if this ball and pitch continues playing the way that it is.
Yeah, particularly with somebody like Verreynne Mulder who would hopefully want to extract some assistance. This one is an absolute peach. This one, great carry, great take. 127. It's slower than the previous one, but like you said, the dual nature of this wicket, where one is taken at ankle height by Blundell, this one at a comfortable height, at hip height. Interesting concept, and I think it might play a role as well in the bowling of Keshav Maharaj. Paul's been lamenting, and rightfully so, as we see Rabada facing up to Wagner, whatever his name is. He's just bowled a dot ball there. Yeah, whichever one works for you. But Paul rightfully has been lamenting the lackluster energy from South Africa to use their spin. I think, we've seen a couple of TFCs. Thanks for coming for awards for Keshav Maharaj, who bowled 2 overs in a test match and 3 here. And he's really bowled far fewer than he would like. And that one's is edged wide of the second slip. It's a valiant effort diving across from second slip. That would have gone straight down third slip's gullet. But it goes to the third man boundary for 4. And South Africa have 300.
Finally, they get to that landmark. They have been tippy-toeing and losing wickets along the line to get there. But finally, 3 centuries come together for the Proteas. And as a South African myself, I couldn't be more happier. And Neil Wagner must feel undone there because he has been bowling extraordinarily well for this 119th over.
3 slips now in place, and this one's edge and taken.
Fantastic bowling.
Screamer. What a screamer. First slip, diving across to his right-hand side there. And it looks like Daryl Mitchell taking the catch there. But it was a good enough delivery, and it deserved every bit of reward that Wagner. He's got his 4th, and South Africa have lost their 8th.
That was a sensational delivery, Dave, from Neil Wagner. Back of a length, questioning Kagiso Rabada, do I go forward, do I go back? And that line absolutely forcing him to play the ball. It goes back to what Gabriel was saying. Neil Wagner attacking that box where the batsman thinks that they are safe, but the ball just nabbing the edge, and this time carrying into the first slip. An awesome wicket for Neil Wagner, and well deserved given how well he has bowled throughout the course of that over. South Africa losing their 8th wicket after getting to that 300 mark.
Keshav Maharaj, the new man at the wicket, and again, well, the rain falleth. The rain falleth. Covers making their way onto the park speedily. That's one heck of a way to deliver covers onto the wicket. So looks like there's going to be a brief rain delay here. Hopefully a brief as it is, but it looks like it's coming down quite a lot. And Keshav Maharaj, a surprise selection, but he's going to have to wait slightly longer in order to be able to get his chance to bat. The rain coming down here at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR and at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA. Crucially, as well, you must you must go to our YouTube channel, like the video, click the subscribe button, and as well ding that notification bell, because you want to know exactly when we're going to go live as we see covers being brought on here. We will bring you every single moment of the South African women's foray into the Women's World Cup in New Zealand as well. Hopefully there'll be a far fewer rain delays. And we also want to share with you some comments that came through. Let's go a little bit further back. And Anis Mohammed said, Akona is now officially part of the team. Obviously mentioning for some comments that have come up. Verreynne has mentioned that there's 58 for 4 today from the South Africans. And I'll carry on with the rest of the comments here. But, Mpendulo, 58 for 4. How quickly fortunes have shifted for both sides.
It's a far cry from what we saw yesterday, and it has remnants of what happened in the first test match. It looked like the decision to actually bat first by Dean Algar was going well in plan. They were scoring the runs rather slow, but they were scoring them and preserving the wickets. And all of a sudden, maybe how we expected the pitch to play yesterday, it's doing it today. It's gloomy. It's overcast. So it's prerequisite for it to be a little bit more difficult for the batsmen, as it had shown. But also, we have to question some of the decision making from the batsman. Rassie van der Dussen never really looked like he was in there. Themba Bavuma just played at an unfortunate delivery where it was a touch slower, as Paul said. Played way early to bowl for the ball to bowl him. And with Neil Wagner, where we normally see him hitting that pitch and trying to make you eat those deliveries, he's been very disciplined, going for those stumps, targeting that edge, and that's why he has been able to claim the wickets of both Mulder and Rabada. So it's a combination of very good bowling from the New Zealanders, questionable batting from the South Africans, but all in all, very helpful conditions for the bowlers with a relatively new ball as well to use as a weapon against the Proteas.
Yeah, it's been frustrating if you're a South African fan, and good comeback if you are a New Zealand fan. I think they can certainly be pleased with their efforts in this second day of the second test between South Africa and New Zealand. This test series, all important in terms of the World Test Championship. South Africa losing that first one comprehensively. And maybe let's go through the wickets here. As we saw Themba Bavuma, bold delivery going underneath. And then it was a matter of routine slip catches for the New Zealanders, as South Africa kind of were lackluster in how they went about their batting performance. Is it something of concern for the South Africans when there are so many catches behind the stumps?
It has to be. It has to be, because that means that it's testament to either good bowling or very bad decisions by the batsmen. And it's even worse here, Dave, if you see that they are doing it whilst defending at balls that they shouldn't be playing at, or attacking at balls that they really shouldn't be. So you bring into question the shot selection and using the right balls to score the correct runs from. So today, South Africa have just been off the mark. It's a disappointment given how well they started yesterday, a far cry from what the captain and SJ Irvia were doing. But today, I believe that they just need to look back at how they made those decisions and how they got out, because New Zealand are bowling the very same way that they did yesterday, tight, tidy lines. So what are they doing wrong today is probably a South African thing. I don't know about your take though, David.
Yeah, I think application is a word that's bandied about quite a lot, particularly in the red ball game. Just maybe just to update some of the people who are still with us. The strip, it's just the playing strip that has been covered. It's not the entire square, so not coming down as hard as you might imagine, but a light drizzle forcing the players off the wicket. And you might think that if it wasn't the case that there was a wicket falling when it did, they wouldn't have gone off for such a light drizzle. They might have continued. But I think for South African fans, application was lacking with the bat, and it's been endemic to South African batting for the longest time. And I think that's what South African fans just want. They just want their batters to apply themselves, to really put the hard yards in, to be patient, to leave outside that off stump, and to not be in a rush to get on with the game or try and accelerate unnecessarily. We spoke about it in our stint earlier, where we were saying, we want South Africa to accelerate or maybe kick on, but it has to be balanced with a little bit, one of you has to be the one to look to be the aggressor. I didn't really feel like the South Africans got out by being aggressive. I felt that they were too tentative. They were reserved and not in a sensible way in terms of holding on and waiting and seeing what could come of it. Because I just felt it was the batting, the shot selections left a lot to be desired.
100%. And when it comes to that, then David, you need to. I wish I was a fly and I could just stick into the walls of the South African change room to hear what type of strategies they had enforced. It's as if they're playing a chess match and they open the game beautifully with perfect sequences and have strong positions. And then all of a sudden, when you have to now finish the game, the moves that they're playing are all the incorrect ones. You've been defensive enough. Go out there and start attacking. It also makes me wonder, what brand of cricket are South Africa trying to play? You have the likes of Rassie van der Dussen, who's an excellent white ball cricketer, Kyle Verreynne, who's an attacking player, and you'd expect all rounders to be a touch more attacking, which is what you'll find in Mulder, Janssen, and Rabada. So I wonder if the coaching and the strategy that has been put in place works with what the batters can do and works with what South Africa should be doing given the positions that they find themselves in, especially as it was that well.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to ponder, and I think you touched on the brand of cricket. But just for some of you who are joining us or who have recently switched on their TV, Insomniacs Unite, as we've been called off after the dismissal of Kagiso Rabada, Keshav Maharaj striding to the wicket, and the heavens opened up. So there's a slight rain delay here. We don't imagine it'll be going on for too long, but comment from Verreynne Erasmus on the YouTube channel. Don't forget, please go to that YouTube channel, like the video, click subscribe, and we will be able to bring you every single moment of live South African cricket in the next summer. It is a moment of pleasure for us to bring you every single moment of Test cricket. South Africa still have a couple of the men, at least, still have a couple of series to go. They think of, after this, there is a Bangladesh at home, and then there's a tour to England later in the year, in about July or so. And so there's really a packed schedule ahead with the T20 World Cup and an outbound tour to Australia in December and January of this year and the next. And so, excuse me, it really could be a way for the South Africans to fight back and come back. I think, South African fans would look at the South African performance, particularly with the men, the women coming off the back of a fantastic win against the West Indies women in that series at the Imperial Wanderers. But the men have really been struggling with inconsistent form and almost remind me of a mid-table Premier League side where you really feel like there's so much more potential there, but they've just been a little bit below par or below their ability. It's almost like that, those school reports where they say Pendula is not performing to his potential. He's so much more, but just lacking a little bit there, maybe.
And I might agree with you there, Dave. If you take a look at statistics will tell you that, okay, the last series against India, we were able to come back in the 3-match test series. We were able to win the ODI series. But ODIs aside, where we play actually decent cricket, when we look at the red ball cricket, some of the failures or some of the missed puzzles in the South African team were well shielded by the fact that South Africa were able to win those matches, and most of those kinks in the armor coming from the batting lineup. So it's lucky that the Test Championship plays over 2 years, but because of the form of the red ball cricket, you can't help but look at how it spreads the stigma of South Africa's poor performances into the other forms of the game, even though they are performing at a decent level. I mean, when you look at the T20s, the squad is packed with players who are going to the ICC, some of the highest ranked players as well. So maybe when it comes to the white ball game, there might be a good chance for the team to represent itself. But as of with the red ball cricket, as we can see, very lackluster performances. And if you do draw parallels with the South African women's team, who are doing excellently well and actually have a chance to win this upcoming World Cup, there are stark differences. Bafana Bafana versus Banyana Banyana kind of tendencies in my books here, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Banyana just recently qualifying for the African Cup of Nations. But coming back to the men, they've struggled, like you said. They had picked up that victory, and they really looked top notch against India. My question to you is: was it papering over cracks with South Africa winning against an India side that was good on paper, but in terms of their performance, other than that first test, were lackluster?
I think so. I believe there are deep-rooted problems when it comes to South Africa's batting. None goes to South Africa having a lack of talent because, I mean, how many names have we named saying that they can make it into the team and they should be playing? When you go to your Malan brothers, you go to Bendingham, you go to Ryan Rickleton, who's going with the team. Keegan Peterson is not even in the squad. And you look at all of these names that play at various areas of the batting order, and you think that, South Africa have a good chance. They have a good team. The bowling has never been in question. There's just a plethora of players around. It always for me comes back to that question that I posed earlier of asking what type of cricket are we looking to play? Because once the team and once the people understand the type of cricket that the Proteas wants to play, it will be easier to fill in the gaps. Do you want aggressive cricket where you go out there and you just bully your opponents? Maybe Ryan Rickleton will be a good option there. Maybe grooming a Stubbs into a red ball cricketer and using that explosive power to enter the red ball game might be a thing. Just inventive cricket like that, like how England did and how they dominated by just attacking both in the red ball and in the white ball game until they were world champions. So I'm failing to understand what type of game we're trying to play. The middle order, it seems flat. The top order is gritty, but then they're not backed up by the rest of the team. So until we understand what Mark Boucher and co are trying to do with the team, until they see if they have modernized their style of play, it will be very hard for us to be able to solve our problems as a South African batting or cricket lineup in total. How do you strike the balance? What do you look for? This is why there's no conclusive discussion in terms of good selections and bad selections, because does it fit to the style of cricket that we play? We don't know, unless if you can bring us better insight, Dave, in terms of the style of cricket that South Africa actually play.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you to put your coaching cap on. I, I mean, if I have to think about, excuse me, the South African style, I think it, excuse me,
Have some tea, Dave.
something stuck in the throat there. But if I have to look at how the South African standard is, I think if I look at where South Africa should be looking to play, I think it has to be a style in which we go hard up front. We're aggressive up front, and that means whatever format that we play, we're positive. I think if it's with the ball, if it's with the bat, either way, I want a sharp start to the game. I feel that sometimes maybe it's due to the Dean Elgar captaincy or having Dean Elgar at the top and nobody at the other end to be as confident or as perhaps aggressive in terms of the bat. I think sometimes we're a lot more circumspect in the way that we begin test matches, particularly with the bat. And I find that when we try and play a safe brand of cricket, I think often we find ourselves missing out. I think if you look at South African teams that have been successful, there was always someone in that top 3 or 4 that was able to get things underway fairly quickly. I mean, we think of Herschel Gibbs and his ability to take the game away at the top of the order.
Yeah.
And even when it wasn't Herschel Gibbs in the top 3, we almost felt like if needs be, Graham Smith would front up, but he would front up with positivity and aggression. And then you felt, okay, cool. You know, South Africa were able to get off to a good start. You know, if Graham Smith was batting with Alvaro Peterson, you felt like Graham would take the game on. He wouldn't sit back and be a little bit more cautious or hesitant. And that, I think, is something that South Africa lack. In terms of the ball, I think we rely too much on the guys who seemingly have to do it over and over again. I think, you know, the key for South African success with the ball has to be patience. I think it's patience and consistency. A guy like Sean Pollock, a guy like Verreynne, you know, plugging away for hours on end on a line length. And I think when we try to bowl too many magic balls all at once, that's when you'll find that South Africa tries to do too much at once, and then a bit of frustration for them. Wonderful news from the middle is that South Africa and New Zealand are walking back out to the park, and the rain has subsided here. Brief rain delay, but the lights are on fully, so it's going to make batting here for these remaining South African batters a little bit more challenging. 302 for 8 after 119. The man most recently dismissed was Kagiso Rabada, but seemed an eternity ago. Just reading a quick comment from YouTube, from Facebook rather. Lisa NZ, maybe listening to us from New Zealand, has said she's trying to find us live stream on Facebook, but she can't. Well, you found us. We are the unofficial radio broadcasters for this series, and so we'll be bringing you every single moment live, ball by ball, in this test series. We are radio, and that's why we bring you the audio with our lovely faces to have a look at. And you can see also there's an image of the Hagley Oval. 302 for 8. What are you expecting here with Keshav Maharaj walking to the wicket? He's averaging 14.6, his best of 73 coming in his 40 matches. But what do you expect him, Pendulo? a rain delay, and Matt Henry with a newish egg in his hand.
Very apparent thing to see here is how his Henry's shirt is blowing all over the place. There's clouds in the sky, so it will be a dangerous time for Keshav Maharaj, especially with Matt Henry hitting his lines and lengths. But I have full confidence in his batting as we get the ball rolling.
First ball underway and defended on the front foot. 3 slips in a gully and no run there. Wagner doing Kyle Jamieson doing the collection work off of his fellow Giants shot there. Riddles has said, awesome content, guys. Keep it up. No, Riddles, you keep it up. You're doing a great job. Thumbs up from all of us here. Good work, Riddles. 3:10 in the morning here in South Africa. And it is an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be with you in this series. This one is straightened onto the pads, and Janssen's able to work it onto the onside for the first runs post the luncheon interval. Once again, it's giant to giant as Jameson does the collection work there, with Maharaj facing his first ball in just a moment.
We can see a strategy here from Matt Henry. He was trying to build on something against Marco Jansen. He was attacking those stumps, making sure that he can't play on that offside, closing him down. Luckily enough, Marco Jansen was able to get those ones. And on getting that one, that's what I hope to see, Dave, to answer your questions. I hope to see a rotation of strike, because those 3 runs and over, 4 runs and over, and then a boundary every now and then will really get the South African confidence going up.
Matt Henry into Keshav Maharaj, squares him up, but it's a defensive shot from the South African left-arm spinner. 303 for 8. Jansen on 12. Maharaj just the 1 ball faced, and he's yet to get off the mark. Matt Henry has bowled really well. Between him and Neil Wagner, it's been 6 wickets from the South African innings. So really, the 2 that are striking whilst the iron is hot. 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on. This is full, and Keshav Maharaj awkwardly pushes at that, trying to defend it and keep it out.
It's incredible, the fitness of these bowlers, Dave. Matt Henry is on his 31st over. His pace has definitely gone down, but the accuracy is still in place. His thought processes haven't dwindled a single bit as he goes for the 5th ball of the 120th.
This one is defended again on the back foot from Maharaj. He lifts his hand, open face, in order to decline any thought or consideration of a run. Pendula, we've seen the New Zealanders drop a couple of catches. We've also seen them take a couple of catches. We've also seen in the South African T20 domestic tournament over 100 drop catches. I think it was Jeff Gianna, the assistant coach for the Titans, and I'll give it to you after this ball. This one is defended awkwardly, fended at by Keshav Maharaj. 120 gone, 303 for 8. Just before the previous round of fixtures, 120 drop catches in that domestic T20 tournament. Surely there's got to be sirens going off, red flags everywhere. 120 drop catches. That's appalling.
It's terrible, especially when you consider that these are professional cricketers. Their skills are being showcased to the entire continent, actually. And if those people are lucky enough and technologically savvy, the world over. So that's not the brand of cricket you want South Africa to show, especially when it has a long history of excellent fielders, excellent slip catches. When you think the partnership of Graham Smith and Jock Callison first and second slip, I can list a whole loads of names. It should be a huge worry for the South Africans, because imagine if they took the catches in the first test. We would be speaking a different story.
Wagner into Jansen, and that's just defended on the front foot. Nothing on offer there for him. Yeah, it's you've touched on it perfectly in that South Africa have always had very good outfielders, infielders under the helmet. There's always been skill and excellence, really, when it came to fielding. But 120 drop catches in a T20 tournament. This one's driven a little bit late by Jansen. You're right. It's disgusting. I mean, disgusting. 120. That number just burned in my brain. Like, when they brand cattle, that was branded on my subcortex. I
It's
struggle to fathom.
unimaginable. It's
I
unimaginable.
understand that sometimes the light isn't great at St. George's in Gqeberha, as this one is an attempted bouncer from Wagner, but died on
Typical
his way
Wagner.
through to Blundell. I can understand that the wind swirls. I know that it's challenging to take those catches. I mean, we saw Kleinhans take 2 absolute screamers where he just stuck a paw out and for the Knights, and was able to dismiss 2 Western Province Blitz batsmen. But I'm not really sure. Janssen now facing up to Wagner. And this one's an attempted back foot drive through the covers, just beating the bat of Janssen, going through to Blundell. There's a good bit of bowling here from Wagner.
Just before I answer you on the catches and we conclude that, what we need to look at is the differences between the 2 bowlers that are facing these South Africans. You have Neil Wagner, who's bashing it back of a length and sometimes halfway down the pitch, a complete contrast with Matt Henry, who's charging it up there and making it full. So it's really confusing the batters as to how to move, especially considering the fact that they're not true batters.
Yeah, absolutely. Defended on the front foot by Janssen. 1 ball remaining in the 121st.
And to finish off your point about the catches, as we take a look at that gorgeous catch by Daryl Mitchell in first slip, South Africa, their fielding has been shown by the dropped catches that they dropped in the first match as well. So maybe the people in the domestic league.
This one is driven square and on the bounce to Gully. Great stop there at Gully. Could so nearly have been an opportunity. And 121 gone, 303 for 8.
Very good start here for the Black Caps. Very steady start for the Black Caps after the lunch interval. And South Africa's catching needs to be sorted out. There needs to be, I don't know, are people putting less emphasis in field training because, it's easier? Are they focusing their skills on something else and undermining the value of fielding? Maybe it could be something as fundamental as that, David.
Yeah, I would hope that wouldn't be the case. This one defended on the back foot by Maharaj. Yet to get off the mark, he's faced an over's worth of deliveries and still sitting on goose egg there. Yeah, it's something that the brains trust at Cricket South Africa will definitely take notice of. I just want to come back to this. Speaking of catching, this slip catch here, it was an absolute screamer by Daryl Mitchell, diving to his right at first slip. Matt Henry into Maharaj, and that one swinging away. Blundell taking a good take in front of first slip there. But I mentioned it earlier where, I've been worried about Blundell. He's left a ball that seems like it should have been his.
That was definite. That certainly looked like he could have reached there. Don't know why he didn't go for it. A lot of trust on his first slip.
Yeah,
I thought about that as well.
This one is defended as well. They think about a run, but the decline comes and says no, thank you. Right hand rule, sure, but I almost felt it should have been Blundell.
I genuinely felt like that, but then you also think about the position of the wicket keeper and the advantage that he has by using his glove with that extra webbing. You would want a ball that the wicket keeper can reach for him to go for it. We've seen catches where they catch it right in front of the first slip's face. So maybe he could have gone for it.
Yeah, again, defended on the back foot by Maharaj. There's clearly a plan here. They're not imagining that he's going to waft away at that one, so into the body of the South African left arm spinner.
The line is pretty consistent by Matt Henry. If we had to draw a beehive of where the balls are, the line is definitely targeting the stumps. You miss, I hit.
Absolutely, Henry. And again, it's a bouncer, and Blundell taking that at shoulder height. We're going to be replaced at 20 past 3 in the next couple of moments by Tsepo Taela and the man himself, Verreynne Erasmus. Seemingly doesn't sleep any longer because he's been commentating in the later shifts, but also commenting on our YouTube channel around every single moment of this test match. So I wonder how he's getting sleep, or maybe he's on leave at the moment. That one's defended off the back foot to finish the 122nd, and South Africa 303 for 8. We're going to squeeze in one more over here. Sharma Dalip is saying that 310 is the score that he's predicting, whilst Kaif Ansari is saying 361. So he's expecting a fight back here from the tail from South Africa. But it looks like it's quite a chilly day there. They've got the blankets out and the jackets, and it was 21 degrees earlier, but it really didn't look like it was too menacing.
We're talking about hardcore cricket fans here. They're not even under the covers. They stayed through the light drizzle, and they are braving the wind just to catch some glimpse of fantastic test cricket.
This one from Wagner's overpitched and driven out to that middle region by Janssen, but he doesn't get a run for it. The wind is 29 kilometers an hour with 18 degrees the temperature. So like you said, die-hard cricket fans, when the wind is pumping like that and it's cold, you know you're a determined cricket fan to stick around, particularly after the short rain delay.
When last did you see batters wearing full-on jerseys, Dave?
Yeah, it's certainly been a while, but endemic to New
Oh,
Zealand. On the back foot, he just punches us through the covers. Lovely
Brilliant
shot from Marco Jansen. He tried to play that shot earlier and it beat his bat, but this time he gets 2 for it as Latham does the cleanup work there. So South Africa moving to 305, and Pawana Jan or Jan or Jan says 380 or 425. Now,
wow!
I'll be impressed if South Africa
ambition
to get that. I like the confidence from him. Wagner. And again, this is into the elbow, the left elbow of Janssen. There should have been a man under the helmet, one thinks, as Wagner does the fielding off of his own bowling at square leg. So they just get 1 for it.
And it's funny going back to that boundary and even that last ball. Marco Janssen's height is making these bounces from Neil Wagner, who's a relatively short man, just come chest height. So he can climb on top of them and guide the ball down, whether he's attacking or whether he's tucking it around like he did with that single. It's awkward for Neil Wagner because his bounces aren't working as they would with a Maharaj. But we see a leg slip now coming in there to cover those balls that will be high on the hip.
Colin de Grandhomme is the man that is selected there. That one's just left alone by Maharaj. Still not on the mark here. We can see as there's just 2 balls remaining in this over. We can see Tsepo Taela and Verreynne Erasmus getting ready. It looks like Tsepo's doing a bit of gymnastics in the background here. I'm sure he'll be able to explain that to you. The camera's going everywhere and nowhere at the same time. We're just focusing in on here. He'll be able to tell you a little bit more about what he was doing in preparation. There were things flying across the camera. It was certainly entertaining for us. Answer to Maharaj, who just ducks under it, but he could so nearly have ducked into that one. It didn't look healthy at all.
Neil Wagner doesn't remember what happened between Jasprit Bumrah and the man himself, Marco Jansen. He will be batting Neil Wagner, and he will face Marco Jansen. Does he really want to play with fire like that as we prepare for the last ball of our stint here, Dave?
Yeah, just 1 ball remaining in the 123rd. South Africa 306 for 8. Wagner to Maharaji pushes at this. A bit of a check drive, but he'll get a single for it as South Africa go to 307 for 8. And let me bring in Verreynne as well as Tsepo Taela. He's just fixing his things. Thank you so much, Mpendula, for your company this morning and in the post-lunch session. Verreynne,
Thank you,
good morning.
guys. Well done.
And let's bring Tsepotsiale in as well. And South Africa, 307 for 8. And I'll hand over to my excellent colleagues here, TT and Verreynne.
Bless you, David. Great stint there with Umpesh, a legend, in fact. Used to play for Wits Cricket, spent many a day at the Matrix together. Verreynne, how are you doing?
Well, and you, sir?
I'm not too bad. Not a bad situation to wake up to. South Africa, 307
As
for
Henry
8
runs
at the
in.
moment. Just lost a little bit of Verreynne, or is it me? Yes, that was a dot ball. He didn't miss too much from that delivery, while Verreynne just sorts himself out.
Let's see. Henry runs in there, short length delivery. And Maharaj punches this off the back foot to mid-off. Can you hear me clearly, Chepo?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Verreynne.
All right, I just lost
definitely.
connection there for a second.
Didn't miss any balls, man. Henry's still going.
Yeah, Matt Henry running in here to Keshav Maharaj over the wicket. Gets that one full one off stump. Maharaj punches this down to mid-off for no run. It's been a bit of a disappointing start to the day for South Africa after being in quite a good position going into it. Losing the five wickets, not adding a lot of runs to the overnight score. As Henry runs in again here, gets that short of a length on the off stump. Maharaj just leans back and blocks this down to mid-off once again for no run.
The perfect foundation was set. Couldn't agree with you more, with Sadal Adria, Dean Algard, even Aiden Markram contributing well over 40, the three of them.
Henry runs in again over the wicket, short the length delivery. Maharaj just ducks under that one comfortably as it angles down the leg side. Only 127 kilometers per hour, that one from Matt Henry, still getting into his work here.
It was just the middle order, just not contributing as much as South African fans would hope. So New Zealand doing well to bring this game right back.
Henry runs in again here to Maharaj, short, just outside the off stump. Maharaj cuts this away to the point boundary. It wasn't even that short. There wasn't a lot of room, but Maharaj loves that cut shot, and he just plays that one expertly behind point to the boundary for 4.
Something about a late cut just looks so good. Sliced it, placed it. The man at backward point dove, but could do nothing. So Keshav Maharaj adding a little bit of pace here, a little bit of pace in terms of scoring with that boundary. South Africa 311 for 8 at the moment. And just looking at the score, Verreynne, I'm not really too convinced by it and the rate at which it was scored. South Africa scoring at 2.51 and over. And just looking at the series and how it sits. Oh, Mpesh is here. Hey, the legend. Awesome.
Wagner runs in here to Janssen over the wicket. He bowls this one on a length, just angling across just outside the off stump. Janssen defends this one into the covers for no run.
Sorry, got a little distracted. But yes, South Africa not scoring at a quick enough rate, in my opinion. This could come back to bite them if New Zealand just, bat out the rest of this test match and it ends up being a draw.
I do feel there's still quite enough in this pitch for the bowlers, and I do expect us to come back stronger in this test match as Wagner runs in and bowls that one short. Janssen just lets that one go as it goes over his head for no run.
Yeah. With that said, though, do you think we have the firepower to actually get the job done? Yes, we do have KG Rabada and Marco Janssen, but with Vian Mulder there and Keshav Maharaj in the team, there's more holding roles than actual strike bowlers.
Wagner bowls this one full. Janssen goes over the top, over mid-on for 4. Wonderfully hit. Just hit that one through the line, back over Neil Wagner's head. Stands and delivers.
That was an absolutely superb shot. It was about time. The scoreboard pressure was building. They were scoring at a very slow rate, as Tsepo had implied, and it was just a matter of time before they let their arms loose.
It's good to see some intent here. It's been lacking this morning. Wagner runs in again, short the length delivery. Janssen just drops his hands and watches that one go past. Wagner giving him a bit of a stare down as he walks back to his mark. Yeah, it's been a bit of a disappointing morning, especially after the platform we laid. We were at one stage 199 for 1 yesterday, and you really feel from that position you need to stamp your authority and really take the game to New Zealand. But we've gone into our shells and lost wickets at the same time. Not the combination when you want when you're chasing a test series. Wagner runs in again here to Janssen. Short length delivery just outside the off stump. He gets a glove to this, but it pops up into the air but lands short of the man at leg gully. Lucky escape there for Janssen.
Oh, no, that was a body ball that Neil Wagner has been bowling quite often. There have been words exchanged here by the two bowlers. So, yeah, probably expecting a little bit of sauce later on when Neil Wagner is facing Marco Janssen.
Definitely. Wagner runs in again here to Janssen. Another short length delivery. He flays at this one outside the off stump. He gets a top edge over the slip fielders. A moral victory for for Wagner. I apologize for Wagner there. But that's 4 more runs to the total. That takes South Africa up to 319 for 8 after 125 overs. Janssen will take that. That takes his score up to 23 of 39 deliveries. He's partnered with Maharaj, who's 5 of 19.
A nice, healthy little contribution here from the South African. Can we call him an all-rounder now? He did do relatively well in the SAA series against India as well, scoring a 70 in that second test, in the second unofficial test.
Yeah, he's still working his way to, I think, becoming an all-rounder. I think for now he's still a bowler who's very handy with the bat. I don't think he's a fully fledged all-rounder, as they say, but he'll get there. I feel he does have the temperament for it. Henry runs in here to Maharaj, pitches that one just short of a length onto middle stump. Maharaj just punches this back straight to Henry for no run. $319 for 8 here. 125 overs have already been bowled. New Zealand's been out there for a while, but the run rate is still under control. Henry runs in again. Full length delivery just outside the off stump. Maharaj punches this beautifully, but straight at mid-off for no run.
Sorry about that. I was having a fat chat about the stoic Marco Janssen, but it was all on mute. Technology.
Henry to Maharaj. Short the length delivery. Maharaj goes down on one knee to try and pull this one. Bit of a strange shot. Lucky to not get a feather through to the keeper Blundell there. A bit of a duck pull type of shot. It's hard to describe, but he got down on his back knee and still tried to pull that one away that was short.
Yeah, very strange. He's not a conventional batsman, Maharaj. He looks a little strange in the middle. Does get runs from time to time, so I do appreciate that at the bottom of the order.
Another short delivery by Henry. Maharaj just sways out of the way of that one and lets it go through. Yeah, Maharaj does have a couple of 50s. He has made some crucial contributions in the past, and I think he can do a lot more. I think he is good enough to add a lot more runs than he has. Henry runs in again short on the middle stump. Maharaj just leans back and blocks this one out to the cover region for no run.
In terms of Maharaj's role in the team, I don't know about you, Verreynne, but I'm of the opinion that what he contributes goes beyond what he does with the bat or what he doesn't do with the ball, because sometimes he's just in the team, but he doesn't even get a ball. His leadership,
Henry runs,
in my opinion, does
Henry
a lot more to bolster his position in the team. Sorry.
Yes, no problem. Henry pitched this one on the length, just angling down the leg side. Maharaj worked that away to the fine leg for a single. Or was it a couple? I think they came back for two runs.
They came back for a second,
there.
yeah.
So it's 321 for 8 after 126 overs. Yeah, I agree with you, Chepo. I think he brings a lot of leadership to this team. He has now been the captain of the limited overs format in the absence of Themba Bavuma, and he has led well.
It's the planning, it's the decision making, and the planning of how he gets his wickets in one-day internationals and how he gets them at the right time is what I really enjoy. But in the field, especially in tests, that's what's really gets me going. He's really always jumping around, getting stuff done.
Wagner pitches this one short. Jansen pulls this one comfortably over the top in front of square to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Pulled that one with a lot of authority. After the previous over where Wagner started to bowl him with a few bounces, Jansen has now decided he's not going to stand back. He's going to play his shots.
Sure, got under that one perfectly, timed it, placed it. Cannot get any better than that. And I really do enjoy watching Marco Jansen going forwards at full speed here.
Another short length delivery. Wagner is not holding back, staring down Jansen again. A good tussle here between bat and ball. Lovely to see. This is what makes Test cricket what it is. A real contest. Neither one willing to back down. Good to see.
He's had a few battles in the middle, has Marco Jansen in his very short Test career. Just thinking of the few deliveries he bowled to Jasprit Bumrah in the Wanderers game. Stared him down a few times as well.
Another short length delivery. Marco Jansen pulls this one high in the air. Again, it reaches the mid-wicket boundary. 4-4. Jansen still not backing down. He's taking on Wagner here. He moves up to 31 of 42 deliveries. This also takes South Africa's total up to 329 for 8. And after a sedate start to the day and plenty of wickets falling, it's a breath of fresh air to see Jansen taking the positive route.
Yeah, that last delivery from Neil Wagner, hoping to really bounce the tall Marco Jansen out of the game. But you're going to have to do a lot to get on top of Marco Jansen here. Didn't quite time it, didn't get the middle of the bat, but still found the boundary.
Another short length delivery, this time outside the off stump as Wagner came around the wicket. Jansen just punches this one off the back foot out to the point boundary. He gets a couple of runs. Change of angle here from Wagner coming around the wicket. He's now set his field accordingly as a deep fine leg, a deep backward square leg for those bounces. Still coming in with the same tactics, hoping that Jansen will top edge a ball towards that boundary. He's decided now to come back over the wicket again, so scratch that as he runs into Jansen. Another short length delivery. Jansen just ducks under this one.
You know, a batsman is in control when the field is being shifted around and the batsman is just placing it in the gaps, when the bowler is trying to find different ways to get them out. And right now, Neil Wagner to Jansen, 24 balls, 24 runs, going at a run a ball here. So you probably feel that Marco Jansen is on top, and he often is because he's such a tall oak.
Yeah, such a fantastic contest. There's another short length delivery. Jansen pulls this one all along the ground to deep square leg, and they go through for a single to end the over. South Africa have moved up to 332 for 8 after 127 overs. Such a vital contribution here for Jansen, trying to take this total up past the 350 mark. And that battle between Wagner and Jansen really bringing some life to this South Africa innings at the back end.
Truly is quite a spectacle, Marco Jansen, with bat and ball. A competitor when he's in the on the pitch. So very excited to see how far his Test career is going to go, because he's showing us something here. He's nice to watch. There's always a battle, and he always has those stoic eyes. So long may his Test career go on.
Yes, Henry runs in here over the wicket to Marco Jansen. Length delivery just outside the off stump. Marco. Defenses one solidly out to the cover region. Yes, it's hard to believe that this is only his second series. He's into I think it's his 5th Test match now, and he's really looking settled and a part of this team for the long run. He's only 21 years old, so still plenty to learn, but the potential is there for all to see. Henry runs in again, length delivery just angling down the leg side. Marco Jansen takes his bottom hand off this one as he just guides it to the deep square leg boundary, and they go through for a single. The triple Nelson is up for 8 wickets down. Maharaj will now be on strike. He's on 7 of 25. Jansen has now moved up swiftly to 35 of 47 deliveries.
Just looking at the score now, when was the last time you said South Africa were on a triple Nelson? Oftentimes being criticized for not being able to get to 300. They've done it here today in 2 days in this Test match. So at least if there were boxes to tick, this is another box that the batting side have ticked. And sorry, the last delivery was short length that Maharaj just tried to pull, didn't really get bat on that from Matt Henry. But would you say that the South African batting side has turned a corner? Not necessarily turned a corner, but are moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I think they have the right opening combination now, which does make a big difference in Test cricket. You want a solid opening partnership, and I do feel Algar and Arvia is the right combination to take us forward. And with KP coming back at 3, I think that will be a solid top 3. As Henry gets this one short just outside the off stump, Maharaj gets nicely on top of this and just bunts it into the ground to point for no run.
Funny enough, I was having a conversation. I'll tell you after this ball. Oh,
clearly I'm a bit behind you here. You're welcome to take over the ball by ball, Chebu.
Okay, fine. Matt Henry, last delivery, it was a good length. Just worked to the onside by Keshav Maharaj. I don't want to commentate, then you missed the action. You only see it afterwards. But these things happen when you're doing streaming like this. This last delivery, good length, played off the back foot to mid-wicket. They made a quick run and got some overthrows here. Did the South Africans, made a quick run. Excuse my English, it's quite early in the morning here, but still enjoying the cricket. But yes, was chatting to one of the South African selectors at the Kaima Jola week, in fact. And he was talking about opening combinations, and one of the most difficult or least likely and potentially most successful opening combinations could be with 2 left-handers specifically. So not necessarily player by player, but you can either have 2 right-handers, a left-right combination, or 2 left-handers, and 2 left-handers could actually be the way forward. And with Sadal Advia and Dean Algar, who, in my opinion, have different styles that could complement each other. You were talking about how Advia bats like free-flowingly, and Dean Algar has that nuggety survival, somehow, how did he not go out type of batting as Neil Wagner comes over the wickets to the right-hand bat. Jansen, a short delivery that Jansen gets on top of and just a guide to a vacant short mid-wicket region. He has 4 people on the boundary on the onside, fine leg, a deep square leg and a cow corner. The backward point's actually not on the boundary, close in, and there's also a mid-on the onside and a slip. As Neil Wagner comes left over again. It's short. It's just outside the off stump, and it's hit straight to the man at cow corner. A hook, he got on top of that, as well did Marco Jansen, and played a safe shot for a single to cow corner. 3-6 for 8.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I can think of a good example where two left-handed openers ruled Test cricket for a while, and that's Matthew Hayden and Justin Langer. So it is definitely a combination that can be successful. I think whether it's left-handed or right-handed, as long as you complement each other well, you can have a successful opening partnership.
And that's the key. Keshav Maharaj tries to ramp the short delivery over the head of Tom Blundell. Didn't get any contact. Got very low matrix dodge he did there, but unfortunately not being able to ramp it over the keeper.
Maharaj playing duck pulls and swaying out of the way, trying to ramp, bringing out all sorts of interesting shots here in his short innings so far. It's only brought him 9 runs.
Yeah, as this one just played out to the man at point for no run.
I think the real tussle we want to see is when Jansen is on strike against Wagner. So a bit of a disappointment that he got off strike so early in the over.
I want to continue seeing that battle. We're just seeing that the partnership here, 34 runs off 58 balls, which is fantastic news for the South Africans. Just getting a few vital runs here at the back end of the innings. A short delivery once again on top of off stump this time, just guided to the man at cover for no run with a straight bat. Still 3-6 for 8.
Jansen's innings was dearly needed here. We were really tapering off, looking like we will be bowled out for around 300. So good to see him pushing the score along. We're chasing the series here. We need to, if we want to tie, we need to win this test match. So we can't labor here.
Wagner in for his last delivery. Another short one. This time the gap found by Keshav Maharaj on the offside with a back foot shot. Tom Latham, Captain Tom, does the fielding there from cover, but wasn't able to stop the single. South Africa now 337 for 8 after 129 overs. Jansen, 36 off 49, and Keshav Maharaj, 10 off 33.
Maharaj steals the strike there again at the end of the over. I guess I'm just enjoying Jansen's batting so much today that I want to see more of him. But it's good to form a partnership here. They'd like to bowl on this, take the score past 350 and beyond. We want to. They'll try and make obviously as much as possible. This pitch is pretty good still to bat on once you get in. So they'll want as many runs to play with as they can get.
Just looking at a few partnerships here, and something very concerning is that partnership between Verreynne and Rassie van der Dussen. Literally only 4 off it, and Verreynne only scored 4 runs. And as the wicket-keeper batter, he hasn't really had the best start to Test cricket, as it looks like Tim Southee's back into attack. Keshav Maharaj on strike, back of a length delivery, sent to the onside cow corner, way over the infield, and it goes past the boundary. 4 runs for the South African spinner.
That was beautifully picked up. It wasn't that short. It was just back of the length, but Maharaj swiveled and got underneath this one. It really wasn't that short. It was just the back of the length delivery. Angling down the leg side, Maharaj just helps us along the way over the square leg, and another vital 4 runs to the total.
This next delivery pitching on off stump, driven right back past the bowler into the stumps of the non-striking batter. It looked very good, but wasn't going to go for 4. Still 341 for 8 here. And just thinking of that last delivery, didn't get too much bounce to Tim Southee. So tried to bounce out Keshav Maharaj, but didn't have the pace or the bounce to do so. Do you think the South African bowlers will be able to maybe extract a little bit of bounce? They did struggle with the short deliveries in the first test, as Saudi continues a little bit of an in-swinger, starting on off stump, going towards middle. Maharaj plays this to the onside, where the man at mid-wicket does the fielding. Still 3-4-1 for 8.
I felt in general in the first test match, the South African bowlers bowled too short. It's good to use a surprise short bowl and to keep the batters honest. But I felt like for the majority of the time, we didn't quite hit that fuller length we needed to hit on this pitch. So hopefully they'll make that adjustment and still use the short ball effectively. Both Jansen and KG have effective short balls. So they'll try and keep the batsmen honest.
This last delivery, pitching outside off stump, Maharaj, and it was very, very full as well. That's also important to note. Maharaj leaves this one, goes to Blundell, untouched, 3-4-1 for 8.
The run rate has crept up a little bit in this innings, mainly thanks to Jansen. Maharaj is also now getting into his stride, moving up to 14 of 37 deliveries. Just getting going now, looking to be positive throughout.
Getting going indeed. A back of a length delivery on top of off stump, a back foot punch through the covers by Keshav Maharaj. A lot of work to be done. Doesn't get to the boundary, but it did look good. Gets 3 runs as South Africa move to 344 for 8.
Yeah, wonderful back foot punch there from Maharaj. Very Amla-esque from him there. Comfortable leaning back into that one. I think that's probably where Keshav feels at ease the most, is on the back foot, cutting and pulling and punching off the back foot. And the New Zealanders probably need to draw him forward here.
Yeah, take him away from that outside off stump, because he does score prolifically off the back foot, whether it's on the offside or on the onside, as this delivery was just back of a length, played to mid-on by Marco Jansen for no run to end the 130th over, 340 for 8. Maharaj 17 off 38 and Jansen 36 off 50. A little bit of impetus shown here at the back end of the innings here, the lower order adding a valuable runs here.
Yeah, this partnership has now moved up to 42 of only, I think it's 11 overs, so 42 of 66 bowls. That's very good going between these two.
We're just seeing some scenes of the crowd and just a lot of trees waving in the background. So it's probably a windy day at the Hagley Oval as Wagner continues. A good length delivery on top of off stump. Maharaj gets on the back foot, blocks this out to the man at cover for no run.
Yeah, it does seem to be quite a cold day. I heard Dave earlier saying that it was about 18 degrees, and that combine that with a blustery wind that can really cut through clothing. It's no surprise that everybody is packed quite warm, and you even see the batters batting with jerseys out there.
Back of a length delivery outside off stump. Keshav Maharaj cuts this, but it turns into a straight bat, a flat bat shot that goes straight past the bowler, beat the man at cover, who looked like he was resting on his laurels, didn't look awake to receive that, Tom Latham. But he gets 4 runs. Keshav Maharaj scoring well in front of square. Actually, he didn't stand a chance. The guy at cover. That was 4 runs all the way. Found the gap.
Yeah, probably not quite where Keshav was aiming, but they'll take it any way it comes at this stage.
Oh, heaves this one. Boom, baby. Well over the infield, over the bowler's head. 1 bounce for Keshav Maharaj isn't chilling. He's not here for a long time anymore. He's only here for a good time. That shot takes the score well over 350. South Africa 352 for 8. There are literally no fielders behind the bowler.
Yeah, Keshav is here for a good time, and he's giving us a good time here in our commentary stint. Both Keshav and Jansen taking the attack to Wagner, really laying the foundation for a big score here as they go past 350.
He does it again, sends it to the leg side this time with a pull back of a length delivery from Neil Wagner. But this time there's a fielder doing the sweeping on the onside. He gets 2 runs instead of 4. And Neil Wagner has been getting a little bit expensive here with the lower order. And this is, if you're a South African fan, this is exactly what you want to see. A frustrating bottom order fight. Big scores, well over 20 from both batters, while the wickets are at 8 and the runs just keep on flowing. Maharaj, a back of a length delivery once again by Neil Wagner. Maharaj sends it past the bowler, flat batting it once again because there's no person at mid-on or mid-off. So big gaps here in front of square, not in front of square, but straight down the ground in that V, and Maharaj exploiting that.
What a counter-punching partnership this has turned out to be. Maharaj rockets on to 31 now. The partnership has gone past 50, and Wagner really being laid into here. Very expensive. Continuing with that short ball ploy, but it's not working out for him right now.
It's not working, Verreynne, and you were literally concerned with the South African short deliveries in the last test, and it looks like the New Zealanders don't have answers to the questions that the South African batters are posing, as this short delivery, another one, Maharaj just ducks under. He's like, okay, Marku, you can face now. I've had my fun. Get going. As after 131 overs, South Africa 358 for 8. Jansen on 36 off 50. Maharaj 31 off 44. And the partnership 56 off 72. Jansen's contribution 25 of 28, and Maharaj his 31 off 44.
Just wonderful to watch. I said that I wanted to see Jansen on strike more, but Maharaj has said, no, I'm taking over. And he started smashing boundaries all over the place. But as I said, they're keeping it short to him, and I think that's exactly where he wants it.
Not sure why the New Zealand bowlers are adopting this short length bowling. Doesn't look like there's enough pace or bounce in this wicket to really threaten the batters at all. All of them look very comfortable to play and dispatch to get bats on, as another back of a length delivery punched off the back foot, played through the man at cover, misfield, to give Marco Jansen a single, 359 for 8.
Yeah, neither Salvi nor Wagner has the pace to trouble the tail here. Not that Jansen or Maharaj will consider themselves tail enders. But yeah, they don't have the pace to rush them with those short deliveries. Maybe somebody like Matt Henry or Kyle Jamieson, who can occasionally get it up to 140, can do that. But the technique has not worked against these two.
Good length delivery. It was going towards the leg stump, angling into the right-handed Maharaj. He blocks this back to Tim Southee. No run.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good batting this, because it's not reckless batting. They're putting away the bad deliveries, but they're still negotiating the good ones. They're not just swinging wildly.
That's exactly the thing. Like this whole innings, that has been the case for the top order, especially as this one, half volley outside off stump, slices this one, does Maharaj through the covers for another boundary. This man is looking slick and clean. Sure, what a shot.
Yeah, he timed the pants off that one, because they had a sweeper out on the boundary, but he had no chance running around. That beat, he hit that one in front of the man at deep in at the cover region. And yeah, as I said, that raced away.
This delivery, a slower ball from Tim Southee, just looped towards the pad of Keshav Maharaj. Blocked out. I'd definitely like to see the pace of that delivery. But it's 111 kph, so really took the pace off the ball there. And South Africa still on 363 for 8. That's nice to say. South Africa 300 over 50 for 8. Maharaj in, Jansen in.
It seems like the rain delay has really helped us here, because we've come out with real purpose after it.
A short delivery. This one got a lot of bounce. Keshav Maharaj ducking under that. and Tom Blundell having to jump up to catch that well over his head. So Tim Southee not pleased with getting punished, trying to respond here.
Yeah, it's just so enjoyable to see this from a South African standpoint, because we're so used to taking this from the bottom order from the opposition. So it's good to see us dealing it out for a change.
Indeed. Gets people feeling like saying whoop whoop from time to time. Gets them nice and happy. A slower ball Yorker on leg stump, driven straight to the man at mid on, Matt Henry. They took the run quickly, put pressure on the fielder, and made it comfortable in the end. After 132 overs, South Africa 364 for 8. Maharaj on 36 or 49. And Janssen not too far ahead with 37 or 51. So literally evening out here. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is probably the definition of a real partnership. They're both equally laying into the bowlers here, taking up the same number of balls to get the same runs. It's good to see them combining in this way. As we only have 1 over to go before we change, unfortunately. I've been enjoying this commentary stint a lot.
Hey, just because you've been seeing Marco Jansen, boom! Keshav Maharaj, boom! No wickets, tons of boundaries in our stints, and as called for, Kyle Jamieson here going to do the things. Are you expecting short deliveries from the tall units from New Zealand?
Maybe 1 or 2, but he is quite good at getting the ball to move through the air.
He gets the wicket here. Brilliant bowling. The perfect line and length. Gets the outside edge of Keshav Maharaj, trying to drive this through the covers, but gets the outside edge and goes to the man at gully. Impact as soon as he arrives. Kyle Jamieson with that.
Yeah, that's his first wicket of the innings. He's not been at his best, but he'll certainly be happy with this. And New Zealand really needed to break the partnership because it was threatening to really take this game away from them. Maharaj will be disappointed to get out there, but he has made a vital contribution here for the South Africans, and you can take a lot of confidence with that. That almost already warrants his inclusion in the side.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He gives you so much more than just being a spin bowler that doesn't bowl sometimes on very, very pacey, bouncy wickets. And honestly, from the fan base, I think this guy deserves a lot more respect. But let's quickly go to that delivery. Kyle Jamieson able to get just a little bit more bounce. It looked like it was going to be easy to drive on the up for Keshav Maharaj, but just that little bit more bounce made what would have been a middle shot take the outside edge. So very good tactics here from Tom Latham. Gets a little bit of length here, a little bit of tall people to extract a bit of bounce from the wicket. So well done from New Zealand to finally get the breakthrough against this pestering tail here from the South Africans.
Yeah, South Africa on 364 for 9 now. Hopefully Janssen can get on to strike because he'll like to add a few more runs here if possible. I think Sapamla will be the last batter to come in. He's pretty handy with the bat. He can stick around with Janssen, and so hopefully they can add a few more. But I think 364 for 9 is already a marked improvement from being 302 for 8.
Literally, they did very well, the South African lower order, to just add to what the top order did. And to be fair, there were contributions through the middle order from Themba Bavuma, from Rassie van der Dussen as well. So batters putting their hands up here, the lower order also putting their hands up, and that makes a good reading, makes for good reading of the scorecard here if you're a South African fan. But as mentioned, Lutho Sipamla is in now. He is probably going to be on strike to face Kyle Jamieson's second delivery of this new spell. Janssen is on 37 of 51 at the non-striker's end. Keen to see the South Africans bowl, though. especially Verreynne Mulder, you'd feel that these are perfect conditions for him.
Yeah, with cloud cover and still movement in the pitch, taking the new ball, it should be exciting.
No doubt about it. But still not there yet. Luthuli Sipamla still finding middle, establishing that point. Will be facing up here to Kyle Jamieson. Doesn't really score prolifically in tests. Has a best of 5, an average of 2.5. So all he'll need to do is stay in as long as he can.
Definitely, he just needs to try and hang around here with Janssen, who will do his part to make some quick runs.
This delivery on the 6th stump, outside off stump. Luthuli Sipamla steps forward, shoulders arms this. Tom Blundell, the only person making contact with that delivery. Still 364 here for 9 are South Africa.
I think seeing that one from Sipamla, Jamieson might be inclined to give him a short delivery because he put in a big stride forward, but that was actually a short-ish delivery from Jamieson. So that was like his automatic or his go-to
response.
Yeah.
This one full, in fact. It was even pitched on that leg stump. Glanced to the leg side, but to the man at straight mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah. Still 3 deliveries here for Sipamla, facing up to Jamieson. He just needs to see off his over. See Janssen. I just had a quick discussion with him, so he even needs to get off strike or just face this over out.
This one doing exactly that. A little bit closer to the off stump than that last delivery he left, but the same result in the end. Shoulders arms from Luthuli Sipamla as he has 2 more balls to face in this over.
Yeah, Janssen has again made a vital contribution. Yeah, 37 of 51 deliveries, really trying to stamp himself as an all-rounder for this team. Also showing Verreynne Mulder how it should be done.
Ooh, this one pitching on a good length in line with off stump, played to the man at point for no run. And that's the competition at the bottom of the order for that all-rounder position. When Marco Jansen made his debut in Centurion, I thought that Verreynne Mulder would be the one that would make way for him, since they sort of fulfill a similar role, a bowling all-rounder, not necessarily bowl the same, but in terms of like the role that they play. As this one, a good length delivery, Luthuli Sipamla tries to duck under this, but he gets bat on it, and it loops straight to the man at third slip. So unable to survive the final ball of Jamison's over. And that means that there's not going to be a commentary change here, closing the innings just in time as South Africa wrap up their innings at 364.
Hey, you had one job, Luto. One job, one ball.
Oh, no. Unlucky chaps.
But I called that one. Short length delivery into Sipamla. He looked really uncomfortable under that one.
No, definitely. Tried to get out the way. Didn't expected it to bounce. Tried to duck under it, but got his bat in the way. And it just literally hit the shoulder of the bat, looped all the way to the man at third slip and gobbled up there. So that ends the innings for South Africa. As mentioned, Luthuli Sipamla, he goes out for a duck after facing 5 deliveries. Kyle Jamieson did the bowling, and I believe it was Mitchell who took the catch at third slip. Or Henry Nichols. I stand to be. It was Tim Southey. Okay, yes, Tim Southey took that catch. And just quickly running through the scorecard, Dean Algo got 41 off 101 before he got dismissed by Tim Southey. In swinging delivery, it was beautiful. That was yesterday. Sadal Advia with his century 108 off 221. Bold Henry caught Blundell. Markram also contributed with 42. Wagner got his wickets, caught in the slips by Mitchell. The same went for Rassie van der Dussen, who got 35. And Themba Bavuma He got bowled by Matt Henry after scoring 29 runs. Verreynne didn't contribute too much, only 4 off 10 after being caught by Latham off the bowling of Henry. Mulder got 14 off 42. Uh, Wagner, or getting caught behind off the bowling of Neil Wagner. Rabada also fell. He didn't score too much, just 6 off 14. Wagner, destroyer in chief, that was his fourth wicket, caught by Mitchell behind. And Maharaj and Marco Jansen had a beautiful partnership before Maharaj was dismissed for 36 off 50. And Sapamla, the last one you heard, he got out for 0 off 5. And not out was Marco Jansen, 37 off 51.
Yeah, that partnership of 62 at the end with Maharaj really would take the Proteas with some confidence into their bowling innings. I think labouring at 302 for 8 after having that good foundation was disappointing, but this would have just lifted their confidence again. 364 is a decent outing and a lot better than we have seen from the Proteas over the last few months.
Couldn't agree more, Verreynne, but you'll probably be back in the next stint. I will be saying goodbye, and we'll see you guys after the interval.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And welcome back, everyone. As the New Zealand innings is about to get underway, you're with Mpulelo. How you doing, man? Are you sleepy yet?
Not even.
Good
Not
man,
even.
good man. I feel a bit cheated that I didn't get to get any of Marco Jansen going full guns blazing to get to call any of that. Um, but yeah,
It
364.
was.
We were saying 350 at the beginning of play. They
Mm,
did that and 14 bonus runs. Well, so the batters did their job. It's now time for the bowlers to come good and put their hands up and front up, as they say, as the South African players are in a huddle having a deep conversation. Um,
100%. Um, it actually seemed like it was a joke when people were predicting 350 the way the day started. It all seemed
I said four.
like
I
it was
said
a little bit of
400.
a joke.
I said 400. To be fair, I said 400 yesterday. South Africa's going to want to put 400 on, and I
Mm.
think people thought I was mad, and I said it's possible. The
And
364, 350, I'm happy with that. I think
and
that's enough.
it definitely would have been possible as well. The way that the middle order just stifled under pressure, given if it was New Zealand bowling or just their mindsets being incorrect. Imagine if they played like how Keshav Maharaj played, like Marco Jansen played, fearless cricket. Maybe we
They
would have
played
been
fearless
seeing a
cricket, but
different story.
it's true. But they played fearless cricket, but New Zealand also gave them a lot more. They were dropping
Mm,
everything short. They were bowling short and wide,
mm,
instead of the great line in length they bowled to our
mm.
the Proteas top and middle order. So they didn't keep it tight against the
The
lower
tail
order and
end.
Hellenes. I think the next innings coming about, if they bat again, they're going to show Marco Jansen a bit more respect as Kagiso Rabada comes in for the first ball to Tom Latham, and this one tucks him up. Good line on the money, first ball. Something good to see. We know that in the past couple of games, South Africa have started a bit flat at the beginning of an innings or beginning of a session. It's good to see that KG is right on the money as the clouds look a bit ominous, but these are perfect swing bowling conditions. Oh, right up there, going through this quickly as KG comes in for his second ball, and this one is down the leg side and is tickled down to fine leg and beats the fielder on the boundary, and it goes for 4. Just
Unfortunate
as I was
start there.
praising him, just as I was
Just
praising him.
unfortunate. And a left-hander will always eat up a ball that just lands on his legs, whether be it
Yeah,
full, whether it be it short. So that was definitely asking for a boundary there from Tom Latham.
it was a great line to the right hander. This one again. Oh, it is. Oh, this one on leg stump, and it is hit straight to short leg. But on the bounce, Rassi finds this and takes one in the chest. No, he got him. No, he didn't. Did he get him? This
It
one,
was a
we're seeing a replay, and he clips it,
that was
and
sharp.
it is straight, into his helmet. No catch there, unfortunately. But a
That was
great stop.
rocket.
All the players immediately ran up to him and gave him a high five and a pat on the head. I'm like, okay,
And
great. I didn't catch the ball, but I got a concussion.
and actually, in as funny as that is, hopefully Rasif van der Tussen suffers nothing from that.
Then this
It's
one down the leg side, and his appeal for a catch, and he's gone. Kagiso Rabada strikes in the first over. This one way down leg side, and Latham gets the edge, and it is caught by Carl Verreynne.
that
Things have
was
gotten interesting. Oh,
magnificent
off the
catch
face
there.
of the bat. They were full face of the bat. Diving catch to Carl Verreynne's right, left, right, to his right. A diving catch, well taken. And New Zealand has stumbled to 4 for no loss in the first over. Have South Africa and have the Proteas fire been lit in their bellies, and are they about to break open this game? We can hold thumbs as Conway comes in. Um, to join Will Young, not the singer, at the crease. And this is good, and right before the tea break too, unless they're taking the extended session and only facing or not, and only facing 1 over before tea, which is very interesting from the umpires. But they did lose an hour. Maybe they're extending the session.
Maybe they are, but still doesn't change the picture here for New
Oh,
Zealand that they've suffered something that they definitely didn't want. And that's a loss of a wicket and a loss of a key wicket because Tom Latham is such a rock at the top
yes.
of the order. So South Africa might be happy, the happier team here, having struck just before the tea time interval comes through.
Oh, South Africa. A1 first prize would be another wicket before tea, but with the score at 4-1. South Africa seemed trying to wrest control from this game. They are chasing the game. They need to make something. They need to make things happen. New Zealand just have to survive. As Guerilla Cricket comes in for his first ball, and this one just beats Rassie van der Dussen at short leg. Was in the air, and they scamper through for a single 5-4-1 after 0.5 overs. Conway off the mark, taking the single. Would it have been a sharp chance? Oh, no, I fell short.
This is a brilliant strategy being implemented here by the South Africans, restricting those left-handers from scoring through their favorite area. So it's a teasing ball because it might hit the stumps if you don't play it. And if you do play it, you're activating that short mid-wicket. So it's a beautiful strategy. And we'll see they have the perfect exponents in Kagiso Rabada, sharp pace to make it happen.
As he comes in, this one on off stump, good length for defensive by Young, keeps it out, and that's the end of the over. 5 runs from it, but a wicket, more importantly for South Africa. 5-1 after 1 over. Conway on strike. Do you think they're going to let Luther Sapamla open, or would you go with Marco Jansen?
I would definitely go with Marco Jansen.
And it is him who's taking his jersey off.
You continue the plan. You use your best bowlers with the best ball. So using your tall man who has that movement and the conditions work, and he makes it look so effortless, does Marco Jansen. You definitely want to make sure that the left-hander's there to attack the left-hander as we see the first over once more.
I really like we were saying the line, if they get it right, and Kagiso Rabada did get it right, 4 out of 5 balls, 4 out of the 6 balls, tucking them up, not giving them any room so that they can play expansive shots, like you said, through their favorite area, which is the offside, keeping it straight wicket to wicket and keeping it really tight as Marco Jansen comes in for his first ball, and this one outside off. He's coming around the wicket, sorry, with 3 slips and a gully. Outside off, moving away from the left-hander, and it is left alone by Conway.
This will be a super battle. Arguably South Africa's best bowler, and arguably, again, New Zealand's best batsman, left-hander versus left-hander. And that ball moving away might tempt Conway into a drive and activate those slip cordons.
As Jansen comes in for the second ball, this one outside off again, and Conway keeps it out, and it just nudges it to point for no run. What I was really hoping for was the banter that Marco Jansen was getting from Neil Wagner, would have activated as we were talking earlier on. Paul in his last session was talking about the big bowlers, and this one is it's on a straighter line from Marco Jansen, straightening from middle to off, and it squares Conway up, and he keeps it out. And the umpire is checking Marco Jansen's follow through, but no problems now. Is he having a chat? No. Just having a look. He keeps that one out. Score remains 5 for no loss with big bowlers like Jamison and Marco Jansen, and they brought up as Marco Jansen comes in, sorry, for the 4th ball of the over. This one outside off, short of a length, kept out by Conway for no run. And they brought up Morne Morkel. And and apparently a lot of the Australian commentators' problem with Morne Morkel was that he didn't have that, as the Aussie commentators called it, that mutt in him.
Okay.
When you compare him to another big fast bowler, like old school fast bowler like Brett Schultz after this ball, as Jansen comes in for the 5th ball of the over, this one short of a length, outside off, and Conway didn't know too much about that, stuck his bat out, and it trickles down streakishly to Gully for no run. Alan Donald, I mentioned Brett Schultz, and Alan Donald often said that Brett Schultz hated batsmen, hated them. So I'd love to see that aggression from Marco Jansen, and I was hoping that Neil Wagner's chirping would have set him off as he comes in for the final ball of the over. This one outside off, moving away straight to the keeper, left alone by Conway, and that's the end of the over. Score remains 5 for 1. Maiden over from Marco Jansen.
It's not Wagner under the helmet there, Anis. Maybe if it was Wagner, the story would have been different. He would have been gunning for him. But I must say, I'm genuinely enjoying the work that Marco Jansen has just put in. He's hitting such beautiful lengths. You can see that Conway is questioning a lot about what the ball is going to do after it's pitched. How high is it going to go? So it's putting him in no man's land, and being that tall and being a left-hander, it's really making Conway feel a little bit uncomfortable on that crease.
As Kagiso Rabada comes in for the 1st ball of the 3rd over, and it is outside off and left alone by Young, straight through to the keeper. Score remains 5 for 1. Marco Jansen, him running in his and the way he looks like it's a completely effortless, like he's not really trying. It reminds me of after this ball, Kagiso Rabada in outside off in the channel and left alone by Young. It reminds me of like the early 70s, mid 70s West Indian cricks that just loped in from a long run up and just
Joe Garner,
exactly.
They just
yeah, but they didn't look like they were trying at all. And next thing you know, it was whizzing past. And the most frightening thing, as Kagiso Rabada comes in, this one straighter on Young's legs, and he tips it away, but he tips it away behind square, for a single, beats the short square leg, and they take the one. Score moves to 6 for 1. Was that the scariest thing is that as that ball whizzes past you and you hear the sound of the seam coming past your face, just that whizzing, it sounds like a bullet.
Like, where does that come from?
You're like, it's past me already.
It reminds me of It reminds me of Jofra Archer as well. Superb bowler.
This one from Kagiso Rabada, 4th ball of the over, and it's on angles across Conway, but on off stump, and he just prods forward for forward defense for no run. Jofra Archer's quick, and there was I saw a clip where he bowled, I think it was a Sri Lankan batsman, and Pakistani batsman, and it clipped the bail, and it went for 6. And this last 5th ball of the over, this one left on length, just outside off by Conway, and it zips through to the keeper. That looked faster than what the speed gun said. That looked a lot quicker than 135.
That is a very scary ball for the left hand, especially if it's coming at that. It's that extra zip that Kagiso Rabada gets naturally from the way he bowls.
As he comes in for the final ball of the over, outside off and left alone by Conway. The score is 6 for 1 of the 3 overs. I'm liking the rhythm Kagiso Rabada showing.
But then at the same time, Anis, Conway's confidence in understanding what to play and what to leave, and you
Yeah.
saw how powerful and authoritative that defensive shot was, killing the ball
Yes.
right in front of him. It gives me an unnerving feeling as a South African that this man knows what he's doing, neutralizing what the South Africans are doing, except when he's facing Marco Jansen.
Yeah, he knows his game, and they probably studied tons and tons of tape, and the hours and hours of tape of Kagiso Rabada. There isn't much of Marco Jansen, so it might take some time for Young and Conway to get accustomed to him, even though they did. They got some tape from the previous game as he comes in for the first ball of his second over, and this one is nudged past that short square leg, and they run through for a single. Conway knows his game, and that is very that's why you might have that unnerving feeling, because he knows what he has to do. He knows his strengths. As we see the trees in the background, the wind is being very gusty. This might make it a bit more difficult for the bowlers. Marco Jansen at the top of his run. He is now loping in as he runs in. Let's go past the umpire. This one's a bit straighter. Ooh. And it squares up Conway, who tries to get it to short, tries to get it played on the leg side, sorry, and he just takes it on the body. As we see replays of Marco Jansen taking Neil Wagner apart. Oh, that was some satisfaction.
He's still riding on that confidence. You can see he was just going crazy, and he's going crazy with his lines and lengths as well.
Oh, another one. This one tucks up Conway again. A good length, and Conway seems very uncomfortable. Young and Conway have a bit of a gardening meeting in the middle of the pitch.
Conway's not having a good time, man.
It's perfect. Keep him, make them as uncomfortable as possible. To your point about his authoritative leaving after this ball and the way he defends as Marco Jansen comes in. This one straight, and this one's appeal for LBW, but I think it might be sliding down leg. Will they go up? That looked pretty straight, and it was 138 kilometers an hour. Nope, they're not going to go up. That looked rather straight. Very straight. Missing leg going down. I think it's going down.
That was actually a scary moment, because you would be deceived the way he went across the stumps. You could see leg stump.
Leg stump,
but Jansen is not known for the ball that swings away from the left-hander, but he's getting it going today, so it could have been a touch-and-go moment.
Yeah, I also think it might have been a bit high. But what I'm also liking about Jansen is that he is getting the batters to play as he comes in for the fifth ball of this over, and it is a good length as we see replays, and this is umpire's call. Good decision. Just clipping the belt. This one was defended by Will Young, straight back to Marco Jansen for no run. He's getting into play, which is important, and I like that.
It's impeccable lens that he's executing here.
Yes,
Marco Jansen, worthy of the Proteas shirt, if you ask me.
Definitely. As this one comes in and he strays onto the pads, and Young works this one off his hip, and it down to fine leg for a single. As Luther Sapamla's taking. Oh, he's taking. I thought he was getting ready to bowl, but he's taking off Marco Jansen's jersey.
Not so quick, my brother.
Like 2 offers for KG. Whoa! Yeah, take him off. No, take him off. Make him angry, and then bring him on.
Come back. No, man, that was such a sensational over from Marco Jansen, having gone for just 2 runs in his 2 overs.
Oh,
and he looks the most likely to get a wicket here. Conway is a dangerous player. You just want to get him out.
He's making these two look super uncomfortable as Kagiso Rabada comes in for the first ball of his gone, edged and taken outside off. Young feathers one. He stretches, plays away from his body, and this one is edged and taken, caught behind, I think again by Verreynne.
Rabada
Just
has
checking
been
the replay. Oh yes, straight to Verreynne. As we were saying that Marco Jansen looks the most threatening, and that we should take Kagiso Rabada off to light a fire under him. He gets another wicket.
there was there was
Oh,
a he's been consistent on that line, fifth line channel, back of a length.
that's a
They've been
great,
leaving,
great.
and then he
Yeah,
decides to play at it.
I think it was that was reflex. That was more reflex than anything else, because it wasn't the ball wasn't there wasn't that much movement. So it was
Mm.
it looked like it just went on with the arm. It went on straight, and he just felt for it, and he
Just
found the
hung his
outside
bat
edge.
there, Anis.
Yeah,
It's
and that
like,
is
why would you do that?
that is the shot of a man who's only played five, or what? I think this is his fifth test, sixth test.
Understandable, and he's fierce. He's facing a fearsome opponent because Kagiso Rabada is certainly no joke. He's a household
Mm.
name now, not for no reason.
Not for nothing, yeah. Kagiso Rabada's stats two for two in 2.1. I'm waiting for they better not get a run off this next ball, because then it's going to be 2 for 2 of 2.2.
This this is terrible for the New Zealanders, and it's funny you say that 2-2-2 when it just happened a couple of days ago on the 22nd. There were so many phenomena people were making up of
Yeah,
those two. So hey man, maybe it might bring something for the South Africans as well. But it's scary times for New Zealand because on either end the bowlers are just so sharp. They understand what they need to do. Rabada's taking the wickets. Janssen is being so economical and threatening. It feels like a little bit of a prison and a trap for New Zealand batsmen. So let's see how they're going to make this work.
and as Kagiso Rabada comes in for the third ball, and this one slants across the the batter Henry Nicholls, and it is kept out, and no run is taken. So Kagiso Rabada's figures are two for two
Two,
for two of 2.2. All the
You've
twos.
got it correctly.
As he comes in for the third ball of his over. This one straight onto the legs, and it is whipped away by Henry Nicholls, forward of square through mid wicket, and it goes for four, the second boundary of this innings. This one off the bat, and the score moves on to 13 for 2, just releasing the pressure. Again with a perfect ball to the right, it would have been a beauty to the right hander, as we see
Anything
replays
on the
of Young.
pad.
Yeah,
Anything on the pads up to a left-hander, it
yes,
flies.
they love that. Oh, just I think it was aiming for trying to get the swing, um, trying to get the ball to move away from the left-hander, slanted across him. As this one comes in, that's a much better line. This one does slant across more, some movement off of the pitch a little bit, and it is just on off stump, and Henry Nicholls is kept honest, and he keeps that one out for a dot
South
ball.
Africa. South
Oh,
Africa coming with an incredibly aggressive strategy here against the black cap batsmen.
yeah, they in there with three slips, a gully, a backward point, as Kagiso Rabada comes in for the fifth ball of the over. This one straight again, straightening on pitched on off, straightened towards middle, and Henry Nicholls kept honest again, blocks it back down the ground to mid or close-ish mid off for a dot ball again. And then to round out the field, there is the forward short leg, a mid on, and a fine leg. As Kagiso Rabada comes in for the last ball. This one is dropped short, and Nicholls ducks underneath it as it goes through to the keeper. The score remains a 13 for 2 after 5. Another successful over for the Proteas, another successful over for Kagiso Rabada, and the Proteas have New Zealand in trouble after 5
You were
overs.
you were talking about you made reference to the West Indies bowlers of the 70s, your
Oh,
tall, quick bowlers. this type of bowling that is being presented by South Africa here, Marco Jansen and Kagiso Rabada, is reminiscent of what those 70s Windies team used to pull off. They are giving no drives away. The road is not
Yes.
in the cricket field. They are saying, survive, my brother, play and survive. Otherwise, you're going to shuck, and it will be tombs for you.
This one, as Jansen stays in the attack, this one comes in outside off, and there's a bit of swing, and it is wide outside off stump, left
As you can
alone by Conway for no run. Verreynne takes this one in front of the slips. Umpire looking towards the sky as Jansen comes in for the second ball. This one closer to off stump, but left alone, well left by Conway. That fifth, sixth stump line, covering all his bases. But that is I like to call it the Jack Russell leave. It looks like he's played a shot at it, but he's actually non-committal and he leaves it. Keeps the fielders interested, but yeah, the batsman in his mind. Oh, that is so dangerous. I've seen players get inside edges trying to leave like that. As Jansen comes in for the third ball of the over. This one still on that fourth, fifth stump line outside off stump. And it's a good length and it's left by Conway again.
It's a ping pong battle. It's always ping pong battles when it comes to Test match cricket because Conway now has discovered that the ball doesn't come back. It keeps on shaping away. So he can judge it much more better.
Until Jansen bowls one that comes the other way, which I'm looking for within the next 3 balls. As Jansen comes in. Oh, this one a lot straighter, but still moving away. 138 k's an hour on fourth stump this time, closer to fourth and off stump, and it is kept out by Conway as it trickles to backward point for no run.
Reminds me of Kane Williamson does Devon Conway, the way he plays the ball so late.
Right under his eyes, yeah.
That defensive shot was just showing off that. It looks like he was leaving and then he decided to play.
Jansen in for the fifth ball of the over, outside off stump, short of a length. Well, I can't really call it short of a length ball because Marco Jansen generates so much bounce. So it's a good length, but a good length for Marco Jansen means that it's going over the stumps, outside off stump, left alone by Conway for no run. Score remains 13 for 2 after 5.5.
Steadying the ship are the Black Caps now.
There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time. As Marco Jansen comes in for the final ball of the over. Oh, beaten this time outside off stump. Whoa, that was a great line by Marco Jansen to finish the over. Great ball. And that is another maiden for Marco Jansen. So Marco Jansen, 3 overs, 2 maidens. No wickets for 2 runs.
And that last ball, Anis, it was such a beautiful delivery. And it was at 140 k's an hour. It wasn't slow. It was on fire. So if he just adjusts that line just a little bit and he decides to attack the middle and off line or attack the off stump, he will draw more shots from Devon Conway because the ball will naturally move away and attack that edge. So it's very lovely bowling to see against the left-hander. Something he did differently as opposed to his second over. So hopefully in the fourth over, he'll be able to straighten that line and be more.
Kagiso Rabada in this time around the wicket, angling it in to the left-hander and the left-hander Nichols. And this one is kept out and played straight back down the ground for no run. Change of line from KG. Not often that we see him come around the wicket to the left-hander. He normally likes to come over the wicket and then draw the batsman, bring it across the batsman. And the second ball comes in. This one, short of a length, tucks up Nichols, and it is kept out off the back foot for no run. Score remains 13 for 2. He normally, as I was saying, he normally comes over the wicket, drawing the batsman to play outside off, and then nips one. Bowls a great away swinger to the right-hander, which normally has the left-hander in trouble, edging to the slips or being bowled. As he comes in for the third ball of his third over, and this one angled into Nichols and left on length, bounces over off stump for no run. 129.5. Maybe the shorter balls are now sitting up, and it's looking like a bit of tennis ball bounce.
I'm saying the wind is disrupting the speed gun. These balls are looking so quicker than 129 kilometers an hour. Or is it because we expect Rabada to be quick?
This one outside, short of a length, outside off, and it is punched through the covers, but it is covered. The ball is fielded by mid off for a single, and the score moves on to 14 for 2 after 6.4. The wind is really buffeting the bowlers, and it seems like it's moving across KG. So the wind would be taking it away from the left-handed batsman right now. As KG comes in again, this one short, a good length, on off stump, and it is squeezed out, to Gully with Timber Bavuma with a whole bunch of strapping on his hand. I think that the match officials are going to have a look at that. He does the fielding at Gully. No run there, 14 for 2. As Kagiso Rabada comes in to finish his over, past the umpire now. This one, good length, outside off, angling in to Conway, and it bounces over the off stump as he leaves. And the score is a 14 for 2 after 7 overs. Kagiso Rabada, 7 for 2 after 4 overs. The only bowler to strike so far.
And to think that after all of that, New Zealanders are still 350 runs away from even beginning to set a score for themselves. It's such a huge task after losing 2 wickets as well here, Anis.
The bowlers find themselves in a position where they actually have the opportunity to, as Timber Bavuma is busy hiding his hands from the cameras. As Marco Jansen comes in for the first ball of his 4th over. They're saying on him. As he comes in. And this one, beats Nichols outside off a good length, which kicks up and passes Nichols round about his his elbow region, and beats him outside off. And again, a beauty.
That is a terrible ball to face. You don't want to be facing that as a batsman in any stratosphere.
I think that they got to keep it there. That length. As Marco Jansen comes in again, this one short of a length this time, well navigated by Nichols, left on length, and it goes through to the keeper. He's got to vary his length a bit. He's bowling a very, very tight line. So far this over, maybe try to tempt Nichols into driving 1 ball during this over. But
it will be interesting to see how Nichols actually reacts, because Conway was leaving very well.
This one from Marco Jansen, the third ball of the over, strays a bit too straight and is whipped away through mid-wicket for 4. Diving Luther Sapamla. Who just wasn't quick enough to get there in time.
You never place it there for a left-hander.
Anything too straight for these guys, and they will definitely whip you through mid-wicket. It is a great shot through mid-wicket there.
And Nichols not needing to put any power because the power is already within the pace of the ball.
As Jansen comes in, this one outside off, and he flashes and it beats everyone. The slashes between a gully and point 4-4. This one, some width offered outside off stump, and it is slashed between gully and backward point. Oh, went straight to went straight to point. Total Evia, I think that was the guilty party. Didn't see it at all. He was surprised. I thought it went between Temba and Evia, but we just went past Total Evia, who didn't react in time.
You can
Our
count that as
conditions
an
getting a bit.
opportunity.
It definitely went straight through his hand. As Janssen comes in, outside off, good length and left by Nichols, ruining his figures. Oh, you scored 100, Charles. And this one went straight through your hand. Oh, okay. It would be a bit. It's a bit harsh to say it went straight through his hands. He didn't react in time. Oh yeah, clap.
And at backward point, that's your most flexible fielder because those are the
Yeah.
sharpest catches outside of the slip cordon. So maybe you would expect better, but
This one
still too
from
much.
Marco Janssen coming in, and this one is the one that comes back into the left-hander. Again, left on length because of Marco Janssen's height, generating some extra bounce. A good length, bounces over off stump, but nearly cuts Nichols in half.
Very good bowling.
Good bowling.
I'm sure that Nichols was never expecting that to come back in after bowling 4 overs of every ball just going away from them. So very nice change up as you had called there, Anis.
Oh, there was a great reply to just a bit of taking a bit of tap in that over. One from a fantastic shot and one a bit streaky with a point in Sorrel Evia not seeing it as it rushed past him. As Kagiso Rabada is now at the top of his mark. He's about to bowl to Conway. The score is 22 for 2 after 8. All the twos again. And New Zealand trail by 242 as Kagiso Rabada round the wicket. This one straight. And Conway takes this one on the body. Doesn't know too much about that. Straight, good length, hits him, gets past his defense and hits him in the breadbasket. For no run.
Now it'll be interesting to see what lengths and lines Rabada uses with the movement of the short mid wicket now no longer there. Can't see where he's moved to just as yet.
And this one again into Kagiso Rabada into Conway. This one tucks him up again, and it goes to where that short leg would have been, but drops to a backward square leg, and is cleaned up by Rasif van der Dussen for no run. Score remains 22 for 2. They are the broadcasters are focusing on the hand of Temba Bavuma as Kagiso Rabada comes in for the third ball of the over, outside off, and is left alone by Rob Conway. They're focusing on the strapping on the hand of Temba Bavuma. However, they don't have. I don't think he would get into much trouble because he's not busy working or shining the ball at the moment. As Kagiso Rabada comes in for the fourth ball of the over. This one straight to coming back into the left-hander. Well left. Conway knows where his off stump is. In a fourth, fifth stump line, outside off, coming back in. Conway, big stride in, leaves the ball straight through to the keeper, Verreynne, for no run. Score is unchanged and 2 balls left in this over.
How are South Africa looking to get the wicket here with Kagiso Rabada?
Oh, this one is short by Kagiso Rabada, and Conway brings up the pool as Lutho Supamla at a fine leg overruns this one, and it goes for 4. The score moves on to 26 for 2. They brought out the short one, but I don't think that is a plan on this pitch at the moment, as there is a lot of tennis ball bounce and the pace of the ball just dies in if you bang it in on this pitch, it seems.
As you can see, it also might have caused the batsman to mistime that. It added spin to the ball and, well, ankle breaking Luther Supamla.
Oof, that's like a bit of a rough fall. As the last ball of the ninth over, Kakisuro Bowler runs in outside off stump and left alone for no run, straight through to the keeper. Score, end of the ninth over, is 26 for 2. As they're bringing out their heavy bails because of the wind. I wonder if the umpires are going to check the light meters soon.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not, because we're seeing some clever ideas from both the batters and the bowlers. But I'm just questioning the removal of that short mid wicket there for Kagiso Rabada, who is bowling it at a much shorter line. And with every seam delivery, it always comes back to the left hander. So it might have a tendency of clipping that inside edge and make use of the man under the helmet. So I'm just questioning that line of thought by Dean Algar and his bowler. But other than that, very tidy lines by Kagiso.
And this one from the first ball of Marco Janssen's fifth over. This one is a bit fuller, enticing Nichols onto the front foot, and he does push at it, but he pushes well off the middle of the bat. But fielded at mid-off for no run.
The keys for Janssen to not get frustrated, keep doing what he's doing.
Just keep the batters quiet. As this one outside off stump, good length. He's starting to find that length where he can, if he brings it back into the right hand, it might just clip off stump. But this one does not move. This one goes straight on with the arm, and it is on a fifth stump line and left by Nichols, who is well aware of where he's off stumping. As we just wait for Ntelo to come back on, as Marco Janssen comes in, this one outside off, and it is left alone. The South Africans trying to G them up. The New Zealand batters trying to keep South Africa at bay. I don't think that the Proteas at this moment would mind the run rate. It is they just need to keep things tight and need to keep New Zealand quiet for a bit to maybe force them into making an error. As Marco Janssen comes in past the umpire now. This one outside off with some width, and it beats backward point, and this one races for 4, races to the boundary for 4, slapped past point for 4 by Nichols. The score moves on to 30 for 2 after 9.4 overs. This one was kept down. There was no chance of the catch. The shot was on. Marco Janssen just offering a bit of width, and Nichols was all over that one. As we see Marco Janssen at the top of his mark, bowling to 3 slips, gully, backward point, and a mid-off on the offside. As this one is straight, and it is played straight to mid-wicket for no run. Just having a look, Dan De Castro on YouTube saying pressure from runs on the board. As we see the tapping, and the broadcasters are still having a chat about Themba Bavuma strapping, as Marco Janssen at the top of his mark comes in. This one outside off, moving away from Nichols, and this one is straight through to the keeper. End of the over, 30 for 2 after 10. South Africa lead by 3-3-4. Marco Janssen, 5 overs, no wickets for 14 runs. I'm starting to wonder when a bowling change might occur. Dean Algar having a chat with his players as we look at a couple of tweets, maybe. Christy B. Naima Benjamin, 3 hours ago, saying Rassie makes every ball look like an event. He sure does. As Kagiso Rabada comes in for the first ball of the 11th over, as this one comes into the left-handed Conway, and it is played to the covers for no run. We keep looking. We got Armchair Cricket Podcast about an hour ago, speaking about South Africa's innings, saying it was fun while it lasted, as Kagiso Rabada comes in for the second ball of the over. This one, short of a length, outside off, and it is left all alone by Conway, not interested in that. We love what we do, and we love having interactions with our listeners. So yeah, please hit us up on YouTube, on Twitter, and we will read out your tweets. As Kagiso Rabada comes in for the third ball of the over, and this one is ducked under by Conway, a bit short. Hopefully, this isn't a sign of the Proteas getting a bit frustrated by not being able to get the breakthrough. There's plenty of time in this game for them to do that. As the skies look a bit ominous, a bit hazy in the background, that's a sign of rain. But I think that might be a pass in the ground as Kagiso Rabada comes in. This one, left alone by Conway, but it comes in a long way and over off stump, and it is straight through to Verreynne for no run. 30 for 2 after 10.4 overs. As Kagiso Rabada is at the top of his mark to Conway. In comes Kagiso Rabada, steaming in past the umpire now. This one, good length outside off, and it nips in again and straight to Verreynne, who is thumping his hands. That one looked like it stung him a bit. Unbelievable.
Welcome back, Mr. Ani.
Oh, did Ali?
Technical difficulties, but we are back.
This one, Kagiso Rabada, outside off, and it is left alone by Conway. And there is no run, 30 for 2 after 11. That's the end of the over, and it seems, yep, that's the end of the over. The bit of technical difficulties there. That the end. I think they're walking off, and that's a tea break. So they did extend the session. So yes, we will be back in about 20 minutes.
But then before we head off there, Hannes, who do you think will be the best, more happy of the teams as they walk off the field?
Well, New Zealand are going on a 3 and over, which is not bad at all. But more importantly, South Africa have 2 wickets. So I think that in the wickets column, that is a win for South Africa. They would be more comfortable. And the way that Conway has been, the way the batters have looked, have not looked that comfortable at all, especially in facing Marco Jansen. His first 4 overs were where he bowled a very, very good and probing line and made things very uncomfortable for the batters. Basically setting up Kagiso Rabada to get that second wicket of his by making it seem like there was nothing on offer on the other end, so they had to take the run at it. And who do you think would be more comfortable? Who would you give the nod to for that mini session
If it wasn't for the entire session, if it wasn't for the resurgence of the tail just wagging and smashing the bowlers everywhere, it definitely would have been New Zealand's what would have been New Zealand's session. But as it stands, South Africa are certainly and should be the happy of the 2 teams. They've claimed very quick wickets within 11 overs, just exhausting 2 of their bowlers. So they still have so many options to use. There's still so many weapons that New Zealand must face. So South Africa, I would believe, would be in the upper hand, and they'd be the happy of the 2 teams.
Awesome. Well, we will take a little break. We will see you guys in about 18 minutes, 16 minutes after the tea break. Until then, I'm Anis. We'll see you then. Cheers, guys. Bye.
Blessing.
And welcome back to the final session of day 2. I'm Anis, and I'm joined by Ken. How are you doing?
Hi, Anis. Yeah, nice to be with you here. Do tell us all about your friend there.
Yes, it started a while ago, I think during the T20, the T20 World Cup, and my daughter just dropped off a unicorn on the desk while I was on air, and it's become a thing now. It seems like it's a bit of a good luck charm, and depending on the situation, the unicorn might get bigger or smaller. I popped on a session with with Dave, and Paul suggested I bring the biggest unicorn I can, and I've actually got a unicorn that my daughter has that's about the size of a medium-sized dog.
Challenge if ever I've heard one. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, yeah, welcome back to our coverage on Guerilla SA and One World Sports Radio of the second test between South Africa and New Zealand. This is the last session of the second day, and New Zealand are 30 for 2 as Luto Sapamla is into Henry Nicholls. His first ball of the innings, bang on target, nice and full. Nicholls comes forward and defends no run. They're replying to South Africa's score of 364 rather. So it's a great start by the Proteas with the ball.
Yeah, definitely. And Luther Sapamla is bang on target, first ball up. Good to see. Very impressed with Marke Jansen and Kagiso Rabada during that first 11 overs, keeping things really tight, making things very uncomfortable, and making the middle a hostile environment for the New Zealand batters as Sapamla comes in for his second ball.
Yes, Sapamla in again, right from over. Nicholls on the drive, nicely struck, but Keshav Maharaj moves swiftly to his right and does some good fielding there to cut off any hopes of a run.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Carry on.
I think that there's plenty of time still in this game. So the Proteas need to keep it really, really tight, dry up the runs, and try to apply a little bit of pressure on these New Zealand batters. But then again, the Proteas are chasing the win, and it's very negative of me to say, but New Zealand can just hang on and play for the draw.
As this is wide outside off stump from Luto Sapamla and swinging away and just left alone by the batsman.
Yeah, I'm liking Luto Sapamla's lengths are good, and he's got he's generating a decent amount of pace. I think he is trying not to stray too straight and risk being put through mid-wicket, as we've seen how strong Nicholls is on his legs so far in this inning.
Sapamla in again with 3 slips again outside off stump and just left alone by the batsman. Dean Elgar, the captain at first slip, gives Sapamla a thumbs up. He doesn't mind that it's quite wide of off stump. And Henry Nicholls was missed, of course, before tea when he had just 9. Fierce cut shot off Marco Jansen. Cyril Levia moved both hands to the ball at backward point very late, though, and then indicated that he hadn't picked it up at all. Nicholls dropped twice, of course, before he had 30 in the first test and went on to score 100. So time will tell how costly that is as the Pumners. And again, this is fuller and closer to off stump. But Nicholls rather just leaves it alone. End of the first over after tea. New Zealand still 30 for 2.
Very good over from Luther Sapamla. Maiden over from him.
Does the unicorn have a name, Anis?
Nope. No, not that I know. My kids just say the purple one.
How about something like Stokes? Because it's a fantastic beast, and it's meant to symbolize incredible occurrences, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. I'll pass it by the jury that are my daughters and see what see what they say.
Will they know who Stokes is?
Probably not. I'll have to explain to them. As long as we're not calling a foul call, then it won't bring any childhood trauma to myself or my wife.
And Kagiso Rabada will be looking to inflict more trauma on the New Zealand batsman as he's around the wicket to Conway, who prods forward awkwardly, manages to get a bat on the ball, but it wasn't very comfortable, that defensive stroke.
I'm starting to think Conway is making this, making it look more uncomfortable than it is, as we see pictures of the lights taking full effect. So the artificial light has now taken over. So this could be interesting. We could be seeing the light meters out soon.
Rabada in again, back of a length, and
good.
Struck on the body this time, and he's groping a bit against Kagiso Rabada.
Seems to be having trouble with the ball coming into him. I'm just wondering, does KG, whose natural action is for the away swinger to the right-hander, can he bring one away from the left-hander? Ooh.
Rabada in again. Fuller angling down leg. There's an appeal for LBW, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be missing.
A bit high. And a bit high. I think the bounce is still too true on this wicket. But Dean Alga's decided he's going to go up.
Ooh, I have a feeling Rabada talked him into that. With the naked eye, it didn't look particularly promising. As you said, bounced as well with the hard new ball and had a very much a leg side. It looked to it, angling it sharply into Conway, who missed a push to the leg side.
I think Dean Alga's hoping for umpire score minimum. Oh, that's high. It hit him above the roll on the top of the flap of the pad. And I think this one is probably missing, as you said, and it is going over. Oh, that hit him very high.
Yeah, Rabada coming around the wicket as well. And although it has probably struck Conway in line with middle stump, really, just with the angle. It's clearing leg stump. So South Africa lose a review, which is a bit of a disappointment this early in the innings and just the 13th over.
As you said, I don't think. I think Dean Alga went up for that at the insistence of his premier fast bowler.
2 reviews left for South Africa then. New Zealand have got all 3 in hand as Rabada in to Conway, beats it outside. Oh! His appeal from behind the wicket for
him. Not out.
Yeah, the umpire shakes his head. The bowler wasn't particularly interested either, so perhaps those behind the wicket heard maybe bat on pad.
The Corden trying to sneak one. He's trying to sneak a wicket.
As you do.
Came off his hip.
Came off his back hip, but some good movement back into the left-hander there from Kagiso Rabada. I wish South Africa had maybe shown this much animation with their appealing earlier. I'll get back to that. As Rabada again!
Ooh, beaten.
Conway fencing outside off stump with a back of a length delivery. He's really working over his fellow former Joburger, Rabada. Earlier today we had Conway walking across his stumps and struck on the pad by Marco Jansen, who's kind of rather half-heartedly appealed. No one else really went up, and the replay showed it was umpire's call on the top of leg stump.
That was a lot tighter than the one that went out. Then they actually went up for. I see that they brought square leg in again, or short leg in again, for Conway.
Rabada in. This is angling into Conway, and that short leg, Rassie van der Dussen, comes into play as Conway just taps it down into the ground in front of short leg, who makes a tumbling save. That's the end of an excellent over
Fantastic.
Rabada, a maiden over, New Zealand 30 for 2.
Yeah, he had Conway all at sea with that over, cutting him in half a couple of times, beating him well with a couple of pitches, getting the LBW appeal. Good. That was a great working over by KG in that over as Luther Sapamla comes in.
Sapamla coming around the wicket to the left-handed Nichols. It's wide outside off stump and going further away through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, and as you mentioned as well in that previous over, Rabada basically just bringing the ball back into the left-hander, and we haven't seen the one going away yet either. So that's going to be another thing for Conway to worry about.
I'm a bit concerned about Luther Sapamla's line. He's just allowing Nichols to leave, not getting him to play.
Yeah, it would be nicer if he got a bit closer. He's in again with 3 slips. That's a little bit closer to off stump and Fuller, but again, Nichols shows good discipline and leaves the ball alone. The slips are all happy, they're clapping, so perhaps it is a tactic just to try and draw Nichols across to offside a bit, frustrate him, see if they can draw a loose drive from him.
Yeah, I think that this is a trap that South African the South African critics fall in a lot, where they allow a lot of balls to be left by the opposition batters.
Sapamla in again to Nichols. Oh, that's a really wild and woolly delivery. Full, that one's very wide outside off stump and swinging further away. Wicketkeeper Verreynne as well to get a glove on it. They will still get a bye, I think, and it's a wide as well, very full and wide by Sapamla and swinging further away.
That was a huge, well, to the right hand, a huge in swinger. But Luther Sapamla's getting great movement. I wonder if she should actually go over the wicket.
A right hand is carrying its short leg. Might be useful too.
Yeah.
Sapamla's in again. Nicely clipped off his pads by Devon Conway. Sapamla does target the stumps, and it's going to run away for 4 runs.
All the pressure that
Sapamla, you might go back outside all stump after that.
I think that all the pressure that KG produced on Conway during the previous over, just one straightish ball by Luther Sapamla, and that's gotten Conway's confidence back. I think maybe Sapamla should think about coming over the wicket instead of coming around.
Could be a tactic, angling it across the left-hander as he's in again, staying around the wicket. This is back of a length and left outside off stump by Conway, no run. And you mentioned how well Marco Jansen bowled in this.
Yes.
Him and Rabada certainly worked very well as a new ball pair.
Yes, they do, and that's quite the find for South Africa. I just want to see, as I was saying, that I'd like to see a bit more aggression and a bit more of that mutt in Marco Jansen.
As Sapamla is in again, strays down leg, although Conway didn't cross again, struck on the pad. There's a reasonably big appeal by South Africa as he missed the flicked leg. Elgar's asking his bowler the question, but Sapamla's shaking his head.
I think this is a better shot than the one KG had. Yeah, I think this one's also going down leg. But yeah, that seems like a tighter shot than the one that actually went up for before. Notice that Sapamla, who is one of the junior bowlers, doesn't even look at Dina Elgar to say take the review.
Didn't dare, yeah.
Yeah.
As he's back at the top of his mark now and hustling him. Sapamla full outside off stump and left alone. Conway into the 14th over, New Zealand 36 for 2. We just see the DRS on that previous delivery, the LBW appeal. Umpire's call on the outside of leg stump. So that's 2. I think Conway is going to be targeted a bit this habit he has
Yeah.
of walking across his stumps playing to leg.
I think that's why KG's coming around, because he's naturally just bringing it back into Conway. So he's always in the game, with, as you said, with him shuffling across. Luther Sapamla, it seems like his natural action brings the ball away from the left-hander into the right-hander. So maybe, again, as I said, he should be coming over the wicket and just trying to draw the shot outside off stump and bringing the cordon into play.
As Rabada continues to Henry Nichols wide down leg side, shortish, just the batsman gets out of the way. Nothing more to report on there.
Yeah, that's well, he was coming around over the wicket, sorry, and that's how he got from Latham. Just strangled him down leg.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a tactic. Rabada did seem to struggle. He's around the wicket, and this off the outside edge of Henry Nichols' bat, straight to ground and through the slips, and that'll run away to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Nichols goes to 21, and the total 40 for 2.
I can understand it, because this I can understand because there haven't been that many ages flying through that region. But it always frustrates me when we see so many runs being leaked through the third man region from edges, and there's no third man.
I can tell you, I'm definitely a member of that club, and he's then again, back of the length, nicely punched by Nichols through the offside, and they will get a single, nothing more. Conway will go to 10, and the total, or Nichols rather, to 22, and the total to 41 for 2.
I think this is the man that they want on strike is now on strike, or the man that Kagiso Rabada wants on strike is now on strike. He's going to try to torment Conway a little bit more with 3 balls to go in this over.
So it looks like Rabada will stay around the wicket. He is. 3 slips, nicely driven by Conway. That was Fuller. It beats Rabada on his left side. And mid-on will run back to do the fielding, and they will get another single. Conway does go to 10 now, and the total 42 for 2. New Zealand still trailing.
Oh, that was a chance. Okay, a very difficult chance.
Ground, hasn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, fingertips.
That would have been a magnificent catch, though, if Rabada had pulled that off. In his follow through. Full stretch to his left. Rabada in again. That's zeroing in on off stump. Nice fuller length, and Nichols treats it with a lot of respect. No run.
Just seeing a couple of replays of that return catch chance. We mentioned that Nichols got dropped a couple of times on his way to making his 100. He's been dropped. He's been dropped today already. So let's see if history doesn't repeat itself.
And again to Nichols, who taps us on your side, and they scamper through for a quick single. Well judged run that to end the over. 15 gone, 43 for 2.
But then again, everyone needs a bit of luck. There were a few drop chances during New Zealand's fielding stint, and that allowed South Africa to get to 368 or 64, 364. So I think that every game of cricket does involve quite a little bit of luck, as we see a fan wearing a kilt and a sailor's hat and a beer. But tomorrow, Saturday, is supposed to be dress-up day, as everyone on the broadcast team has said.
Lucas Pamela continues around the wicket to the left-handed Henry Nichols wide outside off stump and left alone. You mentioned the number of catches we've seen dropped in this test match. I wonder if maybe it's because it's really rather cold in Christchurch. There's miserable grey clouds. And I don't know if my eyes were deceiving me, Anis, but I thought I even saw some snow on the mountain.
On the peaks? I didn't see that, but now that you mention it, I'll keep my eye out for it. But it's been like yesterday, the sun was out, but it was only 18 degrees, so it hasn't really been blistering hot. And as we can see, there's that stiff breeze blowing across the ground. Yesterday I was saying that it's not hot enough to dry this pitch out, and with the moisture in the air and the rain, it maybe makes me think that this Keshav Maharaj might not have that much of a role to play in this game with the ball.
Goes nice and full to Nichols, who just
Much better line.
solidly.
Much better line. Getting him to play, whether it's moving away or coming back in, getting Nichols to play, just on that fourth stump, for the channel of uncertainty, the corridor of uncertainty, sorry, is what Sipamla needs to do, not giving him too much room outside off to just leave. Have him try to play at the more he plays at it, the more chance Sipamla has to get the wicket.
Sipamla is in again to Nichols, 3 slips, that's wider outside off stump and left alone. 43 for 2. Sipamla into his third over. Just settling on a line in the length outside off stump. He's only conceded 6 runs so far. Hasn't really threatened though yet.
Yeah, he hasn't looked threatening at all. That's a bit of a problem for Luso Sipamla. He's kept it tight, but he hasn't really looked threatening, as you said.
He comes in again to Nichols. Oh, he's lost his wrist again with that one. Not as wide as when it happened the previous time, but full and pretty wide and swinging away outside off stump. But this time it's not been called wide by the umpire.
I think maybe KG at mid-on or mid-off needs to have a bit of a chat with him. Just bring it closer. We understand what you want to do, what he's trying to do, and maybe Luther can pitch it on off, and then with the amount of swing he's getting beat off stump.
Sipamla in again to Nichols. That's closer to off stump, back of the length, and just left alone by Nichols. He's very patient in terms of waiting for the bowlers to come to him to stray onto his pads, and then he works them away all of that bowl short. We've seen he's got a good cut shot. So that's the end of the 16th over. New Zealand 43 for 2. Conway on 10. Nichols on 23.
Cabello in an earlier state, was saying that as the leap between Test cricket and our domestic setup is big because the domestic bowlers can't bowl their channel line or bowl a probing line for 6 balls in a row. And I think we're seeing that now with a relatively inexperienced Luther Sipamla, inexperienced at Test level, Luther Sipamla not being able to bowl those probing lines. Even though he's kept it quiet, he's going at 2 runs and over. He is keeping it quiet, but he isn't bowling the probing lines that would be testing the batters every single ball, forcing them to concentrate and focus on every ball, giving them the opportunity to leave quite a few.
Marco Jansen is returning to the attack, the tall left-arm seamer. He's into Conway. It's on middle leg, and Conway flicks this away nicely through mid-wicket. And they come back for a second. So Conway will go to 12 and the total 45 for 2. Jansen replacing Kita Rabada, who has bowled a really good spell with a new ball. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18 by Rabada and East.
Yeah, a very good spell by KG. It kept Conway honest and made it very uncomfortable for him. Marco Jansen for that previous ball just kept getting a bit too straight and giving Conway the opportunity to work him down to deep mid-wicket.
Jansen in again to Conway. That's better. Just outside of the stump,
yes.
But a good back of a length. Conway pushing half half-heartedly rather from the crease, and it's a case of the ball hitting the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball, and it just drops down.
Making him play. Yeah, making him play, forcing him to play. Ooh.
Jansen in again. Left arm over, and this is angled into Conway, who battles to deal with a bit of extra bounce there from Jansen. He's struck on the glove, I would say, dropping the bat. And just to pick up on your point about...
that one jammed his fingers.
That would have...
Better for good length. Oh! Hate to see it.
Yeah, we can see maybe in a guy like Kyle Verreynne, who's a prolific scorer at domestic level, struggling to cope at the test level thus far. Jansen in again. Again, that good back of a link to Conway, who pushes forward outside off stump, off the outside half of the bat into the covers. No run.
Yeah, but Kyle Verreynne's problem outside off stump is not unique. We find that a lot of the guys that come up to international cricket from South Africa do have a tendency to not really know where their off stump is, and have a major problem against a moving ball, a swinging ball rather, as compared to someone saying that is experienced at county level or in New Zealand.
Jansen in again to Conway, foolish angling in on off stump, and Conway just defends us down the pitch. No run.
Because a lot of the grounds, unless if the conditions are perfect in Durban or Cape Town, the ball does not swing after this ball.
Jansen in straight down there. Conway misses the flick, and Verreynne tidies up. At the end of the over, 17 gone, 45 for 2.
Yeah, unless the conditions are perfect, the ball doesn't move much in the air in South Africa. However, every now and then there will be a wicket that's prepared where there's quite a bit of sea movement. I think back to this past domestic season where they came to Port Elizabeth. The Lions were playing in Lebeja at St. George's Park, and it turned out to be a snake bit, and that is so uncharacteristic of that ground, where I think both teams failed to make 200 in any of the innings.
Victor Sapamla is continuing right arm around the wicket, full to Henry Nicholls, who drives this through cover point, and Aidan Markram is running back. I don't think it is Aidan Markram after all, but they're going to get 2 runs there for Nicholls. He goes to 25 and the total 47 for 2.
Yeah, Sapamla shouldn't be discouraged that Nicholls is playing that shot, because it's a square drive and it's away from his body. Even though it looked like it was in control, I still want to, with the amount of movement there is on off, I still want to entice him to play that drive.
Indeed, as Sapamla's in again to Nicholls, shortish outside off stump and left alone by the batsman. So, in case you are just joining us on the broadcast, having missed the overnight action, South Africa resuming their first innings on their overnight score of 238 for 3, and the batting really went nowhere in the first couple of hours, as they slumped to 302 for 8. As Sapamla is in again to Nicholls, back of a length on off stump, just defended the middle with no run. As 302 for 8, but then we had a wonderful partnership of 62 runs for the 9th wicket between Marco Jansen, who scored 37 not out, and Keshav Maharaj, who made 36, to lift South Africa to 364 all out.
And they scored the partnership was scored at a decent rate, and I think a lot of people, fans, that were knocking the South African middle order with regards to scoring rate.
Sapamla in again to Nicholls, drives expansively on the bounce to cover point. Sarel area
Yeah, that's what I. That's why I said Lucas Espana shouldn't feel discouraged that he's being driven. He wants to force him to drive because him. If Nichols gets it wrong, Shadow Evie is in business and the slip cordon's in business. Make him drive, make him play. If need be, put someone sweeping in a deep extra cover. Oh, it's good.
Slips waiting for an edge, full again, driven by Nichols, and the wideish middle was quickly across Keshav Maharaj to cut off any hopes of a run there.
If I'm Tsapamla, I'd persist with that the line of that last ball. Just keep it there, and then just tweak whether the ball is going to which way the ball is going to move. That's the perfect line. Get him on the front foot, get him driving away from his body, and you sooner or later, Sapamla will be in business. There we go.
Here he comes again to Nichols just outside off stump, and Nichols this time defends to cover point, no run, and the end of a good over by Luto Sapamla. He's bowled 4 overs for 8 runs now. New Zealand are 47 for 2. That
very well bowled.
Maharaj and Janssen, you mentioned it coming quickly. That 62 came up off just 79 balls. It was actually a record for the 9th wicket for South Africa against New Zealand, beating 60, put on by fast bowlers Peter Pollock and Neil Adcock. In your neck of the woods, Denise.
Yes, South Africa ironically went on to lose that test.
That's the sound of my balloon being burst by Elise Mohammed.
I think that was one of the 4 before the last one. So one of the 5 tests that New Zealand have won against South Africa, I think, was that game. The one that with the Peter Pollock, Neil Adcock. So let's not mention that game.
Back in 1960-61. As Janssen will begin his 7th over to Devon Conway, left arm over the wicket, 3 slips, and point quite in short, and Conway pulls very nicely, very good controlled hook shot there by Devon Conway, and that's run away for 4 runs to square leg.
You can see that Conway didn't have to do much. He basically helped that one on its way. It was heading down the leg side anyway, and Conway just helped it backward of square, and it runs away for 4. Marco Jansen doesn't need to deviate too much with what he was doing before.
As he comes in again now to Conway. Full outside leg stump, Conway. This is the flick, and he's edged it.
No, it's gone! Unicorn strikes.
Diving catch. And Devon Conway is gutted. He can't believe it. He's gone for 16, strangled down the leg side.
That's the second one. That's the second one today. What's it? The third? Wait. Hold on.
Second wicket, down the leg side.
It is the second one caught down the leg side because Will Young was edged, played a nothing shot and edged it straight through the keeper just outside off. So 2 of the dangerous left-handers from New Zealand have been strangled down the leg side, and they will be disappointed with themselves. New Zealand 51 for 3 in are they in a spot of bother? Because but their middle order came good in the last game. So we do see South Africa trying to open this game up, which is a very good sign for them.
So Devon Conway caught by Kyle Verreynne, the wicketkeeper of Marco Jansen, for 16. He was there for 52 balls and hit just 3 fours, and perhaps was getting a little stuck. And that's why he lashed out at that delivery down the leg side, and much to his frustration got the thinnest of edges. Daryl Mitchell is the new batsman who will join Henry Nichols, and New Zealand still trailing by 313, and 3 big top order wickets gone.
And Nichols, not that experienced at international level. This is only his 9th game, but we say not that experienced. The third most capped, the third most capped batter for South Africa has only played the fourth. Most capped batter for South Africa has only played 14 games, which is Rassie van der Dussen. So I can't really talk about the New Zealand batting lineup being inexperienced.
So we also have a right-hander finally at the crease. Marco Jansen stays over the wicket short on off stump. Mitchell rides the bounce well and will get off the mark first ball with a well-taken single into the covers. 52 for 3 now.
I'm really looking forward to Marco Jansen bowling to Neil Wagner. I'm looking forward to that. The verbals that came out of Neil Wagner, which is his way, and he does it on purpose to get under the batsman's skin. And the short pitch bowling, I'm so looking forward to see if Jansen gives him some of his own back.
Well, I can tell you that Marco Jansen has shown that he gives it back just as good as he gets it. This is left upside off stump by Henry Nichols. And Jansen showed against India, against Jasper Bumrah, and again today against Neil Wagner, that he will not be intimidated, and he's not shy of giving 1 or 2 words back to the bowlers.
Yeah. I really liked how in that last ball, how close Jansen got to the umpire, nearly flicking his hat off. He was that close. I remember Glenn McGrath and sometimes Courtney Walsh used to get that close where they would actually flick the umpire's baggy hat off with their bowling stride.
Short and wide from Jansen and cut away by Henry Nichols. He's got it past a diving gully for 4, so he goes now to 29. He's starting to threaten again.
Yeah, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop praising because yes, this was praising him. He gives offers Henry Nichols width, and he just swats that through gully for 4.
Probably the first short and wide one Jansen has really bowled today. He's got 1 ball left of his 7th over. Let's see if he can get back on target now to Nichols. Much better, just outside off stump and angling away. Nichols steers it along the ground to gully. No run. That's the end of the 19th over. New Zealand 56 for 3.
South Africa applying the pressure. Very good to see. It's just that Henry Nichols seems to be the danger man right now, and South Africa's hoping for the old adage that 1 brings 2. You just need support from the other side to help and strike and get allow South Africa to make even more inroads into this New Zealand batting lineup.
Yeah, Henry Nichols will be the big fish they really want. The Centurion from the first test, he's looking threatening. 29 not out. He's just faced 49 balls. And Luto Sapamla is going to be bowling now to the new man, though, Daryl Mitchell. He's on 1.
Coming in 3 slips and a gully for Luto Sapamla coming over the wicket.
He'll like having a right-hander on strike, I fancy.
Oh, yes.
It's a good ball. Angling in on off stump. Mitchell gets confidently forward, though, and defends it to mid-off. No run.
I think now Luto Sapamla is going to apply his trade, and he's going to attack that off stump a lot more than he did with the left-hander, with his natural motion of his action, bringing in the in-swinger, the ball coming in naturally to the right-hander.
And Sapamla in again. Now it's a rhythmical run-up. Full. This time it's on middle stump and Mitchell defends it to mid-on. No run.
Oh yeah. You mentioned it right. It is very rhythmical. His action is metronomical, which is very good, and he gets decent movement into the right-hander. I think he just needs to maybe work on the one that straightens on, or goes on, or moves away from the right-hander as a variation.
So those 3
Oh.
slips go down as Pamela in again, full into the block hole.
Beauty.
It out well to mid-on, no run.
Fantastic ball as I see the sun is rising over my shoulder and hearing the roosters start crowing from the neighbor's yard that they're not supposed to have.
And like any good vampires, the sun is rising, and that's the end of our shift, Denise. After this over, we're going to hand over to Verreynne Erasmus and Tim Dale Lace as Pamela in the 4th ball of his over. Full on leg stump. Mitchell clips it away. He's beaten mid-wicket. And they're coming back to the second. I fancy it's going to run away for 4.
Run away for 4, yeah. Straight to straight. This one, ball not really coming with any away movement. And it just helped in front of square through mid-wicket by Mitchell for 4. Score moved to 60 for 3.
It was in the air for a little while. Mid-wicket was a little bit interesting. And there were a couple of hands on heads. But Pamela will want to get a little bit more towards the offside. And he comes again. That's better. On offside. Full again. But driven it and beaten mid-off.
Oh, that's the shot. That's the shot of the innings so far. That was fantastic. Just leant into it and just straight back past the bowler in the V, and that is straight from the coaching manual. Very well played. But again, I say, if he's driving and the ball is moving, Luther Pamela must not feel discouraged. Keep pitching it up. Keep getting the ball moving in the air.
Perhaps he's just a little bit too full at the moment. Those are half volleys. Yeah. He's in again now, and that's a better length, and Mitchell just
much better than it.
Yeah, no run. And the end of the over. So we will now hand over to Verreynne Erasmus and Tim Delace. Thanks very much, Anise. We leave you with New Zealand on 64 for 3.
Cheers, guys. Good luck.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thank you very much. How are you, Tim?
Well rested. No, good. All good. South Africa are in a good position. So it's nice to see that they've had 2 good full days. Well, just about 2 full days of cricket.
Yes, it's been a big turnaround from that first test. It just shows how big a difference it is with a bit of match practice under the belt. I think that partnership between Jansen and Maharaj of 62 really set the tone going into this innings, and picking up 3 early wickets is just what they would have wanted. Jansen runs in here to Nichols, full length outside the off stump. Henry Nichols leans into a drive out 2 point for no run. New Zealand are 64 for 3 after 20 overs.
Henry Nichols is the key, isn't he? They've got decent all-rounders to come in, 3 of them. But Henry Nichols is the key, as he was at the first test. South Africa need to get him out as soon as they can.
Yes, Arvia missed an opportunity earlier in the innings where Nichols cut it and he didn't quite pick up the ball. He probably should have taken that to his left, just like in the previous test where we could have had Henry Nichols early, a big wicket to get. Jansen run, he was about to run, but just a quick field change. The gully moves a bit wider. Bavuma's quite in short at point. Jansen into Henry Nichols on the length just outside the off stump. He defends this into the cover region for no runs.
Yeah, just on that timber fielding adjustment, he's definitely there for the catch rather than the stopping the quick single. So interesting position.
Yeah, we've seen how good Henry Nichols is on the cut shot, and they have a fielder back at like halfway to third man as Jansen runs in again, just back of a length, angling into Henry Nichols, who gets an inside edge onto his leg there. and there will be no run.
It's good bowling there from Janssen. Get the ball to come back in there, get a thickest inside edge.
Yeah, a couple of lucky dismissals this morning from South Africa, going down the leg side, but they've bowled very well and have deserved the wickets they've gotten. Janssen in again here to Henry Nicholls on a length, on off stump. Nicholls defends this back to Janssen for no run. New Zealand are still trailing by 300 runs here, after South Africa set them 364 runs.
Yeah, on its own, they were lucky, but as you say, Janssen's bowled well for that last wicket. He's kept his, been very consistent. So, he worked at Conway, frustrated him.
Yes, Janssen in full length, just outside the off stump. Nicholls leans into a nice punchy drive through the extra cover region. Maharaj just managed to get a hand on that, and he runs back to keep that to 2 runs.
Lovely cricket there, lovely drive, and a really good goalkeeping stop there from Maharaj. Definitely saved 2.
Yeah, Maharaj has come in for his bowling and for the holding job, but he contributed very well with the bat earlier, already showing his worth within the team and now in the field as well. Janssen runs in again here to Henry Nicholls over the wicket on a length just outside the off stump. Good delivery, but well left alone by Nicholls. The score has moved up to 66 for 3 after 21 overs. New Zealand are trailing by 298.
Yeah, it's a psychological thing. But that 35 I think he made is a difference between New Zealand's 330 and South Africa's 330 and 364. But below that 350, it's a psychological boost. So it's a huge boost for him to get runs and South Africa to get a decent score on the total.
Yeah, after a disappointing first session, to be honest, none of Temba, Rassi, Verreynne or Mulder kicking on to make a good score. So it was vital between Janssen and Maharaj. Maharaj came in when the score was 302 for 8. So going from that position to 364 was a very good effort, and they really took Wagner on well. So it'll be an interesting battle when Janssen gets the opportunity to bowl to Wagner. Mulder now into the attack. He comes over the wicket to Mitchell. Short delivery. He just rocks back and pulls this one comfortably behind square leg to the boundary for 4. Not a good start there by Mulder.
I think we can safely call that a loosener. A half tracker, and it was a no ball. Not only was it a half tracker, but it was also a no ball. Not a good start.
So technically, Mulder hasn't started yet and already conceded 5 runs. So yeah, not ideal. He looked good with the bat for the time he was in. Unfortunately, he didn't kick on. He had a bit of a weird dismissal as he comes in again, short of a length. Delivery there outside the off stump that Mitchell just leaves. He'll try and get his length a bit fuller on this pitch as he works his way into his spow here.
He has bowled well in his short test career where he has played. His batting's a huge problem, but he has more often than not been good with the ball.
Yeah, he has, and he runs in here to Mitchell. Gets it on a length just outside the off stump, in a better area. His speeds are generally not too quick. This one got up to 127 kilometers per hour. That's normally about the range he's in. He works around the 125 to 133, 134 range. So him and Sapamla basically bowling at the same speed so far in this innings. Mulder runs in again here to Mitchell. Another length delivery, just short of length outside the off stump. Mitchell defends this one out to point for no run.
In a country where they create an awful lot of those sorts of cricketers, these sorts of conditions should suit the Mulders of this world. just the ability to get enough movement, and he's just quick enough to trouble the batsman. So the situation and the pitch should actually assist him.
Yes, agreed. Mulder in to Mitchell, a bit too wide outside the off stump on the length. He lets this one go comfortably. This is about the same pace that Southey and Wagner were operating at, and they were effective at times. So definitely should expect Mulder to be effective as well. As soon as he does get his areas right here, you'll want to operate on that fourth stump, fifth stump line and getting it a little bit fuller than he has so far in this over. He runs in again here to Mitchell. Just short of a length, he edges this one, but it goes short of the second slip and it runs away to the boundary, making the batter play there. Mitchell fending at that one, but it not going to hand.
Genuine edge. That was a genuine edge. And I don't think it would have carried even if there was a third slip. I think third slip, it would have been just in front. Oh, yeah, it's very close. It would have been 50-50.
Yeah, it would have been. It's always a tricky one with the different bowlers. How far are you willing to stand up as a slip cordon? Generally, you'd rather it come too quickly to you than having it fall in front of you. Mulder running in again here to Mitchell. Back of a length delivery or just on length delivery outside the off stump. He leaves this alone. Score has moved up to 75 for 3 after 22 overs.
Yeah, look, you want the ball coming into your mid-drift, even if it's coming quickly. You don't want to be diving forward, getting in your fingertips on it. That's certainly the case. But that was a genuine edge created from Mulder. So a moral victory for the bowler and for South Africa. They can, if Mulder in the next over can maybe create a bit more pressure with another edge.
Yeah. So I'll read the scorecard out to you quickly as we see a bit of a break. Tom Latham was the first dismissed for 0 for a duck of 4 deliveries by Kagiso Rabada, with one quite wide outside the leg stump that he tried to work away or glance away for 4, but he only managed to get an edge to Kyle Verreynne. The next one to go was Will Young, prodding at one outside the off stump that he probably could have left. Also Rabada, and the catch was also taken by Kyle Verreynne. He was dismissed for 3 of 8 deliveries. And then the last wicket to go, Devon Conway, another ball angling down the leg side, and another catch for Verreynne after bowling of Janssen this time. Conway went for 16 of 52 deliveries, so all 3 wickets being taken by Kyle Verreynne so far. The batters currently in are Henry Nicholls, 31 of 56 deliveries, and also Daryl Mitchell, 17 of 14 deliveries, as it's not 75 for 3. One ball has gone by in the 23rd over. Janssen runs in again here to Nicholls on a length delivery just outside the off stump. Nicholls defends this one down to the mid-on region for no run.
As they show Janssen's release points, they're very, for releasing the ball, very close together.
And at a very high point, that's the advantage of Janssen. He has a very high release point. Not only is he tall, but he also doesn't collapse a lot, so he does get that release nice and high, making it difficult for the batters with some extra bounce. Gets that one full outside the off stump. Henry Nicholls drives it lovely through the covers for 4. Just lent into that one. Nice juicy out volley there from Janssen. He'll be a bit disappointed with that one.
Yeah, too full and too wide and punished from Henry Nicholls. That's what New Zealand did in the first test. Whenever South Africa erred in their lengths and their lines, they were punished.
Yeah, New Zealand have had a very positive approach throughout, just showing again how important it is to dismiss Henry Nicholls early, because once he's set, he's difficult to dismiss, and he does go at a good clip. Janssen runs in again, short of a length delivery outside the off stump, wide enough for Henry Nicholls to leave comfortably.
A It's just showing the differences in Southie's release points. I think what they're trying to say is there's a lot of variety in how Southie is moving around at the crease, going wide and close to the wicket.
Yeah, Salvi is known for using the crease very well. Janssen runs in again here on a length. It just jumps up a bit at Henry Nicholls. It catches him in the midriff, and there will be no run. Some extra bounce there by Janssen.
Yeah, that's his great ability. Not only is he very tall, but he has that ability to get bounce of a decent length. Doesn't have to be short.
Yeah, Janssen does seem to be a very uncomfortable batter to face, and also being a left-hander is an added advantage. So he runs in again here, just short of a length, again outside the off stump. A comfortable leave for Henry Nicholls, as that is the end of the over. New Zealand have moved up to 79 for 3 after 23 overs, still trailing by 285 runs. I can quickly run you through the bowlers' figures. Kagiso Rabada has bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens. He's got 2 for 18. Marco Jansen, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. Luto Supamla, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 16. And Mulder has only bowled the 1 over, that's gone for 9 runs without a wicket. Luto Supamla was a bit wayward in his first bow. Not quite able to control the outswing he was getting, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. He was a bit wide. Did manage to hold it in at the end of his spell. Mulder is in there. Big shout for RBW as that ball moved into Mitchell, but it did seem to do a bit too much. It looked a bit high as well. They're contemplating whether they should be going for a review. I'm not too sure about that one, but Algar belatedly gives in to Mulder's plea and does go up for that one.
I think this is very close. I maybe my eyes are deceiving me, but I think this is very close. I think it's going to be umpire's call, whatever. I think.
Yeah, well, hopefully, if it's not out, it will be umpire's because it did come in quite a way, hit him above the knee roll, quite high on the pad. So I just felt that might be going over the leg stump, but we'll see. As they're showing, there's no edge on Snicko, so we'll be seeing the Hawkeye shortly. As we see this ball moving in, hits him high up on the bat, and it is umpire's call on leg stump, so it will remain not out as the umpire gave it not out, but South Africa will retain their review. Close call there for Mitchell, and a good start here by Mulder, first inducing an edge in the previous over and now getting the ball to move back in to Mitchell, asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, it definitely hit him higher than I thought, but South Africa pretty glad that it's a retained decision.
Mulder in again here on a length just outside the off stump. Mitchell on the move there. It's interesting what his tactics are to counter Mulder here. He seems to want to come onto the front foot there. So look again at the replay of the previous one. It moved in. Mulder was convinced that one was out, and he made sure Algar went for that one. Yeah, but luckily they retained that review for clipping. You can see Algar wasn't really convinced on the previous one, but he'll be happy to still have 2 reviews remaining. As Mulder runs in here on a length, bit wider outside the off stump, so left comfortably there by Mitchell.
Yeah, that was nice to see that little discussion between bowler and captain. I won't want that to continue though, because it needs to come from either him or the wicket keeper, really, and especially the LBWs.
Yeah, I do feel that Kyle Verreynne needs to have a lot more say in these LBW appeals. Mulder runs in again here. Fuller are going straight in again. Another LBW appeal. Again, the umpire says no. Again, it seemed to be a bit high. Again, Mulder is pleading with Algar, and Algar is saying no. This time, I'm not going to go for it.
Yeah, I think it's the same result. I think either umpire's call or over the top. But Mitchell does not like the ball coming back in. He's trying to play for the away swinger, and the ball's coming in viciously quite a bit. They have reviewed it. So
like belatedly it seems, because first Algar was saying no, but this one looks even higher than the previous one. So I think this one might be going over, but we'll have to wait again for DRS to confirm or deny what my thinking is with this one. It looks even a bit higher than the previous one. Nichols is a bit further forward as well. I don't think this one is going to be clipping. I think this one will be going over. Algar might be thinking twice before asking Mulder again. Yeah, this one going over the leg stump comfortably. Not the best review. I think Algar will need to rely a lot more on Verreynne and whoever is standing at point or square leg for a better idea of the height of the deliveries.
Yeah, and you make a good point about Verreynne. Verreynne is still new to Test cricket, but he needs to be a bit more assertive in this department, because he's got a good idea of the height and that sort of thing from where he is.
Indeed. Mulder is coming in again here too. Mitchell gets this one short outside the off stump. Comfortable leave for Nichols. He's had a couple that's moved away and then a couple that has moved in. And as you rightly pointed out, he's found the ones coming back into him more difficult to negotiate. He's gotten away with that first one. That was umpire's call. The second one was going over comfortably. One ball remaining in this over. Mulder runs in again over the wicket. Full length delivery just outside the off stump. Nicol drives his one on the onside. A beautiful on drive, but Sipamla does get around to that one, so there will be no run. The score remains 79 for 3 after 24 overs. Maiden there by Mulder, who asked a couple of tough questions there.
Slightly fortunate with the last delivery. I thought it was very full and sort of drifting towards the legs. At Mulder's pace, he should be able to put 6 balls exactly, or more or less exactly where he wants it to. You know, you want it in that channel of the fourth stump. You want it, and he's got that. He's shown the ability that he can move the ball away and in. So he's got to stick with that line and length. Not try to do too much and to go in towards the leg stump.
Yeah, it's luckily still early in his spell, only into his second over. So hopefully, as his spell continues, he'll manage to find those areas more consistently. Janssen over the wicket, full delivery on the middle stump, half volley really, clipped off the legs by Henry Nichols. Easy put away for him, who has been in for a while now. He moves up to 39 of 62. He'll feed off those deliveries all day long.
Yeah. As for most left-handers, easy pickings really. Once you drift in towards their pads and it's a fullish delivery, they find it fairly easy to put away to the leg boundary.
It feels like they've overcompensated a bit against Henry Nichols. They've now seen how good he is with the cut shot, but now they've been drifting a bit too full, giving him some easier volleys to put away. Janssen in to Henry. Short outside the offside, cuts this one straight to the fielder at a third man or halfway to third man. A great execution there. Maybe a touch lucky, but that field placing by Algar has worked well. And you see Keshav Maharaj running to Algar and congratulating him. This one working perfectly for the South Africans. Janssen dismissing Henry Nichols, just as I've been talking about how good he is on that cut shot. He's unable to keep it down, and it moves straight to that man, halfway to the third man boundary, and he throws his head back in disappointment.
That is a soft dismissal, as I think the majority of the New Zealand wickets have been in this particular innings. Yes, he's strong in that area, but that was a really poor shot from Henry Nichols. New Zealand needed him to survive and to see out this last hour and a bit. But he goes for 39 of 63, and South Africa were well buoyed by that dismissal. They know that they've now opened a problem area for New Zealand at both ends. A really good wicket for South Africa to get, and Marco Jansen, really, really important. And New Zealand are now 83 for 4 and still 281 behind. So they are in a little bit of a bother.
Yeah, South Africa come in a very good position here, and will not want to let up. They want to keep the pressure on here. I don't think it will be too long before we might see KG Rabada coming back into the attack to try and open another wicket here, to try and get into that tail from New Zealand. 83 for 4, still trailing by 281. Jansen with his second wicket. Probably fortunate with both wickets, but he has bowled really well today. After he made that his highest score, actually, he's 37 not out, his highest score in Test cricket. So overall, a very good day so far for Jansen, and he'll like to continue as he runs in here over the wicket to the new man, Blundell. He bowls this one short, just on the hips, and Blundell works this away to the leg side, to the fine leg. There is a short leg in there, but he manages to get this one fine off that short leg.
Yeah, it's a really good field placing, for the dismissal of Henry Nicholas by the South Africans. But I think Henry Nicholas, his reaction says it all. He knew the two men were there, the one close in and the one further back, and wasn't able to evade the one further back, Kishore Maharaj.
Short delivery in from Jansen, and Mitchell just ducks underneath that one. Yeah, Maharaj was stoked about that wicket. I wonder if it's something he discussed with Algar beforehand. I think that there is a good chance Maharaj has a good cricket brain, is a leader within the team, so it might be something that he discussed with Algar, or that Algar discussed with him, and they decided together to get that man in there, and it worked a treat. Jansen will be coming in over the wicket to Mitchell, and he gets this one just on the length outside the off stump. Mitchell defends this one back down the pitch for no run.
Maharaj hasn't bowled a ball, but he's really had a significant say on the way this test match is at least planning out at the moment with the bat and the field. Huge contribution so far from Maharaj.
Yeah, it's good to see. I do enjoy Maharaj. I enjoy the energy he brings, how he thinks about the game. Jansen comes in around the wicket now to Nichols, and he works this off his hips just past that short leg I was talking about, out to the square leg region. Fine leg runs around to cut that one off. They get back for 2 runs. As the end of the 25th overs. Now up, New Zealand are 86 for 5, still trailing by 278 runs. Jansen now with 2 for 38 after 10 overs.
And the wicketkeeper and all-rounders do have good test records. They're all averaging in the mid to high 130s, which is decent numbers without being exceptional. But they're going to need, from a New Zealand perspective, they're going to need those boys to contribute to the majority of the runs at this what's remaining of New Zealand's innings.
Yeah, Blundell had a good test match, or good first test match, where he made, I think it was 96, somewhere in that region. He made in the 90s, and unfortunately got out there as Mulder runs in for the first ball of his third over. Gets us one on, that's a better length delivery. Gets that one a bit fuller, but just a bit too wide outside the off stump, about 5th, 6th stump line, and Blundell comes forward but leaves that one alone. I think that is the length that Mulder should be aiming at.
Yeah, a little bit, just a tad straighter, which I think Gene Elgos just told him.
Yeah. So having to come a bit straighter there. Mulder runs in again, a little bit closer to the stumps on 4th stump, and Blundell comes forward and defenses into the cover, and they take a quick single to bring Mitchell back on strike. Who's now moved up to 19 of 23 without looking totally comfortable. So watch again that celebration from Maharaj and pointing to Algar after that previous wicket. Clearly a set plan from both of them. Mulder in again to Mitchell. Short of a length delivery. He tries to punch this through the offside, but that comes off the inner half of the bat. Just drops on the leg side to the mid-wicket region, and they take no run.
Important thing for South Africa is to make both these batsmen play. There were large parts of the first test match where New Zealand left a lot of deliveries in that 4th, 5th stump channel. But South Africa need these guys to play as many deliveries as they can.
Yeah, South Africa will take encouragement from how attacking Mitchell is looking to be here. Mulder in again, full-length delivery. Mitchell drives this one to mid-on without any real timing on that one. But you can see he's trying to get bat on ball almost every delivery, no matter if it's a bit wider outside the off stump. So that should encourage Mulder to keep pitching it up, trying to induce an edge, or then bringing one back into him again as he did in his first over. Mulder in again to Mitchell over the wicket. Good length delivery, bit fuller, but again a bit too wide outside the off stump, 5th, 6th stump line, not making Mitchell play, and Algar will still want Mulder to come a bit straighter there.
Yeah, he's got his legs right in this over. His line's just a fraction wide.
And Mulder's conceded 10 runs so far off 2.5 overs. He runs in. Good. Ooh, that's a lot better. Good length delivery just outside the off stump. Mitchell feels for this one, but it beats the bat and goes through to Kyle Verreynne. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 87 for 4 after 26 overs, still trailing by 277 runs, and Mulder edged closer and closer to the stumps in that over. I think that last one, he's finally found the right line to be bowling at. And as I suspected, they're bringing Rabada back into the attack to try and put some more pressure on New Zealand, try to make another breakthrough here while the pressure is on.
Yeah. Look, well, South Africa are 1-0 behind. They're going to have to make the play in this test match for the majority of it. And by doing that, at the moment, it's getting wickets. So it's a good bowling change.
Rabada into Blundell. Short delivery into Blundell, who goes onto his toes to defend this one down at his feet. Slow, or a bit of a loosener to start there from Rabada, only 130 kilometers. Bit of a half-tracker, but high enough to ensure that Blundell wasn't too comfortable. So we're looking at some overcast conditions there as Rabada runs in again. Full-length delivery, beautiful drive by Blundell through the cover region. It was a full expansive drive, getting his front foot out, high elbow, pretty much a textbook cover drive there, Tim.
And it's a shot of a man who is in form. He held his pose for the cameraman after playing the delivery. So there'll be a few photographers taking that one. But yes, it's certainly a lovely shot.
But once again, I feel Rabada will be encouraged by that. Just a little bit of movement there and he might get the edge. So he wouldn't be too faced with that shot by Blundell as he runs in again here. Oh yes! He bowls him! He gets that one to hoop back into Blundell, who leaves that one, and it takes the off stump out, just as we were hoping for. Rabada comes in, takes another wicket, and New Zealand are now 91 for 5. A big blunder by Blundell as he misses this one. Oh wow, leaves this one, and the off stump goes cartwheeling as Rabada gets that one to jag back in outside the off stump, and New Zealand in real trouble here.
Blundell left that one on line. There's absolutely no doubt. He left it on line. it came back viciously. And by the time he got his back foot across, it had already cannoned into the off stump. Outstanding bowling from Rabada. And now New Zealand are in all sorts of trouble as Blundell is dismissed for 6 of 6 balls.
Yeah, it seems to be a quick drinks break at the end of that wicket. New Zealand 91 for 5. That's Rabada's third wicket. He's now bowled 8.3 overs. He's taken 3 for 22. Marco Jansen is the other bowler to take wickets. He's taken 2 for 38 in his 10 overs. Yeah, bit of a miscalculation there from Blundell. On this type of surface, you'd err on leaving on length rather than line with some movement in the pitch. But a big breakthrough for South Africa there with Blundell in top form, having also just hit a magnificent extra cover drive. So South Africa will be Kako Hoop with that. The next batter who'll come in will most likely be Colin de Gronholm, another batter who loves to play his strokes, and another one they'll look to pick up early in his innings.
Yeah, it's a real a problem area now for New Zealand, having to rely on lower middle orders and all-rounders to get the majority of their runs. In the first test, they always had a set batsman like Henry Nicholls to accommodate the whoever else was in at that time in the first test. Now it's all falling on the lower middle order and tail to get as close to South Africa's total as possible. And as things stand, it looks a tall order.
Yeah, Henry Nicholls must be kicking himself in the dressing room right now for giving his wicket away and then exposing Blundell with Rabada coming back. He's also fallen for 6 of 6. Tom Latham went for 0 for a duck. Bowled Rabada, caught Verreynne. Young for 3 of 8 deliveries, bowled Rabada, caught Verreynne. Conway 16 of 15, 2, bowled Jansen, caught Verreynne. And also Henry Nicholls bowled Jansen, caught Erwin. As we see a replay here of the wickets, a few loose shots, a couple of lucky edges down the leg side, and then also Nicholls playing that one straight to the fielder, placed especially there for that shot by Algar and possibly Keshav Maharaj as well. And then the last one where Rabada got the one to move back in to Blundell, who left it. And New Zealand really on the back foot right now. Colin de Gronholm comes in. He's averaging 35, facing up to Kagiso Rabada. Short length delivery outside of some. Immediately the Gronholm goes after it, playing it quite wide outside his body, but getting 3 runs there through the cover region. Again, Rabada should be quite encouraged by the Gronholm going after that one.
Yeah, I think this is the right approach from a New Zealand perspective. There's no point in trying to block everything and try and bat as long as possible. You want to get to the total of South Africa's as quickly as you can.
Yeah, both batters now are positive batters, so that's what they'll look to do. Rabada gets this one to move back in again as Mitchell leaves this one. But it is a better length to leave. That would have probably gone over the off stump, even if it did move all the way back. He moved that one about from 6th stump to just outside the off stump or just over the off stump. Good leave by Nicholls, but also some exaggerated movement by Rabada here, who's hit his straps in his first over back into his new spell. Last delivery here, full length delivery attacking the stumps. Mitchell works this one off his legs through the mid-wicket region. They take a quick single. New Zealand 95 for 5 at the end of the 27th over, still trailing by 269. That's the end of a successful over from Rabada.
And with around about 18 overs to go, it's a long way until they close to play for New Zealand. They'll want to do everything they can to make sure that de Gronholm and Mitchell are the batters that are still in there when that comes around.
Yeah, Mulder runs in here for his first ball of his fourth over, a bit too wide outside the off stump, on a length, comfortable to leave for Mitchell again. I think this might be the last over before we are substituted. Let's just have a look who's coming in. I think it's Otto and Chris possibly, who will substitute us. We'll see if they are ready at the end of the over. Mulder in again here to Mitchell. He gets this one on a length, but once again an easy leave for Mitchell. Mulder not quite getting his line right just yet, not making Mitchell play enough.
Yeah, not quite getting it right this over. When you're on top like this, from a South African perspective, you want to keep the pressure on. You don't want to let the pressure come off at all.
Mulder in again here to Mitchell. Length delivery. Oh, he gets this one to just move away from Mitchell. He gets his line right there, just short of a length. It jags away from Mitchell, who has been a bit uncomfortable facing Mulder so far in his spell, because he's now gotten one to move away. Earlier in his spell, he managed to move a few into Mitchell, so he's been tough to handle when he's been able to hit the right spot.
Yeah, that was absolutely on the money, that delivery. Perfect line and length, and but unlucky not to get an edge.
Mulder in again, another one, almost an exact copy of the previous delivery. Another good length delivery, just moving away. Mitchell just missing that one. As we're looking at the quick replay of that Kagiso Rabada's delivery, showing the movement he managed to get off the deck coming back into Blundell, but it would have still been a tight leave even if he hadn't left that one, going by that graphic. It's Mulder.
Yeah, I think there would have been a loud appeal.
Yeah, Mulder in again to Mitchell. This one he gets in safely behind. Two very good deliveries prior to this one by Mulder that both beat the bat of Mitchell. Almost identical deliveries. Unlucky not to get the edge.
This is what you need from your fourth bowler. You need to keep the batsman honest, not let New Zealand get back into this game at all, which is doing at the moment.
Mulder in again, length delivery, bit wide outside the off stump, left comfortably. New Zealand on 95 for 5 after 28 overs. Mitchell on 20 of 35 deliveries. De Granholm on 3 of 1 delivery. Mulder has completed his 4th over. He's gone for 10. Kagiso Rabada will be in on the other end. And I believe we will be replaced by Otto and Chris. So we just wait for them to be added.
Rabada standing at the top of his bowling mark without the ball. He's waiting for the ball to come to him. So coming in now. This one coming back into Granholm. Granholm lets it go through, and there's no run. For 95 for 5. This one's driven beautifully into the covers for 4 runs. Got over the ball, a little bit too wide. And should move on to 99. Lovely shot there from De Granholm.
Hey.
Somebody's come in.
Yeah.
All right,
morning.
guys. All right.
Fourth delivery of Rabada's overs, just defended back up the crease towards him. The score remains the same.
Morning,
Otto. Good
morning,
to see.
Chris.
I was worried that we might just end up watching the last 40 or so minutes. Happy to be
Yes, we made it. We made it onto the air. This is much better waking up to see New Zealand 3 down this morning, and they're now 5 down as Rabada goes over the wicket, left alone by the Grand Dom outside off stump. This one almost like the delivery that got Blundell.
Yeah,
but,
didn't seem in quite as much.
No, not at all. And they're showing the angle that Rabada created with that delivery, the release point exactly the same, but the ball just tailing in and kept on coming back into the right-hander to get top of off. The Grand Dom is now on 7 facing Rabada. 2 balls to go in the 29th over. New Zealand 99 for 5. They trail by 265. Rabada on off stump. And the Grand Dom just defends this to the onside for no run.
You talk about this being a better score than we've seen so far in the series. I think I've given up on trying to understand South African cricket. Consistently baffling. I'm just going to enjoy this whilst it's happening. I can't explain it, but...
Yeah, I think if I were the coach of this South African national team, I would do like a simulated test match at the start of every series and convince the players that this is the first test match where it would be just a practice match, but just to get that rust off. As Rabada puts this one outside off stump, the Grand Dom leaves it alone through to Verreynne for no run. 29 overs gone, 99 for 5. Every time we start a series, we start it badly, and then we miraculously recover and bounce back, and it's just mind-boggling.
Yeah. And even the team selection, the decision at the toss, people were questioning at the time. And then it worked out perfectly. We had one of the best opening stands we've had in a very long time, despite batting first in New Zealand. The exact thing that went wrong in the first test somehow became a strength in the second test.
Yeah, Mulder continues now. He puts this one on middle and off on a good length, and Mitchell just defends this to the onside for no run. Yeah, it was. I heard some commentators talking about. Obviously, in hindsight, he read the pitch perfectly. He read the conditions well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a ballsy move to go in and bat first. He must have seen something that nobody else saw. Mulder into Mitchell once again. This one is just defended out to mid-wicket, no run. Still 99 for 5, 2 balls gone in the 30th over. So obviously, if Algar had decided to bat and we were, 50 for 4 or something, everybody would have piled on.
Yeah. It's also, besides it just being ballsy to bat first in New Zealand, doing that when you're the opener as the captain and didn't have a good first test, you really have to back yourself.
Mulder into Mitchell. This one swings a little bit through the air, but it's just a tad too full, so Mitchell just defends this out to mid-off for a single, and 100 is up for New Zealand. 100 for 5, and they trail by 264. 3 balls to go in the 30th over. Mitchell moves to 21. Daryl Mitchell, and with him at the crease is Colin de Grand Dom, who's on 7 of 8. 7 of 7 at the moment, excuse me. As Mulder comes in again wide outside off stump this time. Good length. Left alone by de Grand Dom. No run. 3 slips in.
Right. 7 of 8. There we go.
Yes. Yeah, I forget that we are... I'm with you on the streaming timeline, so I should stay off Crick Info.
I'm going to pretend that you're still watching it live and you're just remembering what happened 90 seconds ago perfectly.
Yes.
Television for a bit.
Yeah. On the plus side for New Zealand, their run rate's quite good. Mulder into de Grand Dom, who leaves this one just on that 5th stump line. No run. So it's still 100 for 5. Beautiful pictures of Christchurch and the surrounding what looks like some parks and some recreational areas there around the Hagley Oval.
A couple more cricket fields around. It really looks like a beautiful area.
Yeah. It's lush and green. A bit overcast there. Some of the players wearing jerseys. Mulder outside the off stump. No run through to the keeper. Left alone by Daryl Mitchell. By de Grandhomme. It's 100 for 5 after 30 overs. And so the run rate is very easy to calculate. It's exactly 3.3 repeating. So
yeah, a little faster than the South Africans went in their innings. But I don't think it's a bad thing for South Africa that New Zealand is scoring quickly. It probably increases the chances of an actual result slightly. If New Zealand are batting quickly.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa from this position will be extremely unhappy if they don't get a lead of at least 150 or so, maybe closer to 200. Just 5 wickets to go. As Rabada continues now over the wicket, this one is short of a length on leg stump, and Daryl Mitchell just deflects this to the backward square leg region for a single. So good cricket from him, getting off strike, rotating the strike, getting the Grandhomme on. And 101 for 5.
Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, Colin de Grandhomme can bat a bit. Kyle Jamieson can bat. Tim Southey has more test sixes than A.B. de Villiers, and we've seen what Matt Henry can do. So I'm not going to be comfortable until all 10 wickets are down.
Yes, that is true. That's a good point. So left alone outside off stump by de Grandhomme. That last one from Rabada, no run. Yes, and it's another thing that's always happening to South African cricket teams, it seems, that when a tail wags, it's against our bowlers. Rabada goes over the wicket to de Grandhomme, drives this one beautifully through mid-off, just wide of mid-off, an extra cover, in between mid-off and extra cover, beautiful looking cover drive on the front foot, bumping that one down to the long off boundary for 4. What a good looking shot.
You're talking about the tail wagging against South Africa. Maybe that's why Luther Sapamla has been included. So far, that seems to be a speciality, is wrapping up the tail. Some people criticize them for that, but if anything, that's exactly what we need at the moment.
Yes, indeed. De Grandhomme with that shot goes on to 11 as Rabada goes into him again. This one is tailing into the right-hander, gets a thick inside edge down to backward square leg area where it's fielded by that same man, Luther Sapamla, and they take a single. It's now 106 for 5. Let's see a replay of this one. Oh, that came in beautifully off the wicket as well from Rabada. Beautiful seam presentation there, swinging a little bit into the right-hander and then off the seam as well on a good length, hitting top of middle, but de Grandhomme managing to get a bat onto that. As Rabada now goes to Mitchell, who defends this one off the back foot out to extra cover. And there's no run. So Daryl Mitchell on 21 and de Grandhomme moved on to 12, 106 for 5. They trail.
Having a look at Sapamla's numbers, of his 10 test wickets so far, 8 of them have been batsmen 8 to 11. And then even the 2 wickets that aren't were batters 6 and 7. So very good at wrapping up the tail, Luther Sapamla.
Oh, yes. So we look forward to that. This one by Rabada to Daryl Mitchell. Gets the outside edge, and it looks like it just bounced short of second slip. Maybe it was a drop catch there. We'll see the replay shortly. That's the final delivery of the 31st over, 106 for 5. And Daryl Mitchell survives.
Yeah, very keen to see this replay.
By the reactions, it looked like it just dropped short.
Yeah.
We'll see in a moment. So the start of the 32nd over. And it looks like Mulder will continue. But it was a indecisive defensive shot by Daryl Mitchell and got a real decent edge there, outside edge of the bat. And looked like it was Algar who was
down on his knees and ruining a chance there. But we'll shortly see what exactly happened there. Mulder to de Grandhomme outside off stump, left alone. Start of the 32nd over, 106 for 5. So the ball pitches on off stump. It goes to first slip to Dean Elgar, and it just bounces in front of his hands. So half a chance there. And Fark, he says, as he looks towards the sky. He's speaking Afrikaans there. It's Elgar. Yeah, so half a chance. Not a drop catch, I would say. Mulder in again, 3 slips. And this one is just defended off middle and leg by de Grandhomme to the mid-wicket region for no run. 106 for 5 is the score. And New Zealand trail by 258.
I've seen fielders claim catches like that before. Because live, you couldn't really tell. Obviously, it did drop short in the replay. But sometimes fielders aren't quite as honest as Dean Elgar was there.
Yeah, it's his hands were above the ball. If he'd just gotten some fingers underneath that, it might have been given. This one is short of a length. De Grandhomme leans back and pulls this one through the air. Is that a 6?
It is.
Maybe 6. Yes, de Grandhomme punching that one almost off the front foot. The pull shot there. Off the bowling of Verreynne Mulder, and he moves on to 18. The score 112 for 5.
Yeah, de Grandhomme means the large man, and that was quite a large shot from the large man. Just a 6 taking his opportunity.
Yeah, what a shot. That this one helped on its way down to backward square leg. It was on leg stump, and it's 4 runs down to backward square leg for de Grandhomme. And Verreynne Mulder leaking runs here quite badly at the moment. 116 now for 5. And we see a replay of that pull shot. No, he was on the front foot. He came forward, and as he saw the length, he just whacked it over deep mid-wicket for 6, and then the next one just off his pads, off his leg stump line. De Grandhomme facing Mulder again. 2 balls to go in the 32nd over. 3 slips in. This one is whacked outside off stump and cut down to the point boundary by de Grandhomme. Another 4 runs. 120 for 5. And yeah, as you said, Chris, de Grandhomme proving you right. He can score. He is a good batter. So it's not a done deal yet for South Africa. They might not get a lead at all, which would be very disappointing, but it's another good-looking shot by de Grandhomme.
Doing a very good job of making sure Verreynne Mulder doesn't get another over after this, I would imagine. Yeah, they need to. They need Verreynne Mulder to do a little bit better than this, because the other bowlers need a rest. 120 for 5. Verreynne Mulder over the wicket, and this one moves a little bit through the air, bedded line tighter on outside off stump line, and there's no run through to the keeper. Leave by de Grandhomme, and so 120 for 5 it stays. And New Zealand now trail by 244 runs. The last 10 overs, 45 for 2. In the last 10 overs, and the run rate achieved so far 3.73, minimum of 13 overs remaining in the day after the next one. So 32 overs gone. I was just going to say, going back a little while with these, but we do have some social media comments on YouTube. Arvind says, wow, dream day for Proteas. Lot of credit to Maharaj and Janssen. But for that partnership, South Africa wouldn't have had the momentum with the ball and field. And Kalat Khan says New Zealand win in 5 days. I sure hope not. And Nkwazi Mkhize says they are themselves now, I assume talking about the South Africans and how they're suddenly playing a different brand of cricket to what we saw in the first test.
No, thank you very much for those comments. Thank you very much for listening and watching along with us. And Rabada's first delivery yielded no run to Daryl Mitchell. The second one on off stump and defended to backward point for no run. Yeah, and do go and follow us on YouTube. If you are listening anywhere else, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and switch on the notification button so that you get notified when we go live with one of our podcasts or one of our live broadcasts. And you can also go to patreon.com/1WSR. Rabada in on off stump, defended by Daryl Mitchell, back down the pitch, fielded by Rabada, no run, 3 slips in. So patreon.com/1WSR if you want to support us. And you can, of course, also advertise on this station. You can get in touch on 1WSR.com and we can expose your brand for a nominal fee.
It sounds like a threat. We'll expose your brand.
No, it'll be nice, believe me. We do it well when we advertise people. So Rabada in again and defended by Daryl Mitchell, no run. So 2 balls to go in the 33rd over, 120 for 5 is the score. Daryl Mitchell on 21 and de Grandhomme on 26.
Yeah, rather one-sided partnership so far. I think 29 runs between the two of them, and de Grandhomme's definitely scored the lion's share.
Rabada into Mitchell on leg stump, defended to square leg, and there's just a single taken this time. Mitchell moves on to 22. De Grandhomme will face the final delivery of the 33rd over, and that will be Kagiso Rabada's 12th over that he's bowling at the moment. And he's conceded 36 runs so far, taken 3 wickets. So it's a good test match for him, good innings for him so far. And this time Rabada goes outside off stump, defended by de Grandhomme. The ball goes down to backward square leg, fielded by the man running around from fine leg. End of the 33rd over, 122 for 5. De Grandhomme will retain the strike on 27. Now let's see if de Grandhomme did manage to punch Mulder out of the attack.
We see Aiden Markram shining the ball, but I don't think he's going to be taking over those responsibilities just yet. Unless the ball starts really ragging in the 4th innings, we probably won't see Aiden Markram bowl now that we have Keshav Maharaj back in the 11th. And Verreynne Mulder is out of the attack. It's Marco Janssen who's going to be taking over responsibilities from that end.
Yeah, so chalk one up there for de Grandhomme. Scoring heavily off Mulder's last over. He massacred South Africa's 4th seamer for 14 runs off the 32nd over, and Marco Janssen now replaces Mulder. I don't know the names of these ends, so apologize for that if you are familiar with the Hagley Oval. Marco Janssen is going away from the main stand, and Janssen onto de Grandhomme's middle and leg stump line, defended to the onside, no run, 3 slips still. So with the amount of runs and the amount of wickets that Algar has in hand, he's keeping those attacking positions in place, giving his bowlers the best chance to take a wicket.
Hagley Oval, we have the Port Hills end and the City end. Unfortunately, I'm not sure which is which. I would imagine this is the Port Hills end, just because the other end seems to have more of the city. But I think, it's in the middle of the city. Both ends of the city ends, and then I don't know where the Port Hills are.
Single for de Grandhomme to the onside there, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the score.
Perfect.
So let's make a note of that.
Official live. Simon said that that's a rule. We have to say that.
Yes.
If we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was an actual discussion we had behind the scenes at a point.
Yes. So same with all the other nice scores, like 44 for 4, those type of thing. Yes, 222 for 2. This one is full on off stump to Mitchell by Janssen, defended, sort of a check drive out to extra cover, and they take a single. Mitchell now on 23. The score is now 124 for 5.
But the overs are 33.3, so we can still have fun with some of the numbers.
That's right. Janssen has taken 2 wickets, conceded 40 runs so far, and he is bowling his 11th over. He comes over the wicket to the right-handed de Grandhomme on middle and leg stump, defended 2 mid wicket for a single, just wide of long on, mid on. Another single taken there, 125 for 5. So no wickets yet for the two of us here, Chris.
No, although whilst we were backstage, I think, at least I imagine you saw it backstage as well, that lovely Blundell dismissal, the Kagiso Rabada taking out his off stump after he left the delivery.
Those are always nice to watch, especially if you're the bowling side. So we see Elgar and Janssen in the discussion here at the moment. So there's a bit of a hold up. 2 balls to go in the 34th over. So they discussing fielding positions. Elgar looking like a small boy talking to his dad, standing next to Marco Janssen.
Marco Janssen still has a very young face, but just the stature of the man. I mean, he and Carl Jamison are about the same height, but Carl Jamison probably has a good 20 kilos on him. I think we'll see Marco Janssen fill out his size over the course of his career. He's still just... No
doubt. He's coming around the wicket now to Mitchell, is Marco Janssen, and this one is defended to the onside. Only 2 slips in now. So they've got some sort of plan to get Janssen a wicket. And there's 1 delivery to go in the 34th. Still 125 for 5.
Daryl Mitchell, son of rugby coach John Mitchell. I can't think of too many families that have that mixed sport between father and son like that.
Janssen round the wicket to Mitchell. Defends this one back to the bowler. End of the 34th over. 125 for 5. And New Zealand now trail by 239 runs. There will be 11 overs scheduled for the day that remains, but I don't think we'll see all of those.
So we have a bunch of Marios and Luigis in the crowd on either sides of a fence. All the Luigis on the left of it and all the Marios on the right. They're pretty well imbibed throughout the day. They're not super worried about the cricket at this point.
Indeed, and it's nice to see the crowd out there in Christchurch. Everybody desperate to get outside and see strangers and be around other people. I can't wait to get to a sports game in the very near future, hopefully. Sapamla is replacing Rabada. And we'll check if we can see which end is which in a moment. So they've kept the 2 slips in. They've got a gully there. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square fine leg on the boundary. Full by Sapamla, outside off stump to de Grandhomme, who just defends this out to mid-off for no run. 125 for 5. Start of the 35th over. And this is Luto Sapamla's 6th over that he's bowling now. Oh, that so nearly was a mistimed shot there. It was full and it looked like the Grandhomme was just through the shot a little bit early. Sapamla goes into him again, de Grandhomme on 29. And this one is cut by de Grandhomme past the man at backward point and through to the boundary for 4. Another good-looking cut shot there for de Grandhomme. He's now on 33. 129 for 5 is the score. And Sapamla has now conceded 20 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Colin de Grandhomme. He
just back of a length.
Scoring today.
The back of a length and wide outside off stump. So easy cut shot there for de Grandhomme. Down into the ground, past backward point. So, I mean, if he carries on like this, he's going to create a headache for Elgar in terms of his bowlers. And this one is onto de Grandhomme's off-stump line, and he punches this one down to the deep mid-wicket fence for 6 runs.
A mad innings at the moment from Colin de Grandhomme. He's on 39 runs of 26 deliveries. That wouldn't be bad in a T20. He seems to be batting on a different pitch to the rest of this New Zealand side. one of the Luigis did the fielding there on the boundary. He was hugged by his teammates afterwards, very pleased. I don't know if he's had to jump over a fence to get there, so we'll see if the authorities take any action. I'm not sure if that's actually allowed.
He went back over the fence quite quickly, so I would guess that it's not. So de Grandhomme on 39 joins Henry Nichols, top scorer for New Zealand, 39. Sipamla into de Grandhomme again over the wicket, and this time it is straight to backward point. Another cut shot, but straight to Maharaj at backward point, no run. 2 balls to go in the 35th, and 135 for 5. That's a nice, cool Christchurch afternoon. Most of the fielders I'm now noticing are wearing their jerseys, and some of the players keeping their hands in their pockets, in their pant pockets, to keep warm, keep their hands warm. The Grandhomme facing Sipamla over the wicket to the right-hander, and this one is full on off stump, and it's just flicked down to mid-on for no run. To Kagiso Rabada did mid-on.
2 jerseys on there. I don't think he's enjoying it.
No, that's not sure what the temperature is exactly, but it's a cloudy, overcast, cool afternoon in Christchurch.
14 degrees according to Google, which isn't outrageously cold. It's definitely not 2 jerseys after just bowling a cold. You'd think he'd still be warm from bowling.
Sipamla into de Grandhomme, outside off stump and left alone by de Grandhomme, through to the keeper, 135 for 5 after 35 overs. Run rate creeps up to 3.86 for New Zealand, and there's about 20 minutes or so to go in the day's play.
I know it's one of Simon's bugbears, but I'll agree that any kit supplier and sponsors missing a trick by not making these cable knit jerseys available to the public. I think a lot of people would happily buy a Proteas or the Black Caps branded cable knit jerseys.
Yeah, they scream cricket fan, really. If you're lucky enough to have one, it's a prized possession. And I think Simon has mentioned a few times that he's worn his out.
I think
completely.
he has an England one.
Yeah, this one is Marco Jansen around the wicket to Mitchell, defended into the covers, and they take a single, 136 for 5.
I don't think he's an England fan in the slightest, but just such a big cricket fan, such a big cable knit fan that he took what he could get.
Yeah, so if you maybe if you're a person who knits, you can cash in there. And Jansen goes over the wicket short, and Grandhomme just ducks underneath it and goes over the leg stump to Verreynne for no run. Yeah, but I mean, you won't be allowed to put the logo on or anything. You can just make people cable knit jerseys that sort of look the same. So it's still the same field. But the man on the boundary on the leg side is now on the square leg boundary, just backward of square. And 2 slips in a gully as Jansen goes around the wicket to the right-hander de Grandhomme, another bouncer. And de Grandhomme just easily ducks underneath it. This one was more on the middle stump line. They trying to get him to hook.
Won't hassle him that much. He's used to bounces in the nets all the time from Neil Wagner, one would imagine. And also then used to the height that Jamieson offers. So nothing these New Zealanders haven't seen before from Marco Jansen.
Yeah, de Grandhomme there with Mitchell. De Grandhomme on 39, making a good contribution here to repair the damage for New Zealand. Marco Jansen full, outside off stump and driven. It's a thickish outside edge between second slip and gully, and down to the third man boundary for another 4, 140 for 5. Marco Jansen.
Partnership goes to 49, and not difficult to figure out Colin de Grandhomme's contribution to that.
Yeah, Marco Jansen is in his 12th over. He's conceded 46 runs already. And
Was that
the
signal
Grand
no
Dame just
ball? That's all.
lifting the run rate here. Yes, indeed, it is a 4 and a no ball. So still
so
two
that's
deliveries to go in the
partnership as a result.
Yes, there we go. 50-run partnership. The Grand Dame on 43, and he goes again facing Marco Jansen, and this is cut once again. This time it's past gully and down to backward point region for a single, and the Grand Dame is on 44. Partnership of 51, so only 7 runs scored by Daryl Mitchell in this partnership. Or no, it should be less than that.
Yeah,
there was at least no ball.
Two extras in it. So
only 5 runs contributed by Mitchell. Yeah. So Jansen goes to Mitchell now around the wicket. This one is nice and full on off stump and defended. Gets a outside edge to mid off. No run. 142 for 5. 1 ball to go in the 36th over, and there's confirmation. 51-run partnership of 57 balls, and Daryl Mitchell has contributed just 5 runs with the bat. The rest is 2 extras and 44 from Colin de Grand Dame, who's now the top scorer for New Zealand in this innings. Jansen around the wicket. This one is back of a length on off stump, defended to mid wicket for no run.
Yeah, we haven't had the best session here. I'll tell you, last 10 overs, 55 runs. We've seen a lot of runs off the bat of Colin de Grand Dame, and not too many threatening deliveries from the South African bowlers.
Yes, indeed, and it's just that half a chance there for Kagiso Rabada that went to first slip and didn't carry. So 36 overs gone, and the run rate now almost 4, 3.94, 142 for 5. And that means that New Zealand trail by 222 runs exactly. So double Nelson is the lead now for South Africa. Colin de Grand Dame wiping the floor with Wiaan Mulder and Lutho Sepamla, who is now going to continue to that same man, de Grand Dame. 2 slips, backward point in there. This one is defended on middle and off to mid-on for no run. 142 for 5. So is that a gully or no? That's a gully. It's not a backward point. That's a gully in there.
Yeah.
Now they've moved. Oh no, that fielder is coming back out. Looked like they had a silly mid off in there for a second. Pretty much the same field that we saw earlier. That's extra cover mid off. Let's check for you now where the other fielders are. Sepamla right arm over the wicket, and this one is short and wide, outside off stump, cut nicely by de Grand Dame. He's going to find that third man boundary once again with that back foot cut shot. It served him well, and he gets another 4. He moves on to 48 now. Only 2 to go to that milestone. It was in front of Gully this time, and beating the man on the point boundary who came running around but couldn't cut it off. And Sepamla leaking yet more runs, eating into the lead that South Africa have and getting New Zealand back into the game. Sepamla over the wicket to the right-hander. This one is full, outside off stump and driven by Colin de Grand Dame. Off the front foot, square drive. Good looking shot, but it's fielded on the boundary, and they take 2 runs. De Grand Dame gets his 50. What a beautiful innings he's played here for his country, and really causing headaches for Dean Elgar. He's already gotten rid of Wiaan Mulder, and it looks like he's got the same plans for Sepamla. Strike rate of 138.9. As he faces Sepamla once again. Over the wicket. 2 slips in, and this time it's left alone by de Grand Dame. So his 50 came off just 37 balls with 7 4s and 2 6s. And yeah, it's a very good innings from Colin de Grand Dame.
was just looking at our seam attack, and so since readmission, 115 different players have played for South Africa in the test side. And in the seam attack, we have the 3rd youngest, the 7th youngest, the 14th youngest, and the 24th youngest players on debut.
Sapamla into de Gronholm, who hangs his bat out to that one. Indecisive there by de Gronholm, and through to the keeper, beats the outside edge. Sapamla is fighting back. Good delivery. Yes,
so this,
carry on.
This bowling attack, Rabada made his debut at 20 in Test cricket. Mulder made his debut at 21. Janssen made his debut at 21. And Sapamla made his debut at 22. South Africa definitely give opportunities to young seamers. I think it's a bit more difficult as a young batsman to get a go in the side. That makes sense.
Another good-looking delivery. Another good-looking delivery by Sapamla, just a little bit full, but swinging nicely through the air and on that middle and off stump line. De Gronholm defends this to the onside, no run. 148 for 5 is the score. 37 overs gone. New Zealand trail by 216.
I also saw Kagiso Rabada take off one of those jerseys and hand it to Lutho Sapamla. So we may have cracked the code as to why he had 2 jerseys on in the first place. He might have just been holding one for the bowler. The easiest way to carry it, I guess, is to put it on over your own clothes.
Just to wear it, yeah. Okay, so he's not
freezing.
He's not really freezing.
14 degree.
Yeah.
14 degrees temperatures of Christchurch.
Just keeping nice and warm. And now we see Marco Jansen being replaced by Keshav Maharaj. So this will be interesting. And
South Africa,
Shane Warne famously said, if it seems, it'll turn. It'll bounce and it'll turn. So
we've definitely seen it seem.
Yes. So let's see if Maharaj can get something to work with here. Yes, sorry.
Talking about not understanding South African cricket, and a lot of people were criticizing the decision of Maharaj, including them on the side, when New Zealand don't have a spinner, and you'd imagine that they know the conditions. So a little bit of a test. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. And I'd imagine Dean Olga knows more than the average cricket fan. Well, hopefully this decision does pay off.
There's only one way to find out, and Maharaj left arm round the wicket goes to Mitchell, who immediately comes dancing down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball, plays it straight to mid-on for no run. There's a slip in. There is a short square leg, I think. We'll see just now. Yes, just backward of square, and this one gets the outside edge, defended by Mitchell to backward point, no run. So that was promising for Maharaj. He's going to try and move the ball away from the right-hander. We see a replay of that delivery. Finer edge would have gone straight to Aiden Markram at first slip. So coming in again round the wicket, the left-handed on-leg stump goes Maharaj and defended by Daryl Mitchell. No run. Daryl Mitchell is on 24. 148 for 5. 3 balls to go in the 38th over, and there's about 7 or 8 minutes of play left in the day, so we might see another 3 overs, maybe 4. Maharaj round the wicket to Mitchell, on leg stump, just defended out to mid-on, no run. And Maharaj and the fielders getting excited about the movement there. And, I think they were excited there because if Mitchell had missed that, it would have been LBW. But Mitchell managed to get back to that. Maharaj into Mitchell. This one defended back down into the pitch for no run. 1 ball to go in the 38th. 148 for 5 is still the score. So it's not looking too bad, but I'd like to see what the Dondom thinks about Maharaj bowling. Right. Left-handed round the wicket to Mitchell, who flicks this off his pad, full toss on leg stump, and they come back for 2. The ball is going to get cut off by Rabada at mid-wicket, and they'll take 3. That was a bad delivery from Keshav, and just missed his length and his line completely there. Full toss on leg stump, and Mitchell goes to 27. The score goes past 150, 151 for 5, 38 overs gone. The lead now is 213, or New Zealand trail by 213.
I think a number's fallen off the front of Keshav Maharaj's shirts. Obviously, they have their cap numbers underneath the Protea badge, but right now the number underneath Keshav Maharaj's badge is 9. And I don't think he's quite that old. He wasn't part of that first ever South African 11 back in the 90s.
No, he's not that old at all. And see some suspect-looking dance moves there from a man wearing
his
yellow duck.
real number is 92. So
okay, so he's lost a 2 somewhere.
He's obviously fallen off.
Okay, so some more problems that we spotted with the South African kit. I wonder if they fixed Marco Janssen's number, because he had a slimmer font, slightly lightweight font there on his jersey. Sipamla continues over the wicket, and this one is full on middle and off stump to Mitchell, defended to the onside, no run. Start of the 39th over, 151 for 5.
Yeah,
See a replay here of some of
the new kit sponsors, they've made it difficult for the fans to get kit, and slightly more expensive. I do think they've made some very good looking kits, but getting your hands on them is a massive challenge at the moment.
Yes, and it must be said as well that they're also sponsoring the ladies, and very impressed with the kit that was provided to the Momentum Proteas. This one outside off stump, defended by de Grandhomme, no run.
I think they're also talking about missing tricks with the cable nets. The women's side reasonably frequently playing that all black kit in support of, a stand against gender-based violence. And I think any kit supplier for the Proteas should try and make a point of making that kit available to the public. And you can designate a portion of the profits to charity as well. But I think it would sell very well.
Mitchell faces Sipamla again. This one is defended, and there's no run out to the offside, 151 for 5. Yes, it's quite strange because it's a big money spinner for Cricket South Africa as well. And I would think if you're negotiating with a kit sponsor, that would be one of the items on the agenda. Like, how's what does the public options look like that the public can buy? You can get your replica. You can do golf shirts just that, have like the logo and the sponsor's name, and that kind of thing. Sipamla onto off stump and defended by Mitchell to mid on, no run. Caps and socks and what have you, sweatbands and all kinds of things that you can put out there for people to buy. And some people are really into their sports kits. They buy, as soon as something becomes available, they have to have it. Collectors and such, people who get jerseys signed and mount them in those little boxes on their walls, and it's definitely missed a trick there. Sipamla into Mitchell on middle, no run. Defended just to the onside of the wicket. 151 for 5 is still the score. 1 ball to go in the 39th over. And we might just get 1 more over, maybe 2 if Maharaj continues. And if Maharaj continues, we're going to see him bowling to de Grandhomme. So we'll see how that works
Very
out.
exciting, I haven't treated any of the bowlers with much respect so far. Looking forward to that contest. Hopefully we get that loose shot, and maybe we see the other end of Conor de Grandhomme.
Sipamla full on off stump, just driven straight to mid on by Mitchell. Good looking on drive there, but straight to the fielder. 39 overs gone, and we see once again Rabada getting rid of Sipamla's jersey, revealing his own jersey. And Sipamla's wearing the sleeveless jersey. And Kagiso's got the full length jersey on. So 39 overs gone, 151 for 5. And that was a maiden over by Luther Sipamla to Daryl Mitchell. So that will be a relief for Sipamla. And that makes his figures look slightly better. He's now bowled 8 overs for 32. And here we go. Keshav Maharaj talking to Dean Algar. He's got the ball in his hand. He's bowling to Colin de Grandhomme. Probably the last over of the day, I would guess. We are a minute or so behind, but we should be the last over of the day.
For those interested in jersey watch, Aidan Markram is the one looking after Keshav Maharaj's jersey, but he's not wearing it over his own. He's just wrapped it around his waist.
Aha, good spot there. So setting the field now is Maharaj. Leg slip, first slip, short square leg, silly mid-off, or a mid-off that's in line with the non-striker's crease. This one is just on a good length. The Grandhomme defends off the back foot, no run. So that's an extra cover catching. And then another extra cover in the more conventional position, long off on the boundary. Keshav Maharaj into the Grandhomme down the leg side, not turning at all. And Grandhomme watches it into the hands of Verreynne, no run. And now they're moving mid-wicket. Oh no, it's Algar running from mid-wicket talking to Keshav now. And he goes back to mid-wicket, and then they've got a sort of a long on, but it's long on, not quite on the boundary. Keshav goes left-handed round the wicket to de Grandhomme. This one hits him on the pad in front of his leg stump, but it just runs away, and it's going to go for 4. Oh no, past the leg slip.
And it dribbled.
And it goes for 4 runs, 4 byes. So 155 now for 5, with 4 balls to go in the 40th over. Why aren't they updating the score? That ball ran all the way to the boundary. The leg slip ran after it, but they couldn't get there in time. We'll see this. Okay. Dead ball, no shot offered, so there's no run added. Thank you very much for that, coming from our WhatsApp group. This one is defended by de Grandhomme, no run. So now my question is, why was it a dead ball? So the umpire must have called it as he was bowling, maybe. Maharaj into de Grandhomme, and this one hits him on the pads, but it's going down leg side, half an appeal. And Colin de Grandhomme wrapped on the pads by Keshav Maharaj. It looked like that ball kept a bit low.
Not a bad shot, if I'm honest.
No.
Didn't really. He pulled out of the appeal himself. He must have seen something.
It looked like it was an inside edge, maybe an inside edge there, as Keshav goes to de Grandhomme once again, pitching on leg stump and just defended to mid-on for no run. 40 overs gone, 151 for 5. So Keshav manages to get 6 balls into de Grandhomme without conceding a single run. Another maiden, 2 maidens in a row now for South Africa. But I think these two are just thinking about the end of play. They just want to get through to the end of the day. They won't be fussed about not scoring runs at this point in time. They just want to be there tomorrow morning and not have a night watchman come in.
Imagine if there's a wicket at this point, they might just call Stumps.
Yeah, probably. Lights are already shining. You see the clouds in the sky. Quite overcast, but high clouds, it looks like. Sipamla will continue, and this might be the final over of the day. He goes full to Mitchell and driven straight back to the bowler. No run. 2 slips in. And then I think I saw a long off and an extra cover on the boundary. I'll check for you now where the other fielding positions are. Mitchell is on 27. The lead, or New Zealand trail by 213. And it's the 41st over of New Zealand's first innings in the second test against South Africa in Christchurch. Both tests being played at the same venue. And Sipamla goes to Mitchell full on leg stump and flicked off his pads. That's going to run down to the mid-wicket area where it's fielded, and they take a single. 152 for 5. So we saw in the first day's play that New Zealand managed to get the full 90 overs in, but South Africa definitely fidgeting with the field a lot more. I remember Tim telling me that that was something that was clear, that New Zealand had their fielding positions and everything sorted out beforehand, and they weren't really messing around with their field settings, where South Africa is taking quite a long time in between deliveries as Sepamba goes now to the Grandhomme, who plays this one straight to Bavuma at extra cover for no run, 152 for 5.
Yeah, so we've saw 43 overs of South African batting this morning, and then we've seen 40 overs of New Zealand. So 83 and a bit bowled today. Obviously, there was the change of innings break, but
yeah, how many overs do you lose again in the innings change?
Maybe
two,
between
two or three.
Definitely not the 7 that we've seen missing in total.
Sepamla on to the leg stump of Colin de Grandhomme, who just glances this, and Carl Verreynne fields this, saves the blushes of Sepamla down the leg side, and now pitched on middle, kept on going, and Carl Verreynne manages to dive to his left and stop that from causing any more damage. 2 balls to go in the 41st over, 152 for 5. New Zealand trail by 212. De Grandhomme is on 50 still. And Sepamla goes right arm over the wicket to the right-hander. Nice length on off stump, defended by de Grandhomme to the offside. No run.
Yeah, Colin de Grandhomme brought that 50 up off 36 deliveries, and then hasn't scored another run since. Has been happy enough to see out the end of day 2.
No, he's really put the fright into Vian Mulder and then into Luther Sepamla, and then got to his 50 and then just calmed down, and looks like he is going to make it through to the end of day's play. There's 1 ball to go in the 41st over. Luther Sepamla goes over the wicket to de Grandhomme, who defends this on off stump, back to the bowler, and there's no run. 41 overs gone, 152 for 5. And will that be Stumps? Doesn't look like it. So they are trying to add some extra overs in the day. Yes. So they called off play yesterday after the 90 overs were bowled at about what was it, quarter past the hour, around there, and now it's 37 minutes here where I'm sitting past the hour, and they're still playing, which is good. I think that makes sense, and it's not often that cricketing decisions are based on common sense. So it's good to see that they're trying to get the overs in. Now, Keshav Maharaj will continue. He goes to Mitchell, and this one is defended off the back foot past the man running in from mid-wicket to long on for a single. So it's still the same field for Maharaj. Leg slip, conventional slip, backward short square leg, and mid-wicket, catching extra cover, long on. And this one is defended by de Grandhomme, back to the bowler. It's fielded by Bavuma running in from that extra cover catching position. No run. 153 for 5 in the 42nd over. Now it's a short square leg. It's no longer backward of square. This one is defended by de Grandhomme, back to Keshav Maharaj for no run. New Zealand now trail by 211. De Grandhomme still on 50. Mitchell on 29 with that single. And they're getting another helmet out to a fielder there. Oh no, they're going back, running back. More time wasted here by South Africa. So even though the umpires and everybody's trying to get the overs in, South Africa keep fidgeting and wasting time. Well, they wouldn't call it wasting time, but no, I don't think so. So Van der Dissen's going to put on the helmet that just came onto the field, handed to him by the captain, and he's going to go into Silly Point.
I do think that's positive. Put a little more pressure on de Grandhomme whilst he's trying to defend out the end of the day.
He's a bit more forward of square than a Silly Point. He's facing Maharaj now, driven straight past Van der Dissen to the man at extra cover. Bavuma running in there, does the fielding, no run. So it was a A nice attacking shot there by the Grand Dame. He's had enough of Keshav Maharaj. So he's got 4 men around him facing Maharaj. On the wicket goes the left-hander, and he punches this one again goes down to long on for another easy single. 154 for 5. New Zealand trail by 210. 1 ball to go in the 42nd over, and the Grand Dame goes on to 51. Mitchell now facing Maharaj on 29. Same field in place for Daryl Mitchell. Maharaj around the wicket, defended by Mitchell to the onside of the wicket. And that is the end of the over. 42 overs gone, 154 for 5. New Zealand trail by 210.
No one leaving the field just yet. It's still.
We'll have another over. Yay.
Cricinfo says 3 overs remaining at this point. So we'll stick by that until proven otherwise.
No, the lights are on, but we don't see shadows on the field.
It sounds like
So
another
it's nice
euphemism
and-
for someone not paying attention. The lights are on, but there's no shadows.
Well, that's usually how you can tell that the lights are actually kicking in, and that the play should be called off because of bad light when the lights take over. But so far down south, the sun sets quite late, so still good light here. Sipamla continues, 2 slips in. The Grand Dame defends this one outside of stump, no run.
I don't want it to seem like I'm confused or bewildered by time zones, but it is always bizarre that they're finishing their day there. And I mean, it's not even 8 o'clock in the morning now.
Yes, it is quite interesting. I have a stepsister who lives close to Hamilton there, and you always have to time your phone calls for significant events really well. And the difference is huge. So Sipamla continues on the leg stump of Colin de Grandhomme. He flicks this one down to backward square leg, fielded on the boundary, and they take a single. De Grandhomme moves to 52, 155 for 5, 42.2 overs gone.
Accommodating to the South African audience with this series in terms of the times that it's on. It's difficult to think of a worse time to watch than that 8 a.m. to sort of that midnight to 8 a.m. slot. I wouldn't have minded if we saw one day night test whilst we were down there.
No, really, they should play all day night tests in New Zealand. They shouldn't be selfish. Sipamla into Mitchell full and just outside off stump and driven back past the bowler to mid on for no run. 155 for 5. New Zealand trail by 209. Now, so they're creeping up to that 150 run lead mark, which I think, given that New Zealand were, when did the last wicket fall? What was it? 90 odd for 5. So
yeah,
we'll
91 for 5 was
91 for 5. Sipamla into Mitchell, leaves this one alone outside off stump. And there's no run, 155 for 5. So I still think South Africa would be disappointed, given that they had a good start with the ball, if they don't get a lead of at least like 150 around there in the first innings here, because New Zealand are chipping away at that lead, and they are fighting back de Grandhomme and Mitchell. So good for New Zealand, good on them. Sipamla into Mitchell, leaves this one outside off stump. Comes back a bit, but not enough to get the off stump down. And there's no run. 1 ball to go in the 43rd. Mitchell is still there on 29.
And we get word from the broadcaster as well that just after this delivery, 2 overs left in the day.
Okay, that's good. So they are going to fit in all the allotted overs for the day. Sipamla in full on off stump, driven by Mitchell straight to mid-on, no run. And that is the end of the 43rd over, 155 for 5. 2 more overs to go. And once again, Rabada hands Sipamla his jersey. And it will be Maharaj to continue. From which end, we're not sure. Once again, apologies for that. We'll see if we can figure it out. I would be very surprised if there isn't. We just need to see which is which. We know the names. The city end and
I'll go get it again. It was the something hill end.
Yes.
Port Hills end.
Port Hills end. Okay. So Maharaj continues to Grandhomme, and he comes forward and defends this for no run. So I think, I see, and there's also just 2 sets of scaffolding at either end. No real discernible building structures. Maharaj into the Grandhomme, who defends this one once again, back to the bowler, no run. 155 for 5. The Grandhomme just defends this one thickish inside edge. Okay, Maharaj in again. The Grandhomme gets a thick outside edge and it squirts down to third man past first slip, who was thick enough to evade first slip, who runs back and gets the ball back to the wickets, and they take 2 runs. The Grandhomme moves to 54. You see a replay now. It was forward defensive and just off the shoulder of the bat, popping off the bat there past first slip, and too thick of an edge to go to slip. But Maharaj looking attacking here. He's bowling his 3rd over. He's conceded 7 runs. Maharaj round the wicket to the Grandhomme, who comes forward and drives this one to mid-off, and they get sent back. He was halfway down the pitch almost, and Mitchell said, no, you get back there. I'm not taking a run here. 157 for 5. 2 balls to go in the 44th.
Looking at satellite images, I think I've cracked the code in that Maharaj is bowling from the Port Hills end now. Because the side with the cricket grounds at it, those cricket grounds are in front of the Port Hills. And so if you can see the cricket grounds in the background, I guess you're bowling from the city end. If you're bowling from the side with the other cricket bits, then you're bowling from Port Hills. So right now, Port Hills.
Maharaj is bowling from the Port Hills end, we suspect. And now there's a silly mid-off in as well, as the Grandhomme comes forward and just plays this down to long on for no run. 44 overs gone, 157 for 5. Maharaj almost getting the wicket there off the Grandhomme, but the outside edge just going past first slip, and no more runs scored after that. New Zealand trail now by 207. And so it will be Luther Sipamla bowling the final over of the day from the city end.
Fingers crossed for that breakthrough. At least when we're broadcasting like this, I think we don't have to be quite as unbiased. I wouldn't mind seeing a wicket before the end of the day.
No, not at all. Let's get the Grandhomme off, but it's Mitchell facing Sipamla now. From the city end, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander. 2 slips in, and this one is just defended outside off stump. There's a gully in there as well. Extra cover who just ran to field this one. That was defended to the offside for no run. 157 runs for the loss of 5 wickets in the 45th over. And there's 207 runs behind on New Zealand. Mitchell on 29, facing Luther Sipamla. Gets ready now. And Sipamla goes full, outside off stump, driven to mid-on. No run, straight to the fielder. So because these 2 ends, if you're looking at the camera shots here, these structures look very much the same. So I'm looking to see if we can find something to differentiate between the 2. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for the wider shots. Waiting for a wider shot to give you some more fielding positions at this point as well. Mitchell facing Luto Sepamla. Over the wicket he goes. Driven thick inside edge to mid-wicket. So there's a mid-on and a mid-wicket. Quite close in. 2 slips and a gully. 3 balls to go for today's play. 157 for 5. De Grandom top scoring for New Zealand so far. He's at the non-strikers end on 54, and Mitchell will try and survive these last 3 balls to get to the end of play. Sepamla comes past the umpire, outside off stump and outside edge down to backward point. Defensive shot played there, and there's no run. So they've got a backward point in as well, looking for the outside edges to go to first or second slip to gully or to backward point. And then they've got a extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And who's on the boundary? Not sure who else is around there. Mitchell, 2 balls to go in the day. Sepamla over the wicket, defended, and there's an appeal for LBW. Given not out by the umpire. Loud appeal by Sepamla and the rest of the South African team. They've only got 1 review left. What is Algar going to do here? We can't see the DRS timer.
Sorry.
Yes. Algar has gone upstairs.
I'm not that confident, but a little bit of excitement at the end of the day.
He's sucking air in through his teeth there. Goes Algar. He doesn't look very confident, but he's given Sepamla the benefit of the doubt.
I think there's an inside edge. We'll see. We'll go through it over and over again, but it looks like that's
probably... It's very close to the bat. We'll check on Snicko in a moment. Yeah, inside edge. It looks like the ball deviated a bit there. We'll check it in a moment. And the ball goes past the bat, and there's an inside edge. South Africa have lost their last review. And it was definitely going on to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
So we haven't got an audio feed available, to me at least, but that must have been audible, that nick. So bad review.
We saw one from the times of 15 years ago. We have no reviews.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to trust the umpires and be frustrated if things don't go our way. But I mean, modern times we have 3 reviews. You can't ask for much more. We just haven't used them especially well.
That's the end of the over. 157 for 5. That is the end of the day's play as well. 45 overs have been bowled. New Zealand trail by 207. Or yes, they are walking off. Okay.
Yes.
Give us the scorecard there, Mr. Tyndall Bisco, please.
So at the end of day 1, South Africa were 238 for 3. From there, they faltered a little bit, lost quite a few wickets. If I go through the whole thing, I mean, we had that great start between Dean Elgar and Cyril Ovia yesterday. They got 111 runs. First 100 partnership, opening partnership for South Africa in an away test since 2012. From there, we saw a few wickets fall early this morning. So Rassie van der Dussen fell for 35, Temba Bavuma for 29. Kyle Verreynne was gone for 4. Leon Mulder got just 14. Then we had a good partnership eventually with Marco Jansen and Keshav Maharaj, who scored 37 and 36 respectively. Rabada got 6, and Luto Sepamla was bowled for a duck at the end. Pick of the bowlers was Neil Wagner. He took 4 wickets for 102 runs. So South Africa ended up with 364, slightly more respectable than anything we saw in the first test. And then the New Zealanders didn't get off to the best start. Tom Latham fell to Kuchis Rabada for a duck. Will Young also caught behind off Rabada's bowling for 3. Devon Conway, the St. John's boy, South African born player, got 16 of 52. Henry Nichols got 39 of 63. Both of them dismissed by Marco Jansen. Then Daryl Mitchell and, Tom Blundell was the next man to fall after that. He left a ball alone that took out his off stump. from Kagiso Rabada, probably my favorite wicket of the day. And then, yeah, Daryl Mitchell and Colin de Grandhomme put on a pretty good partnership, and they find themselves there together at the end of the day, both undismissed. Daryl Mitchell on 29, Colin de Grandhomme on 54. He got 50 runs off 36 deliveries and then was happy enough to slow down. So finished 54 for 61. So Rabada has 3 wickets, Marco Jansen has 2, New Zealand 157 for 5, which means that they trail by 207 at the end of day 2. We've definitely got some cricket on our hands.
Yeah, it looks like New Zealand are fighting back after a bad start with the bat. But still, South Africa would be the happier change room. They would have liked, I certainly would have liked 2 more wickets, being a South African fan and all of that. So once again, thank you, Chris. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for all the support and all the messages. We do appreciate it. Tell your friends, stay up late or get up early, and join us again tonight at midnight Central African time. That's GMT +2. And we'll be back on the air to bring you day 3 of the second test between South Africa and New Zealand. So do get in touch.